Oh. They're sneaking around up there. You can hear them. My constructors. Stop.
The worst case scenario that you believe about me. Believe that I was painting paintings, not because I've been a painter my whole life, not because it literally saved my life, not because it's really meaningful to me. Believe that I was painting paintings to somehow curry favor with whomever, okay? As compared, like if you believe the worst possible thing that they've ever said about me, what they are openly doing
is 20 times worse. True!
They're openly doing. And nobody's batting an eye. Don Jr. is opening a club called the Executive Club in Georgetown, in which it is promised that you will be able to rub shoulders at a cost of a $500,000 initiation fee.
The $500,000 membership fee would make it the most expensive private membership club in the country after Mar-a-Lago.
To join the club with people and decision makers in the cabinet of his father.
Now, the launch party on Saturday night included a who's who from the Trump cabinet with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Attorney General Pam Bondi, SEC Chair Paul Atkins, Dr. Oz, and a lot of others.
What is that other than literally the sale of influence? And by the way, that's just like a side thing for them.
Yeah, and like you.
Okay, well, we'll trust this later. Dave Smith index of the debate. I have no idea. They didn't email me back, so I don't know.
Today is the one-year anniversary.
Dipshit. Misspeak. Why was Sneeko so afraid of being on a call with you? He's kind of a grifter in terms of his, like, he doesn't really know anything about Islam or anything that he talks about. And I'm like the worst kind of person to be in a call with if you're that kind of person. He just kind of wants to do his little thing.
Today is the one-year anniversary of President Biden pulling his name out of the 2024 presidential race, and his son, Hunter, is doing a little bit of reflecting. He just sat down for an interview with YouTuber Andrew Callahan, and Hunter got candid about George Clooney's op-ed calling for his father to exit the race. Watch this.
I don't have to be nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. George Clooney is not a actor. He is a I don't know what he is. You. What do you have to do with anything? Why do I have to listen to you? What right do you have to step on a man who's given 52 years of his life to the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the New York Times to undermine the president at a time in which, by the way, what do people care about the most? Why do you think that the Republicans have an advantage over us? Because they're unified. They will go along with anything. I wasn't asking anybody to go along with anything. I was asking people to go along with this. The most successful administration in my lifetime.
The most successful administration in my lifetime.
What is the point of Hunter Biden's media tour?
I haven't the slightest idea, Kennedy. I think that the fact that 3 Washington journalists just wrote a tell-all book that basically blames Joe Biden's loss on his son Hunter and laid out examples of why that is. Maybe now he wants to go out there and defend it, but that is an obscure interview making crazy claims attacking George Clooney. He's apparently in this interview on the wrong side of the immigration issue, which, by the way, is the issue more than others that tanked his father's presidency.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Griff. Let's take a little gander at Hunter Biden's hot take on immigration.
Wait, I don't think I can watch this. These people are actual ghouls. I'm good. Sorry. Sorry, Radiant. House Republicans have virtually stopped work on all major legislation leading up to their 6-week summer recess to avoid taking votes on forcing the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. House Speaker Mike Johnson told reporters Monday evening that he has no plans to send members home early for August recess. There's no need to allow the Democrats to just continue to hammer their political points and make speeches and grandstand, so that's why rules is going in. Damn, they mad.
On the Epstein files, but it doesn't seem that you're in lockstep with all of your House Republicans. Thomas Massey just saying in the past hour that this is going to come back and bite Republicans. What do you say to those schisms inside your conference here?
I say Thomas Massey is the one trying to bite Republicans, okay? I'm not quite certain what his strategy is.
But it's just not him. I mean, otherwise you guys wouldn't be calling off the week tomorrow. You'd be able to put your rules on the floor. I understand the issue with the Democrats.
Yeah, no, I just explained why. We're not going to play political games with this. We've all been very clear and transparent. The House Rules Resolution sets a good standard and requires all credible evidence to be released, and that's exactly where the White House is. There's no, as I've said many times over the last, as I've said many times, there's no daylight between the White House and the House. You have to allow the legislation to ripen, and you also have to allow the administration the space to do what it is doing. The president has said clearly, and he has now ordered his DOJ to do what it is we've all needed DOJ to do for years now, and that is to get everything released. So they're in the process of that. There's no purpose for Congress to push an administration to do something that they're already doing. And
Can we just talk about Obama some more?
So here's the, as the leader of my party, I lead the incumbent protection program, okay? That's my job. I go all around the country. I travel endlessly, incessantly. I have to raise over $300 million to do that, and we want everybody to come back. And some people, I try to protect them from themselves, you know. They kick and scream and bite their own colleagues. Some people seem to enjoy trying to inflict political pain on their own teammates. I'm not going to address anybody individually, but I'll tell you that some here are much more frustrated than others. There's a small, tiny handful, but one in particular who's given me lots of consternation. I don't understand. I don't understand Thomas Massey's motivation. I really don't. I don't know how his mind works. I don't know what he's thinking. Thomas Massey could have brought his discharge petition any time over the last 4.5 years. Over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, he could have done that at any time. And now he's clamoring as if there's some sort of timeline on it. It's interesting to me that he chose the election of President Trump to bring this, to team up with the Democrats and bring this discharge petition. So do I have some concern about that? I do. But you know, in me and my way, I try to follow Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment, never speak evil of another Republican. My gosh, it's hard to do sometimes around here. I also try to follow the scripture. You know, it says, bless those who persecute you. So let me just say about Thomas Massey, could you just accept my Southern, bless his heart? Okay, I don't know what else to say about it. We're for maximum transparency. We're engaging in that right now, and we don't need political games.
The president just ordered the FBI to release the full Epstein files, just get it all out there.
The president has said if the Department of Justice and the FBI want to move forward with releasing any further credible evidence, they should do so. As to why they have or have not or will, you should ask the FBI about that. Go ahead.
The president just ordered.
I like how he went from being able to declassify things with his mind psychically, even after he was out of office, to now he's powerless to do anything. Jesus. Bro, this is not related to anything. This is dumb drama shit. Why I don't understand how Cherry became so obsessed with Kyla. I don't know if it's jealousy or, You know, she has like a whole other Twitter account where she just like tweets nonstop about her, and she like obsessively posts about her in Justicle's Discord server. It's insane. She's like an actual, like trying to be like a Kyla skinwalker. It's wild. How obsessed she is. Oh my God. She watched Mr. Girl one time. Somebody in chat said something about how when me and Kyla started Bridges, maybe Cherry got jealous because she thought we were going to start a show. I don't know if there might be some element of truth. I have no idea. It's actually like insane though. She's been a Kyla anti-fan for a very long time. Yeah, for years. I remember she made like a video series on Kyla, I think like 2 years ago or something. Okay, sorry. Jesus.
Oh man, it's been so long, but I think
Hey, it's the guy.
I think water. I think before I say anything, I just kind of want to say, you know, I'm not looking for I guess, you know, I'm not looking for any sympathy going forward, or you know, I just want to kind of tell my side and pretty much my side of the story, and yeah, I'm not really yeah, I turned notifications off. Yeah, I'm not looking for sympathy. I just kind of want to tell what my last month's been like and regarding everything. Like I said, I think I'm just trying to keep the community updated, you guys, the Melee community, and kind of just want to update. And I think that's kind of where I'm at, and I just want to kind of, you know, talk about that. And I think, first of all, I just want to say, you know...
Do we care about this? I don't think I care about this so much.
That, I do not want to release those children's names and innocent people. If you flew on his plane, dadgummit, doesn't mean you're a pedophile. That's what folks do and that run in these very wealthy circles. I know some people and that fly in other people's planes when their plane is down, and somebody will say, hey, I've got an empty seat. We're going. You want to ride with us instead of waiting on your repairs on your plane? They say, sure. And then they get on it and they're on the flight logs. That doesn't necessarily mean they're a pedophile. And so I would hope there's some sort of filter or way we could screen that. And I don't know what that is. Again, I'm not.
What Tulsi Gabbard has done, the DNI chief, in essence, declassifying hundreds of documents that seem to suggest that manufactured intelligence was at play here with the Obama administration regarding this Russian collusion hoax. I've heard Stephen Miller call it a seditious conspiracy. I've heard Tulsi Gabbard call it a treasonous conspiracy. You're a constitutional guy. What do you see in this?
Constitutional
exactly?
guy.
How do you term it?
Well, I don't know how to summarize it by way of description in a snappy phrase, but I will tell you it is deeply problematic. And before I became Speaker of the House, I served on the House Judiciary Committee, which had jurisdiction over a lot of this. And we knew what was happening. We knew intuitively, and we were gathering the evidence as we were investigating all of this ourselves. We knew the Russia collusion thing was a hoax. They used it as a basis to attack the president mercilessly. I served on his impeachment defense teams twice. That would be unheard of in history, that a president would be impeached twice on such spurless claims. But in those processes, as we were preparing for those defenses, as we were investigating with our oversight responsibility and judiciary, we recognized that the people who are being called out now were involved in a scheme. We knew that it was a shameless, false set of accusations, and yet they perpetuated the lie on the American people, and they looked right into the camera and just lied, clearly. And they knew what they were up to the whole time. So there must be accountability for that, because what it does ultimately, the greatest threat of all this is not just what they've done to President Trump as an individual, it's what they're doing to the institutions, even broader than that. They have diminished the people's faith in our system of justice itself, in the institution of the Department of Justice, in the institution of the FBI. And those are critical functions that are played in a constitutional republic. And so we're in the process of restoring trust and rebuilding the people's belief in our system of justice itself. And it's an extraordinary challenge that was brought about because people were involved in a sinister plot. And so there must be accountability.
You say there must be accountability. The DOJ will work on the criminal aspect of this. What's the role of the House here specifically? I mean, people want to see subpoenas, they want to see depositions, they want to see whether it be Brennan, Clapper, potentially the former president of the United States. Are you willing to go down that route? Because a lot of people want to see some of these folks questioned under oath.
Of course. Look, I think we have a responsibility to follow the truth where it leads, and to do it in an unbiased fashion, to do effectively the opposite of what that other team did. They're engaged in a partisan political plot to take down their foe and the other party. We need to be about the rule of law and bringing order to the chaos and searching out the truth, because the American people are owed those answers. So we have some very bright, very capable, very strong leaders at Judiciary and Oversight, Chairman Jim Jordan, Chairman Jamie Comer, and the other committees that would be involved. And I do expect that whether there's a special counsel appointed, which some are suggesting, and or in conjunction with the House investigations, that we will get the answers, and there will be accountability to the extent that we're able to do that, referring people to the DOJ for prosecution and any other measure that is appropriate as we begin to uncover more of the facts.
Does it get tricky at all with the former president, President Obama, looking at what his role in this is and bringing him in for some sort of deposition, potential subpoena?
Well, listen, I mean, we have no concern about that. If it's uncomfortable for him, he shouldn't have been involved in overseeing this, which is what it appears to us has happened.
Remember, criminal immunity, so don't ever worry about Obama going to jail, okay? Presidents can commit crimes, so.
There's a lot of allegations on the table. Our job is to go and follow each of those trails and to find out the truth. Those are very serious allegations with very serious implications, but we're going to have very serious people working on it, and we will get the answers.
Very serious people. These are all very serious people.
Of these there was just one mention of these explosions.
Have you seen the new Hunter Biden interview? Yeah, we watched about an hour and a half of it yesterday, or 2 hours. I think we'll finish it today.
Of declassification and publication of documents related to the Russia hoax across all major Sunday shows this weekend. I wonder why. Well, we'll cover it. You can count on that. There was just one mention of these explosive.
Explosive. Why did no one care?
Victor, when you think about the time, the man hours, the tens of millions of dollars, probably over $100 million when you add it all up, of the Mueller investigation, that entire thing was built on a lie. Running all the way up to the election of 2020, all the way up.
This is the thing that made money because of all of the property and money seized from, the assets seized from Manafort.
To the debates, as you said. But that entire thing was a fraud. And Obama knew those reports, what they were, right? He knew. And all these individuals knew the truth, but they wanted Trump's presidency to fail. They wanted it to be considered illegitimate, as they said that he was against democracy. That's the rub here.
Yeah, they wanted Donald Trump's administration to fail, and they wanted to destroy him career-wise, presidential-wise, psychologically. They wanted to destroy him. And so they went through the collusion false narrative in 2015 and 16. That failed. They took a little breath. Then they ate up 22 months and $40 million of his administration to destroy it. Then they took a little breath and they went into the first impeachment phony Zelensky phone call and Vindman and the quote-unquote whistleblower. And so this was a three-year project to overturn the will of the American people and to destroy administration. Makes Watergate, as people have remarked on, Laura, look like small potatoes. It really did. It's such a magnitude, we can't even grasp it.
Okay, I would like to eliminate all ambiguity in this position. I do fully 100% believe that Hassan is just a full-on, as much as any Nazi, anti-Semite. It's actually just insane.
There are two grave threats to Israel's existence, right? And it's not fucking Iran or Hezbollah or Hamas or anything like that, okay? The greatest threat to Israel's existence is Israelis themselves being like, yeah, fuck this shit. I don't feel safe here at all. I'm leaving. I'm going back to Brooklyn. I'm leaving. I'm going to France. I'm leaving. I'm going to fucking the UK. When more and more liberal Israelis, who are themselves most likely bloodthirsty as well, okay, in terms of like how Israel has dealt with Gaza or whatever, but they don't like the negative consequences of Israel doing that, which is like the Iron Dome and its security perishing. You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population, and like,
I still can't believe I don't even know what I got permabanned for on that website. That's just unbelievable to me, dude. Holy shit.
We have such a big platform.
no, I think people still, your fans would, depending on how they feel about it, they
Right,
probably
so
would be.
Right now, we just had Netanyahu on. A bunch of people watched it. I think a lot of people saw through what he was saying. Now, already on the same day, we've had 3 people on with complete opposite viewpoints. Hassan, Sneeko, Myron, Nick Fuentes. So what? And then,
Okay.
Wait. Let me finish.
Don't loop me in with those guys.
That's such a funny crowd to be in. Oh my god.
I said opposite.
Don't put me in the same category as these guys.
Let me finish.
Off topic, Ozzy Osbourne died. Yeah, I know. I heard. R.I.P. to Ozzy Osbourne. His wife sucks, for sure.
Why does his wife? Is she Israeli or Jewish or something?
Off topic.
Did she say something vaguely positive in the direction of a Jewish person? As a Jew, this makes me sad. Why does Twitch tolerate this? Because you guys are just useful tools. Oh, they were both pro-Israel. Damn. Got him. You should be partially upset, though, about people on my side. And when I say my side, I don't even mean moderate libs. I mean DGGers. I think that there is too much. I think there is too much of this. Come on, guys. We can't cut off everybody. We got to have some commonality. I'd rather fucking retire. I just don't. I can't do it, dude. Even like, and I've gone back and forth on it so much, but I can't do it. I can't break bread with people like Kyle Kalinske and then see how brain broken they are when it comes to foreign policy. It bleeds into too much other shit. It's just impossible to do it. I can't. It's too much. It's too much. It's like being close friends with somebody who eats shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it's like, fuck, I know this doesn't matter that much and I just don't have to ever be with them at a single meal ever, but even when we're hanging out, sometimes I can kind of smell this shit on your breath and it's just like, I can't even think of it. It's too much. I don't know, man. It's too much. The subreddit is fucked and infested with that take. I mean, I don't fault my fans for feeling that way. Like, I get it. It sucks. I almost wish that I wouldn't have ever done the Israel-Palestine topic because that's an isolator. The problem is that there was that one post, it's like where critical thought goes to die. Like, you lose so many connections and so many potential content creators whose content you can consume if you know literally anything about that conflict. It's like the most agonizing fucking thing to watch everybody go brain broken on. Holy shit. Live and learn on this topic. Oh, because AOC is getting fucking eviscerated right now.
Listening to him. Can you address that part, Hutch? Because I think, listen, I'm not a foreign policy guy, but from what little I've heard, that was, I think, a pretty good point, this idea that it doesn't necessitate the death of Israeli citizens. If the Israeli government is capable of funding the Iron Dome on itself, Israel just can't have its cake and eat it too. They can't simultaneously commit an offensive war with it.
Just so you guys know, I don't know why nobody understands this, okay? The Iron Dome is there to protect Arabs, okay? If you don't know anything about what's going on, just understand the Iron Dome exists to protect Arabs. Israel didn't win the war in 48 with the Iron Dome. They didn't win the war in 67 or in 73 because of the Iron Dome, all right? If you want to get rid of the Iron Dome, then fine, go for it. But then the next barrage of rockets is going to be the real genocide, all right? The next time, 100, 1,000 fucking rockets come in and blow up, a quarter of Tel Aviv, then you're going to see what a real ethnic cleansing / genocide looks like. Like, the only reason you guys even have a leg to stand on is because that Iron Dome exists. You really think that Israel is going to tolerate getting randomly bombed constantly by its neighbors, number one, and then two, not retaliate with the fucking hand of God, now knowing that they have nothing to keep themselves from being randomly killed by fucking rockets? Like, it's, so people don't even know what they're advocating for. It's so stupid.
Impunity and rely on the United States largesse. They can protect themselves. It doesn't necessitate Israeli deaths. It would also prevent them from being in a position to inflict such casualties on Palestinians. Do you accept that?
It's the exact opposite. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's Jewish people or white people or what makes people so brain broken on this. Like, oh, okay. Well, your neighbor that's launching 5,000 million rockets at you constantly. Well, now we can't protect ourselves from them. What should we do? Let's go to them and negotiate in peace. The ones that are calling for global jihad against you, with the raped, body broken girl in the truck, those people, right? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, yeah, let's go and have happy, peaceful negotiations with them, and we're gonna figure out all of our problems. It's gonna be wonderful.
Yes, that's an understandable argument. I understand what you're saying here. If we can dive into the practical consideration here.
Okay.
No.
Wait, but can you grant that at least? I mean, wait. So you're gonna say grant? Okay. So you're great. Okay. Cool.
I understand that argument. Maybe I didn't hear what he was saying exactly because I was in my own head or whatever. But yes, that makes sense. But just for, now, can we dive into the practical?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Someone like AOC, right? You guys want to see her succeed.
I get what you mean when saying that without the Iron Dome, Israel's retaliation would be much harsher, but that doesn't mean the purpose of it is to protect Palestinians. It is still there to protect Israel. Fuck, this guy said it so good. I'm not gonna be able to find it. It was a Twitter video of Zizek talking about how when the West, it has to do with what was it? I don't remember if this is about the Middle East, but when the West criticizes itself and tries to hold itself accountable, it is doing it with a language that is it was invented by the West and it's exclusively understood by the West. And nobody else on the planet uses these same types of bizarro fucking analyses or standards by which it analyzes itself. Fuck, I wish I could remember what this tweet was. What was it? Search your browser history? No, it wasn't. I don't know if Zizek's name was in the... Oh my God, it's here.
Varoufakis, who likes to repeat, Europa is kaput. No. I think that the first symptom is that what unites all around the world, left and right, they all hate united Europe. For example, Latino Americans claim Eurocentrism the worst. In Africa, you did the slavery blah blah first. Here I learned from intelligent right-wingers. It's not true. You know that the Muslims got more slaves from Eastern Africa than Latin Americans from the West. So then Putin against Europe, everybody, China and so on. Why is this happening when everybody is telling us Europe is over, but at the same time Eurocentrism is presented as the ultimate enemy? No, I think today history took care of, under quotation marks, bad aspects of Eurocentrism. But what remains is are we aware, one argument, that even those who criticize European legacy, they do it strictly in the terms which were articulated by the European legacy.
Like, people use Eurocentrism to criticize Euro or Western centrism. I bring this back to say that about the Iron Dome, and it's funny because I feel like this is an edgy thing to say, but it's not actually edgy. It's just so true. Israel is a victim, in a large extent, of their Eurocentrism. This is going to sound incredibly edgy if you're retarded, but if you know the slightest bit of history in the region, it is so obvious that because Israel came in as a Western-style democracy and they try to hold themselves accountable and all this bullshit, they have the problems today that they do as a result of their not being able to reconcile those values with the region. If Israel was like Turkey, they would have murdered every single Palestinian, and we wouldn't be talking about the Palestinians today. Like the Turks did with the Armenians and however many other ethnic groups, like they do today with the fucking Kurds, like they did when they expelled all the fucking Greeks. Like, it wouldn't even be a conversation. Turkey had no problem marching 1 million motherfuckers off into the Syrian deserts to die because they were like, oh, this is a place for our ethnic group and nobody else. Bye. It wouldn't even be a thought in your head. And nobody talks about fucking, there's only 20 countries even recognize the Armenian genocide as a real thing today. Like, nobody even gives a fuck. So you have that issue of like Israelis are like, oh, well, we're better than those people. We're Western and we're democratic and we're going to not just fucking slaughter and murder fucking everybody is the first issue. And then the second issue is Israel saying like, oh, well, we're going to engage in self-critique, right? Who are you quoting and who are you citing all the time when you're talking about the horrible things that Israel does, right? You're talking about Haaretz, right? This is an Israeli news source. You're talking about B'Tselem, which was an organization created in Israel by Israeli Jews to monitor the Palestinian crisis, right? And then what part of the UN is keeping track of the Palestinians? UNRWA, literally a branch in the UN that was created just to monitor the Palestinians. If you want to, so when people are like, well, look at all this horrible stuff from Israeli history, how do you even know that? You know that because Israel has opened their archives and made it available for you to go through and read it to actually criticize them. When you're criticizing like Egyptian history, it's not because they've opened their historical archives for you to go through. When was the last time Bashar al-Assad invited historians in to audit the administration? When was the last time the Jordanian monarchy invited people in to go through past documents and cables between diplomatic figures? When was the last time Saddam Hussein or any leader of Iraq or the Ayatollah in Iran, like it's such an insane world. I don't care. At the end of the day, we can all hate Jews together. That's what I'm trying to say, okay?
Like, she is the biggest champion right now. Because she's the biggest champion by far for democratic socialism or progressive policies in Congress.
100%.
Bernie's very
100%.
clearly handing her the mantle. She very clearly, I think, is not going to be content to stay in the House. I don't think she wants to be House Speaker. I think she wants to be a senator, a governor, a president. I think like
we'll see. Yeah.
I think that's my sense of things, right?
Wait, is that true? Okay, so I don't know, I guess, as much about like politics and stuff for Congress. Wouldn't Speaker of the House be a more prestigious role than Senator? That would be my assumption, right? Way more people know of Pelosi and Mike Johnson than any random fuck senator, no? Although maybe some senator positions are more prestigious. Hillary Clinton was senator from New York, right?
As such, you should be actively rooting for her to do these kinds of votes because
these like ruthless kind of votes.
This type of thing is the type of thing that will come back to like.
Oh, he just means a random speaker in Congress, not a speaker in the House. Oh, okay.
Bite her in the ass. 4 years from now, she's going to be on a debate stage, or 3 years from now, she's going to be on a debate stage.
Wait, the way she voted, or if she voted a different way? Can you clarify?
If she voted to strip funding for the Iron Dome,
gotcha.
There's going to be a moderator or whatever during the primary debates, and they're going to ask her, why did you vote to strip a defensive missile system? And even if your argument here is persuasive, to normie voters, they're just going to hear, like, what? You wanted to get rid of their defensive missile systems? And this is going to be something like that is baggage. And there was no upside to her doing that vote. Why does she need to shore up her support from a lefty online voter base? Why does she still need their support?
I'm not super offended by this vote. I think people who are so out about it are cringe.
She voted against the bill. She voted
because it was dead on arrival, right?
Like bill.
How many votes did it get?
The amendment only got 6. Her amendment only got 6 votes, bro. It was like 400 plus people voted against it.
But
wait, really? That's what these people are so fucking mad about? The lefties? Not these guys here, but the people online.
But I would like critique, and I would be scathing to anyone who, like, if AOC did vote in favor of this provision, I wouldn't have a problem with it either. And if she voted against it, I don't really have a problem with that. For me, it's not a humongous deal. It's not like the other kind of signaling votes that do matter to me, for example, that indicate weakness, right? On the one hand,
but you understand how people are going to weaponize a vote like that in the future, and it's just going to cost.
Actually, I'm not super offended by it. I think the people who are so mad about it would vote for her, probably. Except, and I think that she would get huge support from the far left community, from the pro-Palestinian community. And just to be clear about where I stand on something, I go after Ogre Boy because individually, I think a lot of there are some pro-Palestinian commentators who do have to answer for their votes with respect to not voting for Kamala or voting for Trump in some cases. But in general, like the lefts voted for Kamala, and so I'm so done with this narrative. It's just really just not true that like we're in favor of having that like fall out. The left by and large is voting for the Democratic candidate. It's not a huge deal, and I think people will get over it. And I think that I have to make a little self-critique or critique you, Hutch, a little bit. I think that the amount of time that you spend on lefties is a little inordinate given the risk that they pose from an electoral perspective.
They are all viciously attacking the best chance for democratic socialism in the Congress right now. Pull up her tweet and go in there.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, Netanyahu. I'll talk to you later. Sorry, I was just finishing up a call with my good close friend. Anyway, I hate that the lefties get to occupy this position of simultaneously being like not the sole, but a huge disseminator of information on media, but also politically irrelevant because it lets them occupy this like dual position of like, why are you criticizing us so much, guys? Like, we don't kind of vote. It doesn't matter. And then also, by the way, we're about to set the narratives for the entire alternative media left online. Good luck. In a way, I've even played into this a bit. When I argue with conservatives, I'm like, hey, listen, like these people don't vote. They're not relevant, okay? Can we stop talking about them? Although that's when addressing conservatives who are worried about policy, we should be talking right now, when we're talking to ourselves on the left about like, what does our message look like? I don't know if I fully agree with Pisco here, though. Wasn't it the case that there were places like for Michigan, did the Dearborn voters actually kind of lean away, like from where we would expect them? How did Dearborn vote? Dearborn vote. Is there like a clean and easy way to see Trump won? No, that's not true. Hold on. That can't possibly be the case, right? Jill Stein got 18% of the vote? 18% of the vote? Trump won with 42.48%, and Kamala got 36.26% in a 55% Middle Eastern district? Holy shit. I guess it's in line with nobody kills Arabs more than Arabs do. Jesus.
They'll get
What do you mean?
How did they vote in 2020? Dearborn, Michigan, vote 2020 results. Biden won 68.8 to 29.7. Ah! Oh, damn. Specifically in the south area of Dearborn, an area with a high concentration of Arab American voters, Biden secured an even larger majority, winning 88% of the vote. Anyway, okay, sorry. This fucking Gaza issue has been a brain rot fucking issue. But also fucking based. You know what? Arabs deserve it, okay? If you guys can mind fuck our media, fucking Qataris are sitting here shilling money to every fucking Ivy League college in America, being like, tell them the Jews did it, okay? You know what? Fucking A, dude.
Well, perspective.
They are all viciously attacking the best chance for democratic socialism in the Congress right now. Pull up her tweet and go in there.
They'll get
What do you
over
mean,
it.
What do you mean get over it?
Hassan
I
will do a
fucking
stream.
hate this logic.
Hassan will do a stream with it.
Hassan, the largest left-wing streamer on the internet, just so you know. Go ahead.
Progressive media have no power.
Well,
really?
I think what he's saying, and I'm curious about this, and maybe we should ask Lakshya about this when we talk to him next Monday, is I think Pisco's argument is, though they will bitch online about that it doesn't manifest meaningfully in voter turnout.
You know what? You know what they need to do? They need to have five lib and learns. They need to start bringing IRI on the show. Gee, because holy Christ.
by and large, lefties, progressives will still vote for the moderate Democratic candidate if a Republican is the alternative.
I completely reject this notion that
Oh my God, is he gonna have the numbers?
a collective of audiences that number in the millions.
Also, yeah, you have to understand, for the same side, no, I'm not saying that any of these three guys did this, okay? Although I did this, and I still believe this, for the same side that says, oh my God, you know, negative influence online can lead to horrible beliefs in real life, like even hanging out in certain humor environments can lead you to adopt really dangerous and harmful beliefs. For that side to be like, well, the entire left-wing media apparatus is pushing this absolute and utter nonsense that is self-destructive to the party, but that shouldn't manifest in any material way in the real world, LOL. That can't be, you can't have both of those positions.
That traffic in this kind of idiotic, myopic, juvenile, like baseless oftentimes rhetoric, you don't think that's doing damage electorally, especially when these elections are this close?
No, it's
you guys
not,
are high, man.
I don't.
It's not,
You're high.
It's not,
You're all.
It's not. No. But it's not. It's not that I don't think there's some margin of people that would be convinced by this. But we have to consider a few things. All right. So number one, a lot of these people have overlapping audiences, right? Number two.
Wait. A lot of these people have overlapping audiences, so it's all an illusion, actually. They're not that large online. They're not as big as they seem.
A lot of the audience of these people aren't necessarily like anti-electoralist or like Green Party.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't know if this chatter missed this point earlier. Is bringing up this. Destiny, everything about Israel-Palestine being interesting can be said about Turkey/Greece in Cyprus, yet nobody... I'm sorry. You're saying in Cyprus particularly? The Greeks are a fallen empire. No one cares. Turks are seen as brown in the West, even though they're not really, but they're all basically Arabs to us. Even the Persians, even the Turks, everybody's like Arab to us. So as long as they're doing the oppressing, nobody actually gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Sorry, bro. That's the way that it goes.
Well, a lot of the audience of these people aren't necessarily like anti-electoralist or like Green Party voting socialists. You know, a lot of the people that watch these people are also libs, are also Democratic Party voters who just take a more skeptical view of things. And so when we look at, I think to Pisco's point, this is what resonates with me. Like when we look at like polling data, voting behavior, you know, we can even look at the anecdotes of just like what happens when AOC gives a public appearance or gives a public speech, right? You do find that there are some people, and by the way, this was a vote that she took a year ago. It was substantially the same vote where she voted to continue funding the Iron Dome. And
it literally was.
Look at what happened in that last year. Like, yeah, there have been a few people that have shown up to a few of her events and yelled at her. They threw paint on her, like her office, I guess, the other day. But look, she's going to coast to re-election in 2020.
I also think there's something to be said, okay, and you should know this better than anybody, because this type of rhetoric, I think you have to be careful. Remember. We're trying to get ahead where the puck is going to be, okay, and not where the puck was, all right? Greece was never an empire. I'm just, stop, I was trolling. There's this weird thing that happens, okay? You have like three different environments, okay? On the right, you have an environment where everybody is fucking 9-year-olds, okay? We'll call this pedo paradise, all right? And then on the left, you have an environment where when somebody's like, shouldn't we be able to fuck 9-year-olds? Everybody's like, what? We'll call this pedo hell, okay? And there's this weird middle world that we are occupying right now in regards to, I would say easily, anti-Semitism, but a lot of other stuff as well, where somebody can float an idea and be like, well, would fucking 9-year-olds really be that bad? And not everybody has an instant revulsion to it. But then when the people that do have a big revulsion to it do, you're like, wait, hold on. We probably should never be fucking 9-year-olds. Everybody else is like, bro, this is like not that many people like talking about this. It's not really that big of a deal. It's probably, I don't think that we're all going to be like pro 9-year-old fucking or whatever, right? Where the problem isn't that there are only a few people saying it. The problem is there's an eerie amount of tolerance to that type of rhetoric being as pervasive as it is. So I think the right has had an issue with this when it comes to like neo-Nazi shit for a while, right? Where, like I've said this multiple times, even after the Jubilee thing, I don't think those people on that Jubilee show, I think, are a fraction of the MAGA movement. Like some of those views as high as 30%, some of them as low as 2%. The problem isn't that it's low, or I wouldn't say that like, oh, you know, there's other many of it's not a big deal. The issue is that the rhetoric is pervasive enough and not instantly pushed back on. There's not an instant revulsion to it. That is a huge issue. And so, like, even this thought here, I was like, well, you know, there's only a few people that are rabidly screaming about AOC sometimes when she goes to do her media rallies. So it's not a big idea, or it's not a huge problem. You know, this isn't a big idea that's like pervasive among the entire left. It's like, that's an uncomfortable amount of receptivity, or at the very least, it's an uncomfortable amount of, like indifference or nihilism, or not nihilism, it's just indifference or acceptance, I guess, or tolerance, I should say. That's what I'm like, tolerance of that idea.
That have shown up to a few of her events and yelled at her. They threw paint on her, like her office, I guess, the other day. But look, she's going to coast to re-election in 2026, more likely than not.
She'll be fine.
I don't understand you guys. You want to use kid gloves with these people. I really don't.
I'm not using kid gloves.
Yes, you do. You want.
What are you talking about?
These are kid gloves. He's absolutely right. But for some reason, it's just I don't know. It's just insane to me that this is just an insane clip to me, and it's not even this is why I get so mad on people chastising me over jokes about like dead fucking girls in Texas, right? Like, do you think I want little girls to die in Texas? If you even have to think for a microsecond, you're a fucking idiot. It's very obvious like what my actual position is. If you deal with the slightest amount of good faith, or even if you don't deal with a good faith, you hate me. Like, it's pretty obvious like what I'm saying, you know? Like, you guys clearly don't give a fuck about any of this. I am going to sit here and laugh at it because you guys clearly don't care, because you're not taking any effective steps to remedy these things, right? But that will get called out for, you know, because it's a mean joke or whatever. I understand too, because, you know, I don't have the I don't represent an intersection of political power that has enough movement behind it to make fun of dead children, right? I get that. Fine, that's fine. But the problem here is that like you have people, Hassan, who will say like vile jokes about a people, but they're not just jokes. There's underlying, all of it has a ton of like element of truth to it in terms of what he's saying. But he's not even dog whistling positions. He openly supports terrorist groups that are dedicated to the annihilation of Israel, the Jewish people, and he openly like supports the leaders that are there, right? He talked about Nasrallah or whatever when he was talking to Nick. He was like, yeah, you know, the U.S. doesn't like him, but remember Mandela? They didn't like him either, you know? Like, he's brought on like that little Houthi dude who he only brought on because that guy was posting stories about him being a pro-terrorist Houthi warrior who was laughing and joking about hostages that were captured. Like, it's just this an insane, and then, right, denying any of the rapes that happened, all of that was fake, even though the UN said it. Sometimes he likes the UN, sometimes he doesn't, I guess. Now, not because of any underlying analysis, just because of what they say. Was it Vosh? Vosh was the one who said that he would be okay with the complete and utter annihilation of Israel as a state. But it's like, we're so far past, I hate this too, because sometimes people will tweet at me, or they'll type things, or even in my community, like, oh, so now you're mad because he's joking? I thought edgy jokes were okay. I have no problem with edgy jokes. I wouldn't give a fuck. I make edgy jokes. I make edgy jokes about Jews sometimes, okay? There's lots of edgy jokes you can make, all right? The problem is these people aren't joking. Do you understand that? It's not even like the criticism is like, I think that Hassan's humor is like really problematic because it could lead people to bad beliefs. Hassan is a terrorist supporter, right? Like people like Hassan, there are strong arguments for, in the United States, I don't agree with it because I like our strong freedom of speech protections. But in other countries, I can see people like him being arrested. Like, unironically, if Hassan said the same thing about these terrorist organizations, if you were a German citizen and said the same thing about like neo-Nazis, you might actually get arrested or fined in places like Germany. It is just unhinged that you can be that avowedly pro-terrorist. And it's not even like he's supporting, you know, like I support like a moderate movement, like I support like the Palestinian Authority. If I had to guess, I haven't seen him talk about it, he probably hates the Palestinian Authority because they're seen as too moderate. Like, this collection of things, this collection of things is just too much. It's insane. And remember, we freaked the fuck out collectively over people like Nick Fuentes like 8 years ago when he was like, and Stefan Molyneux, when these people were just like itty bitty YouTubers, we were losing our minds about stochastic terrorism and all of that. This is the largest left-wing streamer on the internet who regularly gets puff pieces made in journalistic outlets about him, mainstream ones, who regularly, does interviews with major Democratic candidates. And then people are like, oh, come on, you're really going to shit on Hassan? You're really going to go after Hassan? He's just a streamer, bro. Like this, there is an imbalance here. And it's just, it's applied to Hassan. It's like that post yesterday on my subreddit or 2 days ago where they were like, the issue I think that people are having is they actually don't think that Trump is that bad. And I think it's the same thing here where people they just don't think that this is that bad. And our whole, I guess, political system has just gotten so fucking insane lately. You can't see anything for how fucked it actually is. And this is a guy, like, keep in mind, like, Hassan is like openly on shows. This is the crazy thing too. Or maybe it was always like this in politics. I don't know. I feel like when you read about weird political shit in the past, like people are kind of like dodgy, or not dodgy. People are like, they're not forthcoming about their political beliefs, right? Like there are no really strong records of Hitler ordering the Holocaust. You have to kind of dig for the implications for this, for the cable of him talking about liquidating a train full of Jews, and then kind of figure it out based on the rest of the admin. If Donald Trump was Hitler today, he would be talking openly about the Holocaust on Fox News, right? We would be getting Twitter videos of it, half of them probably AI deepfaked, of people going into mass extermination showers, right? Like it would be so much more open because people don't have to lie about it. Like Hassan was like literally on a show on YouTube publicly talking about how like, yeah, I lie. I go on like as a lib to try to present myself as a moderate so that I can indoctrinate more people into Marxist Leninism. It's just, I don't know. That's just wild to me.
Really don't.
I'm not using
get
him
it.
for
Yes, you do. You want
What are
her
you
to
talking about?
You want her to be successful, and you're hand waving literally all of them.
No,
like,
I'm not.
viciously.
I don't agree. We don't
yes,
agree with them.
You are.
We don't
You're
agree
saying
with
it's
them.
not, well, it's not that big of a deal. When the entire lefty media,
like, imagine that statement, right? Just you can feel it in the statements, right? Imagine somebody was bringing up like, why did AOC have a sit down with Nick Fuentes and talk for an hour and a half about how AOC's going to not have any children because she doesn't want to outbreed the white race, right? Imagine the response for these three guys. They're like, well, hold on. We don't agree with Nick Fuentes. We don't agree with him, dude. We don't agree with Fuentes, That would not be the strength of that statement. The magnitude would be much greater. Right, that's the issue, and I don't know how people. Well, I know how people don't see it because it's hard to see because you get so boiling frog in a pot of water that's slowly heating up. I guess
you are.
We don't
you're
agree
saying
with
it's
them.
not. Well, it's not that big of a deal. When the entire
Hutch is picking up on this, right? Yeah.
lefty media ecosystem are throwing her under the bus right now. All of them.
We don't think it will manifest in any kind of electoral result.
Like this is the equivalent that thing. Like I don't think it'll manifest in any electoral. In any type of electoral thing. That's the equivalent to I'm trying to think of, where did Emma say this?
Level. But
Shut up! Fuck. What did she say? What was the word? Emma on this panel said something along the lines of like, oh, like I'm just a YouTuber, so I don't even think I have that much influence or whatever. It was so crazy. Fuck, I'm trying to remember what word she said that I can search for in the transcript. Maybe it's in the comments. I can feel it moving around. We don't matter? Was that it? Oh, we as YouTubers don't matter that much.
Insular, because that's how we lose and they win.
Yeah, I guess I'm struck by like I feel as if we really just don't matter that much. Like, as YouTube personalities or Twitch personalities, I think it's just we have to be vessels to get people politically organized. And at least how I feel is the guests that I have on my show. when we
like, what is the point of anything we're doing if we don't think we matter at all?
have on somebody who is works in I don't know, like Astra Taylor, for example, we have on regularly with the Debt Collective. She is actively making change, working with the Biden administration to try to get student debt canceled. And that original cancellation that he did, that eventually the Supreme Court got overturned, that's a direct result of what they did, what the Debt Collective and Astra Taylor did. Like that's, I guess, what I view my role as, is using the fact that some people.
I'm not convinced that it will have a material effect on her election chances with respect to like any kind.
Like with her election chances. Thank you. Yes, AOC is in a plus 250 point Dem district. We understand that. But the idea that all of the left wing media coming together to shit on somebody online is irrelevant. Like, again, think of the standards that the right wing sets. Right? Has there ever been a time where look at the right wing on the Epstein stuff? I feel like it's been simultaneously horrifying and fascinating to watch themselves try to stay together on all of it, right? Where some people are trying to break, but people are chastising them and they're bringing them back in line. And you've got the lawmakers and you've got Mike Johnson that are on TV saying it's not that big of a deal. You've got Trump saying it's not that big of a deal. You've got the cabinet members trying to push on it saying it's not really that big of a deal. And some people are kind of breaking, and when they do, they're getting eviscerated by the party. They try so hard to keep it all together. And then on the left, we're like, who the fuck cares what anybody in our party fucking thinks? Does it really matter at the end of the day? LOL, it's just the entire online media apparatus. It shouldn't manifest in any negative way. Like, why don't we take a little bit of a pointer from the side that it has all the levers of power right now politically? Like, maybe they're doing a couple things right. It certainly isn't fucking policy, right? So maybe there's something to be gleaned there, some kind of insight to be gleaned there, maybe?
Kind of ambitious with the president and anything related to the Senate by your own metric, right? By your own metric.
Anything related to the Senate. So none of the online media space matters by your own metric. What are we about to say here?
Kind of ambitious with the president and anything related to the Senate by your own metric, right? By your own metric, she is going to do better because of this vote. Like, you are the one who's billing this as a strategic move.
She's going to do well, like maybe with moderates or maybe in like future positions. And it's not even so much that she's going to do well with this move. It's that the people that are pressuring right now for a vote are asking her for a vote that would just be completely fucking horrible. It's not even that she's going to do well. This is like you have to do at least this to survive politically in the future.
These people, you get that?
Yeah. In spite of them.
Well, I don't think that Econo Boy and Pisco are saying that the left bitching about AOC
we disagree
online
with
is
that.
helping.
I think it's
I don't think that they're saying that it's helping her. I think that they're saying that she will succeed in spite of them.
They're saying it's not that big of a deal, but Econo Boy, you are changing your tune, my.
Have these guys? I'm curious if these guys feel like the right is falling apart over Epstein. Because in polling, that hasn't manifested at all.
Friend, because shortly after the election, you were making the case that polls were showing that a decent amount of people that sat out who otherwise would have voted Democrat, Gaza was a big deal to them. That's what you said shortly after the election.
Yeah,
you
but
don't think the social media ecosystem had any part in that? Like nothing or little part?
Well, no. Well, first of all, the mainstream media covered this as a huge issue as well, and I mean there were major swaths of the Democratic Party that made that a priority. But we have to keep in mind, like when people
major swaths of the Democratic Party that made it a priority. Excuse me, a priority to just screech and scream that Israel should be destroyed, that it's a genocidal apartheid state, and that Netanyahu and the entire cabinet should be arrested, and that the entire country should cease to exist in the way that it does now. What are you talking about? What?
Aggregately say that they have more sympathy in the Democratic Party for Palestinians than for the Israeli government at this point.
Saying you have more sympathy for the Palestinians, that's a meaningless statement. I don't have very much sympathy for Israelis. It's a fucking first world, massively successful country that's built up a huge economy and a successful society on a fucking mound of trash, on a dirt pile. Why the fuck? I feel more sympathy for the Palestinians than the fucking Israelis. That doesn't mean anything. That's a totally different question.
Then that's a spectrum view of people. That like not everyone is as extreme as, you know, I don't know, like Hassan or Mike from PA on this issue. And, you know,
not everybody is extreme. Why? They should say, can you give me like one or two examples of mainstream left-wing figures that haven't outright called it a genocide? Because it's funny too, because that's where the conversation starts for lefties. A genocide. That's the start. That's the start. Is calling it a genocide. And then you can go from there. But keep in mind, like, where are you at? The whole point of using the word genocide, I've said this a million times, is not to have an actual factual analysis of what's going on. It's to bring in all the moral weight and condemnation of that word. Okay, well, if it is a genocide, well, now what's the next step? What do we do with genocidal states, right? What do we do with Japan? What do we do with Nazi Germany? What do you do with people that do genocides? Make peace with and negotiate with them so that they can happily carry on with their lives? Right?
But when you actually like talk to a lot of pro-Palestinian organizers, when it comes to their view about AOC, it's just not quite as extreme as, you know, your average like lefty Twitter account where.
Who are the ones leading this? What?
A lot of them will say, yeah, it's a really disappointing vote, but look, I mean, AOC is right on even on this issue, like 95%. People have a sensibility about these things. And then when it comes to like, that's only amongst people that really, really, really prioritize this issue. I mean, I would ask you to make a prediction, Hutch. Do you think AOC is not going to get reelected to her congressional seat?
Like, that's the standard? Is that really the standard? AOC is in a what did she win her? So as long as AOC is still getting elected, then no harm, no foul? This district is plus 64. This is a plus 64 district. No, wait, that was a Democratic primary. I'm sorry. My bad. Plus 43. This is a plus 40 blue district. Yeah, she's not going to lose her general election. What is the point? 2024, I should say. That can't possibly be the standard. That can't possibly be the standard.
Do you think she's going to get primary? Do you think that she's going to have like wall-to-wall protests at every single event she goes to? Do you think that she's going to, you know, all of a sudden fall the fuck off in the polling of these presidential 2028 hypotheticals? Like
if this is the case, I don't ever want to hear these guys talk about Nick Fuentes. I don't ever want to hear them talk about Kanye West. I don't ever want to hear them, because these guys are not commanding that much media attention or presence. If that's what we're saying, that the I guess the standard is, are you like getting sole candidates like kicked out of, ejected out of their seat or something? Like what?
Like I just
I think in 2028, if she hypothetically were to make a primary run for the president, they're gonna make her job harder.
Yes,
they're gonna hurt her in this.
I think they're gonna support her.
Okay.
But if they don't,
I will never
maybe
understand.
You're right.
If they don't, so 3 years from now, we'll worry about it then, right? Remember, where is the puck going? Not where is the puck now, or where was the puck 2 years ago?
I'll never understand. You guys support her. You want her to be successful. You see.
But we have to criticize our own side. We have to be able to criticize our own side.
Creators with massive audiences.
Say it.
This is not small beans.
Condemn Hassan condemning AOC over this.
You see all of them in unison throwing her under the bus right now, and your reaction is to not like.
Wait a second. Wait. So two separate things. Wait. Two separate things. There's one issue, and I want to see if you agree with me laying out. One issue is, do we agree with that criticism, and do we condemn that criticism?
This is a 400 comment post. Damn. This isn't even that active of a subreddit. AOC is a fraud. This seals it. What is she talking about? Cutting any percentage of aid is more pressure towards Israel to stop, no matter what the aid looks like. And even if you want to argue in the scope of just direct offensive or defensive aid, cutting aid would lower Israel's safety to commit war crimes belligerently. Her DNC handlers told her there's lines that she can't cross. Quote, we're going to keep giving billions to Israel, but we're going to attach a post-it note saying, please just use for Iron Dome, end quote. AOC, Palestine supporter. Cutting off the Iron Dome would lead to peace. How fucking retarded. Oh my God.
I want to answer the affirmative. I condemn that criticism. I support my queen AOC. So that's one issue. Do we support that? And do we condemn the people who are making those opinions? I condemn the people who are condemning AOC on the basis of the vote. I agree with your strategic analysis. I don't really give a fuck if she voted one way or the other. I think it's small potato. I don't think it matters. That's one issue. The separate issue is, do you think it will be a big deal and materially affect anything over the course of AOC's political career? The answer to that is no. And you're telling me I'm unhinged because I have the take that nothing ever happens? I'm unhinged for thinking this shit won't matter.
Like, this shit on its own will probably not matter that much, but it's not just this shit. It's the fact that AOC backstabbed us on Palestine, and then she backstabbed us on a 15-hour minimum wage, and then she backstabbed us by working with billionaires, and then she backstabbed us by not getting rid of super PACs, and then it's not just this, although even just this on it as an issue, it was actually kind of a big one for a lot of people because it dominates and co-ops every single fucking leftist and progressive talking point. It has to become about fucking Gaza. Like, Palestine has become the transgender of foreign policy, to where every single conversation has to be solely about this issue.
And they'll forget about it in 2 weeks? That makes me unhinged, Hutch.
Forget about it in 2 weeks? We've talked about this for 2 years.
Right?
They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop attacking her. They're going to.
No,
they're
right,
gonna,
but that's
actively. They are going to actively work against her.
Hutch,
These
what you're
people have
ignoring-
massive audiences that if
Hutch was talking about a demonstrator or a couple protests, Hutch would be unhinged. Okay, it's like, okay, why are we focusing so much on this? Hutch is talking about collectively every single leftist fucking content creator, all of them, these are the largest figures in alternative media on the left.
they actually mobilize their audiences in constructive way, they could make an electoral difference at the local level, state level.
Now that I agree. Now that I agree.
If you agree with me, then you should think it's a big deal that all of them
well,
right
wait a
now
minute.
are
I think you're conflating two separate things. I totally agree with you, and I would be shocked if either Pisco or Econoboy disagreed. This idea that if Hutch was more if Hassan, for example, was more overtly pro Kamala Harris or whatever, alongside all the other big creators, could that have made a meaningful difference? I think yes.
I think maybe, yeah.
And certainly, it certainly would.
Maybe if the entire left-wing media didn't fucking shit on the candidate so fucking hard, maybe it could make a slight difference. Maybe.
Trump, and you're not pissed at these people?
Well, wait a minute, but
I am pissed at saved us from Donald Trump, and you're like, oh, well, whatever.
Whoa. Huge conflation, Hutch. So one thing is, on this specific issue, years away from an election, you're saying my nonchalance at this specific vote and criticism of specific content creators at this specific vote, years away from a presidential election, you're saying my
It's not just that. Why are we pretending like this has only come up now? You know that people have confronted AOC like multiple times over the genocide, right? Confronts AOC Israel. I remember watching her. She was like in a stairwell or something, walking. This has happened. This was a year ago. Like this is. I've seen this happen to Bernie Sanders.
You refuse to call it a genocide.
I need you to understand.
It's not okay that there's a genocide happening. You're not actively against it.
You're lying.
I'm lying.
You're not.
You went on TV and avoided talking about it.
Oh, the stairs. This is what I was thinking further.
You can't say it's genocide. You can't call it genocide. We're not lying.
We're not lying.
You've been saying it in interviews. It's insane. You haven't been calling it a genocide. Don't tell me I'm lying. Then just say it's a genocide. Just say it. Over 30,000 people are dead.
Like this happened a few days ago, right? Or was it yesterday? AOC's campaign office vandalized with anti-Israel message. Her office says she's faced multiple threats on her life in recent days. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has received death threats in recent days and had a campaign office vandalized with a message criticizing her for supporting Israel's war in Gaza, the campaign manager for the New York Congresswoman said Monday. Remember, okay? 2 Jewish people literally got fucking murdered coming out of an embassy by a guy talking about Palestine. The shooting has sparked outrage and has been condemned as an unspeakable act of anti-Semitism after officials said the suspect, who is in custody, shouted, "Free, free Palestine," following the shooting. Like, if any of this was happening on the right, these guys would be incensed. These guys would be losing it. You have far left content creators, the largest left-wing content creators that are echoing a message that is being, or that are starting a message or like resonating with a message that's also going to the entire left-wing protest apparatus. It's going out to all the demonstrators. It's going out to all the social media. And then this guy has said the same thing while murdering 2 Jewish people. And it's like, well, you're telling me that this matters that much? If this was a right-wing thing, it would be such a different conversation. Holy shit.
Nonchalance at that necessarily I'm nonchalant about Hassan with respect to the presidential election.
Sorry, buddy.
Hassan with respect to the presidential election months before the election. How on earth are you going to justify that massive conflation?
Because it's not just this. Yes. Your instinct is to always be like, yeah, but that's
it's just one thing. It's just this one thing. It's not a big deal. It's just this one thing this one time. It's not a huge deal, right?
Like the lefties on social media. Bro, they have collective millions of people in their audience. millions. They could be doing so much more.
Also, Hutch is even saying something even more right here. This is one thing I give. If you have like toxic relationships or toxic friendships, I think one indicator that you should probably like ditch a relationship or ditch a friendship is if this is like a neutral point in your relationship, and this is like a good relationship, and this is like a bad relationship. If you find yourself stuck in some loop where you are constantly fighting to go from shit to barely neutral, like sometimes people view this as kind of a victory. Like, okay, well, we got over this fight, we got over this thing, we figured out that issue, I guess, and then there's like another fight, and it's like, and you're in this cycle. Don't think about it as though if I try really hard, maybe I can be neutral in this relationship. Instead, you should think about, what if instead of like just wasting all my time on this bullshit, what if I was just putting time into something more positive? So instead of like fighting so hard to get these relationships to neutral, I was like fighting hard to get like a positive relationship, right? Don't imagine a world where lefties aren't shitting on AOC or aren't shitting on Democratic candidates. Imagine a world where lefties are shitting on the right wing instead, where we had all of Antifa that was against Trump, where we have a whole bunch of people mobilized against Trump because of the Israel genocide or whatever, right? Like, wouldn't that be a much, 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 much better world?
To help us like stop fascism. And every time I bring it up, you guys are like, oh, here Hutch goes again.
Wait. So I critiqued heavily. I critiqued heavily, and oh, by the way, Ogre Boy, I don't know. I think he might be in my Twitch actually. Do you want me to ban him? No, it's fine. So I critiqued massively people who said, don't vote for Kamala. Sit out the vote. The pro-Palestinian people. You see me on my Twitter having Twitter wars with these people. I think they're fucking shitty opinions, stupid. I've confronted them on stream, and me being nonchalant about, okay, yeah, this isn't gonna matter. I don't really think it's gonna have a material effect. It's not to lessen the condemnation. Fuck Hassan. I just want to say it one more time. Fuck Hassan Piker. I hate what he fucking stands for. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, fuck Hassan. Fuck Hassan. You want this virtue signal from me. You want this virtue signal from me. You want me to virtue signal and be like, fuck these people. Fuck them. They didn't vote for Biden. They didn't vote for Kamala. Fuck them. I disavow. All I'm saying is you're crazy if you think it's going to have a material effect. It's not going to have a material effect. Now, if you're saying
nothing, the entire unification of the online left-wing media. Like, also remember, this is a big difference too. And I don't even think Pisco actually believes this. I think he's just like in debate mode right now, or he's lying to himself, which would be the worst thing. Maybe he's lying on the platform. I can't tell. But like, the difference is like the left. I don't even know. No, I can't even finish the thought because it doesn't make sense. There's no way that he actually believes this. I was going to say the difference is like the left wing will be like, oh, like it doesn't matter, or it's not our job to educate people, or who cares about any of this shit. And then meanwhile, Charlie Kirk is like, I visited 300 college campuses last year in order to recruit people to Turning Point USA. And also I, have a phone call with Donald Trump every 2 weeks so that we can coordinate strategy because I do think it matters, right? Like the difference is just so unbelievable.
If what you're saying is the purity testing in general, speaks to a broader pattern, a character that is, apt to make them act a certain way, then yeah, that pattern is going to be problematic in the years to come, no doubt. But this particular manifestation
in the years to come, he needs those Dearborn voting numbers, dude.
Of it, it's not going to fucking matter, bro. It's just they're going to forget about it.
It is not just Hassan, and we should stop looking at this particular thing in a vacuum. This is a systemic problem with that
that's been happening for years.
Entire media ecosystem. Do you understand that?
So Bad and Panada, Hassan. Let's name names. Hassan.
Pull up the
Bad
tweet.
And Panada.
Pull it up.
Which tweet?
The AOC tweet where she talked about her vote yesterday.
Okay,
Let's take a look at the replies and we'll see what we see.
Hutch, I feel like one point that you haven't really responded to is the idea that AOC literally made like this exact same vote like a year and a half ago.
Years ago, yes.
They didn't attack her like this. I don't know what to tell you. They did.
They did. Wait. The DSA, the National DSA officially unendorsed and removed her from their slate of candidates because of this exact vote that Econoboy is referencing.
Was it AOC's official account or was it her press the AOC updates thing?
I think
let me show.
Just imagine this through line for anything else, right? Imagine we come up to, it's 1 month before an election. It's like, okay, guys, you know what? Hutch had a point. It's a problem. What are we going to do now about this? What are we going to do? All right, guys, maybe it is a problem. What are we going to do now? Well, now you're fucked because now we're way too late to fucking do anything about this. Testing 1, 2. All right. What should we look on this? I don't even know what this guy's positions are on things. I think I've seen him on Piers a few times now. This is timestamp for how the far right recruits veterans and kids to join the movement. If you want to watch later on.
I was a horizontal light combat engineer.
Daily Wire. Wait, what the fuck is this? DW documentary? Does that stand for Daily Wire? I think it is, right?
I mean, spoiler alert, you're going to see every major leftist content creator.
Is it this
in
one?
Supplies. Yeah.
That's
okay.
right. That's right.
Scroll down and see what you see.
All right, so let's see. Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing to cut off offensive aid to Israel nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course, I voted against it. What it does do is cut off defensive Iron Dome capacities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. I've long stated I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. That is a simple and clear difference of opinion that's long been established. I remain focused. Francesca Fiorentini, you knew it wasn't going to pass, so why not take a stand against military aid to Israel, even if sponsored by Green? Your progressive colleagues, far more vulnerable than you, stood on business against genocide. You got to buck the liberal Zionist lobbyists in your ear.
You don't need to read all the words. Just scroll down. They're all in there, bro.
Well, I'm curious with this one.
Kyle Kulinski.
Kyle says this is pathetic.
Ratioed her. Kyle Kulinski, one of the most prominent voices in this space, ratioed her and called her pathetic.
Yep.
And you guys don't think that this is going to make her job more difficult down the line if she wants to make a run at the presidency.
Wait. Did he call her pathetic, or did he say that this is pathetic?
Says, oh my God. That can't possibly be the like most people are reading it that way. Seriously?
Right here, this is pathetic. This
are we being a bit pedantic?
Wait, Hutch. No, we're not. Wait.
We're she not. Called her action pathetic.
So when I say that Biden was pathetic when he did X, doesn't mean that I call Biden pathetic. Now, by the way, I do call Biden pathetic, but that's just separate. But like, if they're not necessarily the same thing. I've seen Kyle Kulinski criticize people very harshly on specific.
All right, welcome back. It is Pushing the Limits on a Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining us. Programming note, Parker will be joining us on the show tomorrow and taking some calls. That'll be fun. We're supposed to have Anthony Scaramucci, who's going to be joining us later on this week, David Pacman, so a lot of big names. And we have certainly a lot more to talk about and a lot more to get to. So, I get a lot of prominent people joining me on this program, a lot of people with huge followings, and I always appreciate it when they take the time to join me. So we had the Un-F America Tour's founder, Z, who came in studio last week, and I'm teaming up with them. I'm going to go do an event in Phoenix. And the guy joining me right now is somebody that I really enjoy. I've been watching him on social media for years now. Does a great job. Millions of followers on all these social media platforms. And it is certainly a pleasure to have him joining us now. Destiny joining us right now on the show. Destiny, it's good to see you. Good to have you on. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing really good. Thanks for having me on to chat.
I appreciate it. I love your appearances on Pierce. I do Pierce once in a while as well, and they do the same thing to you that they do to me, and it's called right-wing hypocrisy, and I think you do such a good job in pointing that out. There's so much to get to here. Let's start with the Epstein stuff. We've been hearing from MAGA Republicans for years talking about we need to release the Epstein files. All these Democrat liberals in Hollywood are on this list, and now all of a sudden there's this huge cover-up, and you have some of the biggest Trump supporters that are actually criticizing Donald Trump. Some aren't, but some are. What do you make of this story?
I feel like people need to harp on the fact that for so long, Republicans have told us that there's this deep state that's concealing all of these horrible things from us. They're trying to do it with the Obama stuff now. They're trying to do it with the Epstein stuff now. They've been telling us this over and over again. But the problem is now that they are the deep state, and now that they're supposed to come up with evidence for stuff, they're completely empty-handed. And I think people are rightfully calling them out on it. I think they should be excoriated over this issue. I mean, they've done how many PR and publicity stunts have they done where, you had Dan Bongo Balls was on Tim Pool talking about how he had a CIA op that was telling him all this information. You had the binders that went out with all of these right-wing influencers saying this is just volume 1. You had Pam Bondi making these announcements that the Southern District of New York had all of these files that they discovered, and now mysteriously they have nothing. So are we supposed to believe there never was anything and they lied about it the whole time? Is there something and they're covering it up? Like, what are we supposed to think? This is the party of QAnon, and now you're telling us there's no conspiracy,
Yeah, and what do you make of the fact that they're trying to get to Maxwell now? That's what we're learning. So here's what I think. Here's my theory. They're trying to get her to exonerate Donald Trump and to get her on the record to say, no, he's not in these files. And then maybe she would get a lesser sentence, maybe even a pardon. That's what I think they're doing. I think the only reason they want to talk to her is not because they want to get the truth out, because they're trying to cover up what in my opinion is Trump all over these files.
Well, if you would have asked me a year ago, I would say that the idea that there would be that type of coordination between different branches or different sections of the executive in order to like concoct a conspiracy like that would be probably extraordinary and wouldn't happen. But then when you saw what happened with Eric Adams up in New York and you saw that they blatantly do this type of stuff, I absolutely wouldn't put it past them to do something like that. So if Miss Maxwell is walking the streets of New York in 2 years after we found out that actually there was absolutely nothing in any of these Epstein files and Trump was totally innocent, I don't know. It wouldn't bother me if people thought that there was another reason why that was the case.
Speaking of hypocrisy, Destiny, and we are asked about this all the time to talk about BLM. Every single time we bring up January 6th, they always want to bring up the summer of love. But yet, if you beat a police officer with their own baton on January 6th, you're a hostage and you're a patriot. They try to pin us in a corner, right? They do it with you all the time on Pierce and on other programs. What do you make of this hypocrisy and the fact that some of these MAGA Republicans will never call out January 6th for what it was, a bunch of white supremacist thugs who are screaming, hang Mike Pence? You saw what happened on that day. What do you make of this hypocrisy when they talk about law and order?
Honestly, I can't make anything of anything. I don't even know what is real about anything anymore. Was January 6th a big nothing burger where nothing bad actually happened at all? And the one cop that, died, that didn't happen. The only person that actually died that was killed was, not AOC, was Ashley Babbitt, who was innocently shot for no reason? Or was it actually a huge event that got instigated by a whole bunch of FBI ops that were on the ground and Antifa super soldiers that were there that were fighting at the same time? I don't know. Am I supposed to think it was a big deal or not? It's the same thing with COVID, right? Was COVID this like super virus that was created and bioengineered in a lab to kill us all? Or was it a nothing burger that was just, not even worse than a cold that the big pharma used to sell us vaccines? I feel like the MAGA conspiracy theorists are living they're constantly in like 6 different realities at once, depending upon what type of conspiracy theory they're trying to argue.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now Obamagate comes back. And my theory on this, and I want to get your thoughts on this, Tulsi Gabbard was not in Donald Trump's good graces. Several months ago when she testified under oath, she said the nuclear capabilities of Iran, we don't feel like right now it's at the point where we need to do anything about it. I'm kind of paraphrasing what she said, but she didn't feel like they were furthering their nuclear capabilities. Then all of a sudden, Tulsi Gabbard is talking about how we shouldn't be involved in another war. And then she's not invited to any meetings, and you don't see her in front of the media. Now, all of a sudden, she's talking about Obamagate, which is, by the way, a joke, right? I mean, we know that Russia did interfere in the election. It was in the Mueller report. Now, whether that changed the outcome of the election, I'm not willing to go that far. But this is all nonsense. And then now you have the president of the United States saying Obama should be thrown in jail. I mean, Destiny, this is unprecedented territory that we are in.
And it's highly unconstitutional because I remember hearing from this wonderful Supreme Court that the president could commit no crime. So even if Obama had done anything illegal, I mean, we shouldn't care about it, right? Because apparently the president of the United States is above all of that. Again, like we're living in like 6 different realities at the same time. What I really want to know about Tulsi Gabbard is how did our director of national intelligence miss the fact that we were being actively invaded by Venezuela? Because remember, the whole point of the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was that there was some kind of invasion happening in the United States. And that's why he invoked that in order to deport Venezuelans to concentration camps in El Salvador. So yeah, I mean, like Tulsi Gabbard, I just retweeted this recently, was on Joe Rogan a few years ago talking about how Russia interfered in our election, and everybody knows that they did, but they're trying to straddle this weird line of saying, well, we know that they didn't switch votes on machines, which we do know that they didn't do that because everybody told us that even in 2016 or 2017. There are clips on C-SPAN of people in front of Congress saying, yeah, they didn't flip votes, but now they're trying to act like that's some huge revelation or concession that the Obama administration was trying to hide from us. And again, it's like, if they were going to lie about this and do the whole Russiagate and all of that, why are they trying to do this after Donald Trump's already won the election? Shouldn't they have been pushing this prior to the election in order to try to sabotage it? Like when Comey made multiple announcements about Hillary's email investigation or any of the other 50 billion, the Benghazi investigation, everything else, I think that one of the important things I think to keep in mind here is they're trying to rewrite a lot of the vernacular that we use to discuss January 6th. They're trying to reassign that to Democrats. That's why you're hearing them say, when you're hearing things like, why are they saying seditious conspiracy? It's because so many people in the Oath Keepers were convicted of seditious conspiracy against the United States. Why are they saying coup or insurrection in LA? They're saying coup for this because they want to get rid of the J6 coup attempt. When they say insurrection in Los Angeles over the ICE protests, it's because they want to have that in your mind when you think of insurrection, not January 6th.
Yeah, and I've seen some of these debates you do with some of these people where they'll try to make that correlation to like the Brett Kavanaugh hearings and all that and try to turn that into some sort of insurrection. And my response to that is, first of all, does January 6th happen if Donald Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election? Of course, the answer is no. Did anybody die? Were officers beat with their own batons? And can you imagine if that did happen and then say, I don't know, Barack Obama or Joe Biden called them hostages and patriots and pardoned all of them?
Yeah, and even so, be careful to fall for this. Don't fall for this trap. And I can tell you wouldn't just because we were saying it. This is so easy when people say like, "What do you think about this and this and that?" You go like, "Oh, I think that was really bad. I condemn it." Like Biden and Kamala had to condemn the rioting and the violence on the BLM stuff when they were running for office. They had to condemn that too. That's so easy. It's like, "Oh yeah, I condemn that. I think that was bad." Now, what do you think about J6? And they'll never condemn that. It's never the same. And when I go on Piers, I don't know if you saw one of these appearances. I don't condemn any of it publicly anymore. Why would I ever do that? It feels like almost like a liberal minstrel show where I'm supposed to be up here taking the fall for every single bad thing that anybody, a sensible liberal, has ever done. And then meanwhile, conservatives, the majority of the conservative party doesn't even believe in the outcome of the 2020 election. And that's the exact same thought that led to January 6th. And I'm supposed to apologize for some act of violence where people have already been arrested and convicted of crimes. I don't remember Biden pardoning everybody for the crimes that happened when BLM was rioting, the same way that Donald Trump did on the J6 stuff. And that's not even scratching the surface of the insane pardons that this guy's done.
Yep, and that's the exact. They do the same thing to me when I appear on Pierce. They try to make these weird analogies and put us into this corner. It never seems to work. Speaking of which, let's talk a little bit about immigration. You debate a lot of MAGA people, as I do on a daily basis, right? And when we ask these people, what are you happy about what Donald Trump has done in the first 6 months? Usually, they always talk about, I love his immigration policy. And I ask them, are you okay with people not getting due process? Are you okay with people getting arrested outside of courtrooms when they're seeking asylum and they're trying to do it the right way? If you want to give them an incentive to do it the right way, boy, isn't that a great thing to do, right, Destiny? Arrest people right outside the courtroom. So, we all don't want violent criminals in this country, right? That's one thing. But a lot of the people on this new, what do they call it? The crocodile Alcatraz or whatever they're calling it. Most of these people are not violent criminals. And this isn't the country that I want to live in, Destiny. I don't think it's the country you want to live in either, where in front of Home Depots and throwing people to the ground and putting cuffs on them, in some cases not even identifying themselves. I don't recognize this country anymore, Destiny. And what do you make of Donald Trump's immigration policy and the way they're handling things?
One thing that I wish here is I wish the Dems would have like a more coherent identity when it comes to pushing for certain policies or platforms, because it would make it easier to attack the right on their positions. I think something that's happening here, there's a couple of phrases in psychology, like expressed preference versus revealed preference, where somebody might think they like a certain thing, but then when you push them a little bit, you find out that they actually like a different thing. For a lot of conservatives, and I've been arguing this for a long time, you can run through this, you can do this whole like rigmarole on immigration debate where, okay, well, how many asylum seekers should we accept? And what kind of illegal immigrant should we be going after? But the conversation has to be taken way back. And it needs to start with, do you think we should have immigrants at all in this country? Because remember, Donald Trump rescinded birthright citizenship with an executive order. And I think that the conversation needs to start there. Rather than getting lost in the weeds on like the minutia of what type of asylum seekers do we want, we have to keep in mind that for a lot of these conservatives, they don't want any, and when they play this weird game of, we just want to get the criminals out of this country. Okay, sure. Why are you raiding Home Depots then? Well, if you illegally immigrated to this country, you're a criminal. It's like, oh, so you want to get rid of every illegal immigrant. That's where the conversation should start then, right? You want to do the actual mass deportations, which they all held the signs up for at the RNC, so it's not like we should be surprised.
Right. Do you feel, as I feel, Destiny, that Make America Great Again, in most cases to me, is Make America White Again? Just based on policy, I think a lot of Donald Trump supporters, they're afraid because they don't want minorities in this country. And then when you hear a MAGA Republican in office say, no, we want them in here, we just want them to do it the right way, then why do you keep voting against bills where Democrats put forth to try to make it easier for these people to get a pathway to citizenship? If they wanted these people in this country the right way, why should it have to take 10 or 15 years for so many of these people to come in the right way? I just think it's Make America White Again. I think that's what this slogan means.
I think there's an undercurrent of racism for a lot of it, but I think that in a more scary way, I think that less so it being racist, I think it's more of a very anti-globalist, xenophobic message. And the reason why I say that is because like some of the older neocons might have had these issues of racism, and the way that you deal with racists, there's a quote, it's like racism never survives first contact or whatever. Like generally, if you just see more people, you have more exposure in life, these thoughts kind of change. But I think with this new trend, the new like xenophobic ideas that are taking hold, these are powering so many really bad, toxic MAGA thoughts, because it's not just that they want to cut off immigration from so many other parts of the world. It's also that they want to tariff every single other country. They want to destroy our relationship with every single other country. They don't want us to be involved in any foreign affairs whatsoever, even if they're like strictly beneficial for both sides. They want to get rid of things like USAID. So I think that I think it's worse than racism. It's this very weird, ultra isolationist, America on its own policy where, they'll say that usually they'll never say like, I want to get rid of all non-white people. They'll just say like, I want to go back to how many white people we had in 1960.
Yeah, and what does that even mean, make America great? Well, was it great when women weren't allowed to vote? Was it great when we had slavery? Like when was it great? Listen, I'm very happy to be in the United States. I'm obviously not happy, and you're not happy who's running the country right now. But it's like when they say make America great again, like I always ask them, when was it great? When black people had to sit in the back of the bus, when they couldn't use the same fountains that white people, like, I don't even know what that means, Destiny. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, there's kind of this weird idealization of the past, and you kind of have to push people on that. There are people that I talk to who sometimes they'll present things as problems that I feel like in a different administration they present as opportunities. I was talking to one guy who he quit his job and he moved with his wife to a home that was twice as expensive. And he was talking about it was kind of a struggle because of the Biden inflation to survive, because they were in a more expensive house with a kid now with only one person working. And I'm just thinking, like, if Trump was president when you were talking about this, would you be saying instead that like Trump's economy is so great, I was able to quit my job, move to a house that's twice as expensive, and take care of our child at home? Like, I feel like the framing would be different. And then you've seen it on Piers Morgan. I hear so many times people will hearken back to 2020 as like the worst year ever for America, and they seem to forget who the president was. I hear Dave Smith say things like censorship was never as bad as it was in 2020. It's like, Trump was president. Remember how horrible the liberal lockdowns were in 2020? Trump was president. Everybody seems to forget that somehow. I don't know how.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Destiny, I don't know if anyone's ever asked you this before. Unfortunately, it would have to be a PG-13 answer because we are on the radio too. But if you had the opportunity to sit down with Donald Trump, I don't even know if you would ever take that opportunity to sit with him behind closed doors. There's no cameras. There's nobody there. It's just you and him. I'm just curious, like, what would you, because you're just as you're just as big at criticizing Trump, for lack of a better term, as I am. I'm curious, what would you say to him?
What would I would be torn between trying to ask questions to understand like what is it that actually drives you versus just like asking him things like how many continents are there on the planet, what are the 3 branches of government, and what do you think they do? But yeah, Trump is deeply uninteresting to me in the way that he conducts himself. Like, it truly is. If you spend any time on YouTube or in the streamer world, like I just analyze this president as an influencer now because he basically conducts himself as such, right? Yeah. Like, as a streamer, what are you trying to do? You want to stay relevant all the time, so you have to produce content constantly. That's why he's truthing and tweeting constantly. You're starting fights with everybody for drama to stay relevant. Like, this is what Trump does. He conducts himself like a YouTuber does, basically.
If there was one person on the right that you haven't debated or that has declined and does not want any piece of you, because obviously you're an extremely smart guy and you're very good with debating really anybody, because I've seen a lot of your videos, who is that one person that you would just want to sit down with face to face and have a debate with?
Joe Rogan would be fun to tear into, but I would also say probably more so than that, Charlie Kirk, I think, would be fun to tear into. Any of these guys who make a living debating like unprepared college kids, I would love to sit down with one of these guys and see how does it actually feel to have a conversation with somebody who's more prepared for the conversation than just random kids that you're ambushing on a college campus.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro is another perfect example, right? Rarely does he ever do long form debates with people anymore, but a bunch of 18 and 19 are liberals. I want to ask you about this Un-F America tour. I interviewed Z last week. She's great. And now I'm going to be a part of that organization as well. So hopefully we'll be able to meet in Phoenix in December. Talk to me about this organization that you're obviously the big name you're a part of, and what you guys are obviously trying to accomplish. It is to get to some of these people that are Charlie Kirk fans, that are young, that maybe don't follow politics and don't follow policy and just believe all the BS that Charlie Kirk and many of the people in Turning Point spew.
Yeah, I think a weird issue that's happened on college campuses is they've been kind of, these spaces have been largely cultivated by very far left people and then now by MAGA people. And I constantly, try to stress this to my audience, which is fair to some extent. Like, people talk about how radical college kids are, and I constantly say they should be radical. You're a college kid, okay? I was a Ron Paul supporter when I was in college, or I read Ayn Rand and I was a hardcore libertarian, and everybody in college is crazy politically. You should be. You're a child. But the right has obviously seen a huge opportunity here in cultivating an audience. If you look at Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, and the far left has seen like a huge opportunity here to cultivate an audience. So I think it's cool that you have an organization that's representing kind of like a more moderate left position that's also trying to take after this and to force some type of argument or confrontation here to show that for some reason conservatives like to pretend like they've got a monopoly on debate or confrontation, when in reality they're just as insulated as the left is. Their confrontations are incredibly controlled, and they're in very sterilized environments where, Charlie Kirk has the microphone and it's a kid coming up in the audience, but they shouldn't be allowed to get away with presenting themselves as these people that are open to confrontation and, critical thought, if they're not willing to tolerate people showing up and, kind of debating them on it, which is, I think, largely what the NF America tour is trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad now that I am going to be a part of it. It's going to be a lot of fun. A couple more quick questions for you, then we'll let you go. And we appreciate your time, Destiny. Did you think that it would be this bad 6 months into Donald Trump's administration? I got to be honest with you. I thought it'd be really bad. I didn't think it would be this bad. When you look at what's going on in this country with the tariffs, when you look at what's going on, I'm going to end the war in 24 hours. We know that the war in Ukraine is worse now than it was on day one, getting us into a war with Iran. We can get into the whole Israel discussion, but when you look at where the economy's at right now, when you look at we're probably headed towards a recession, did you think, Destiny, that would be in the position that we're in now, where it would be as bad as it is if Donald Trump won, which sadly he did?
So I think the difficulty with analyzing Donald Trump is people like to compare him to Hitler a lot, or to other like authoritarians or dictators. And the difficulty with Donald Trump is that Donald Trump did not do some very clever coalition government finagling, holding together a bunch of parties, say like Netanyahu does, or, tricky laws like, the Enabling Act in the Reichstag or whatever, like Hitler did. Donald Trump, unfortunately, has the support of half of America. And when I look at what Donald Trump has done in 6 months, the surprising part isn't so much that he's done as much as he's done, because we knew that in his first term, Donald Trump did not know how the government worked. He truly didn't. He had no clue. He thought he could just like issue a decree and all of his little minions would follow it. And this time around, he knew that he needed sycophants. You could see that with Vance early on when he picked Vance, and Vance was saying things like, yeah, on January 6th, I would have voted, or on the 20th, I would have voted, or no, on the 6th, I would have voted to overturn the election like he wanted Pence to do. So it's the fact that it's not so much the fact that Trump has done an insane amount of stuff in 6 months, which I agree, even I didn't think it would be this much. It's that he still kind of has support while doing it. Because I think Trump will only go where the popular support is or where he feels it is. And it's just been so crazy to me watching Republicans tolerate almost anything this guy does. And every single time you think they're going to break apart, they come back stronger than they did before. Whether it's the Epstein stuff, whether it's the Iran stuff, whether it was all the failures in, with the Hamas ceasefires and the and the Ukraine-Russia ceasefires, or the crazy wacky tariff taco stuff, like the signal chat leaks, everything, they're still sticking by him. So it's like, I don't know, is there anything this guy can do that will shake Republican support?
No. I have said this on and off the air, Destiny. If Donald Trump molested a child on video, I still believe that there's a large portion of his supporters that would still support him. And I'm not kidding. I really feel that way. I mean, what more evidence do they need of what a scumbag this guy is and how he's so disingenuous and a liar? But before we go, I want to ask you a few questions about the left, because you're one of those people that you're not afraid to criticize the left, and neither am I. And I appreciate that about you. Two-part question. Number one, what is your biggest criticism right now in 2025 as we speak right now about Democrats? And number two, who would be, I know we got a while before 2028 and the elections there, but who are some names that you think should be running for president in 2028? So criticisms, and then who are some of the rising stars for you that you would support?
I don't think we need to be quite as sycophantic as the Republicans, but the Republican media apparatus is unstoppable, and it is in a very intentional construct, and we need to have a better understanding of how it works. People are trying to analyze this by proxy things, and they don't realize what they're doing. They say things like, oh, the Republicans are good at flooding the zone, or they're good at propaganda, or whatever. The thing is, the Republicans are good at what they do because every single person on that team is repeating the same message. If I look at what Charlie Kirk is saying, I know that's what Donald Trump is going to be saying. I know that's what Mike Johnson is going to be saying. I know that's what Hegseth and every single cabinet member is going to be saying. Like, they're all on message. The alternative media, the Russian bots, everything is going to be on message. And for the Democratic Party, it feels like we are so eager to trip over ourselves, criticizing ourselves. And it's like, for what purpose? Like, I think there's a time and a place for criticism. I don't know. Do you have any kids or whatever?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of. So if you're like the CEO, if your parents or whatever, you know, if you're a politician to some extent, like it's good to have critical conversations behind closed doors. But when you're out publicly, you present a unified front and you stand by, you know, your party, you stand by your fellow members, you stand by, you know, mom and dad, depending on the parents. You're like, this is important to represent a unified front because it gives the people that follow you the feeling that there is a plan and that something is going on and that there's somebody there to kind of like stand for you and fight for you. So I think that the Democrats need to do a better job at figuring out like what is our message and then what are we going to be on, and we have to find a way on the left to include people that disagree with us, right? Like on the right, I've said this, like a Republican can walk into a room and see 10 people and he's like, I bet I can find one thing to get every person in this room to vote for Trump on. I know I could do that. And a person on the left will walk into a room with like 10 Democrats and be like, I bet I can find one thing to make every single one of these guys not vote for Kamala or Biden. And it's like, we have to stop. Like solidarity isn't supposed to mean uniformity of belief. It's supposed to mean that even when we have different beliefs, there are some things that we stand together on. And I hope the Democratic Party can figure that out more. As for 2028 candidates, at this point, honest to God, like I would support Mamdani just to see Republicans lose their minds, because I think it would be really funny to have somebody that would just absolutely trigger the hell out of all these people. If not him, then somebody that could be like a RoboCop who would spend the first 2 years of their administration jailing every single one of these unbelievably corrupt Republican lawmakers and everybody that was involved in any of the crazy stuff going on at the DOJ. And more seriously, I actually really like AOC now, even though she's probably to the left of me on some things. I like that Pete Buttigieg is like willing to go on a lot of adversarial platforms and stand on business, but I love Gavin Newsom recently. I felt like he was kind of like weaker like a year or two ago, and I've loved him for the past few months. If I were to move to New York City or LA right now, I think I would go to LA just because of how awesome I feel like Newsom has been. I super appreciate his contribution to the landscape.
So I agree with you. I don't like some of the podcasts he did with Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk, because I thought he was too easy on them. But I agree with you, especially the last couple months. I like what he's doing. I love Pete Buttigieg. I'm with you. I think he'd be a great president. I don't think this country enough people would vote for him because he's gay, and I hate to say that, but and I feel the same way about AOC. I think she'd be a good president also.
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think she's gay, but she's definitely a woman, right? And listen, some people are not willing to admit this. This is just my opinion. I think one of the reasons why Kamala lost, one of the reasons why Hillary lost, not the only reason, maybe even not the main reason, is because they're women. Do you disagree with that?
I think it probably plays in a little bit, but I don't know how big of a deal it is. I think it probably depends more based on how big of a deal you make it. But I think there are other things that are more important now. I don't want to say we're like in a post-racial or post-gender society or whatever. I don't know what you're saying. But like, for instance, like Hillary had like 3 million more votes than Donald Trump. And this is a woman with a lot of skeletons in her closet, you know? And AOC is a really popular politician right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is an incredibly popular. I think she raises more money on the right than I think anybody else. So like there's room for it. Like we have to be careful not to shoot ourselves in the foot saying like we have to have like a white middle-aged guy that has to be our mascot. If there truly is a really popular, you know, woman otherwise. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see, I guess, in a few years' time where we're at on all that.
Fair enough. Last question. I look at where your career is now, and you're one of the most popular left-leaning podcasters on the planet. Did you ever think that you would get, like if somebody told you 20 years ago, Destiny, that you would be where you are now and one of the most recognizable, you know, people on the left with one of the most popular podcasters and so on and so forth, would you have believed it? And do you ever have to take a step or two back and say, wow, this is pretty cool with the platform that you have and the following that you have?
Yeah, I mean, there was kind of a joke they told us in school that you're going to be learning today, or you're training today for jobs that don't even exist. You know, 20 years ago, YouTube didn't really exist at all, or if it did, it was in a very, very, very small form. We were going on oh God, what was it called? Daily Motion? I don't even remember. Like E-Bombs World, like stuff like this to watch videos.
The MySpace days, yeah.
yeah. And I mean, prior to that, or torrenting, you know, whole shows, Red vs. Blue and Pure Ownage and stuff. No, I mean, like it's been a blessing. It's been really cool. Obviously, the opportunity to meet and see so many people and to fight with so many people and to get into trouble I never thought I could get into and have opportunities I never thought I could have. So yeah, it's been a wild ride the whole time.
Well, Destiny, I love what you do. I appreciate you taking the time to join us. The Un-F America Tour, I'm so glad to be a part of it now with you and so many other great people. Love to have you on the show again down the road, my friend. Love what you do. And we got to get on the same panel one of these days on Pierce, because I know you and I would destroy it. I got to figure that out one of these days. We got to get on that panel together. But I really appreciate what you do, my friend. Keep up the great work, and love to have you on again soon. And I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. I look forward to seeing you in Phoenix.
All right. That'll be great. Thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure having him. Destiny, everybody. One of the biggest platforms on the left. There's absolute.
Wow. I think there's like a radio show that goes out for that. I don't know, but. Where were we? Oh, we're getting triggered over here.
Matters. It doesn't necessarily extend beyond that. So, I want to be clear about something. I don't think that this is like needed criticism. The lefties are going to continue to support her. If she would be on like in a panel between her, Gavin Newsom, fucking Governor Shapiro, who do you think they're going to vote for? Who do you think they're going to vote for? They're going to vote for AOC.
Yeah, so SDL says this is wrong. Jenk says, I know why you voted for it, but just saying Israel needs defensive doesn't address the question why we pay for it, why do we owe them anything.
They're all making videos about it. They see one person do it, and then they all feel like they have to do it. You know what I mean? Because if
how
they
hard?
don't,
Can I ask you
they're
something?
like,
How
a
hard
lot
are
of
they
them
going in their
Facebook
videos?
clicks.
I'm
they
curious.
they're going hard. They are savaging her right now, bro. And they're going to do the same thing to Mamdani at a certain point. I promise you, it's going to happen.
But Hutch, again, I think that there's kind of two things being said here, but these views are ultimately compatible. Look, I think that it's true that she's getting a heap of shit from a heap of leftist creators online, but that's totally compatible with the idea that, look, at the end of the day, I don't think that this represents like a significant setback to AOC's political journey or political career.
Your instinct is to always minimize this shit.
No.
All of you guys, all three of you. I'm so resolved in this. It's not even funny.
No,
like
but
your
instinct to maximize.
Whenever I bring it up, you guys are always prone to be like, "It's not that big of a deal, bro. It's not that big of a deal."
No,
you
Hutch,
never
all you
want to
have
fucking
said-
call it what it is.
Hutch,
These people
all you-
are toxic.
No, but
That's
Hutch,
what I'm saying.
Hutch, they can be toxic, and they can, like you said, they can make her life a bit harder, but that doesn't mean that they are a significant needle mover in left-wing spaces in actually existing. Hutch, you're not even disagree. Do you disagree with anything I just fucking said?
Do you disagree with what he said?
Yes, I completely reject this.
Why do you disagree with
Which part?
Completely reject this notion that these guys don't have an influence in electoral politics.
That's
You're
not
wrong.
what we're saying, Hutch.
Yes,
We're
you
not
are.
saying
You're
that. No, I'm not, Hutch. You can have an influence.
You're saying they don't move the needle that much. That's what you're saying.
They don't. There's no
You're
evidence
wrong.
that they. Hutch, there's no evidence.
He needs the Dearborn voters.
That they move the needle that much when it comes to at least like progressive people like AOC. Like, again, I would agree that, look, this is going to be a bitch every time when she goes and gets interviewed by Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball. This is going to be a question that gets brought up. It's going to be a criticism of her. People are going to like, oh my goodness, fuck AOC. I'm going to vote for Jill Stein for the 14th time in a row. And that's going to fucking amount to something this time. Like, yeah, that's going to happen, Hutch. But obviously there's a difference between saying that, yeah, a margin of people are going to be upset about this and going to be moved away from her. But to your point, you agree that this isn't aggregately going to hurt AOC because you think this was the politically correct thing for her to do.
No. I didn't tell you that I think that maybe she's not going to win like her next re-election in the House. I said it is going to make her job more difficult in the future if she aspires to higher office. If she wants higher office.
Does it make her hold on, Hutch? Does it make her job 1% more difficult or like twice as difficult?
There's no way that we can quantify this. Hold on. Let's establish a couple things. Do we agree that we're talking about just a couple things? I'll be concise. Do we agree that their collective reach, all of these creators, is millions of people?
Yes.
Yes. In the United States.
Yes.
Do we agree that the 2016 presidential election was decided by 40,000 fucking votes across 3 states? Do we agree that the 2020 election was decided by 80,000 across 3 states?
Yes.
Do we agree that the 2024 election was decided by roughly 120,000 across 3 states?
I think it's a little more than that, but yes.
I thought it was like 250,000.
Yeah, I think it's
maybe
200.
No, I thought it was. You might be right about that.
But whatever, 100,000.
The point is, all of these elections have been close, and they have millions of people in their audience, and I can't get you guys to acknowledge how potentially damaging they have been consistently over the years.
This is why, because so I want to just be clear about something. It's my prior, and you might disagree with this, Hutch, and this might be where we disagree. It's my belief that the left did not abandon Kamala in 2024. That the left, by and large, stood by Kamala.
The left, by and large. He's talking about the entire Democratic Party, though. Hutch is not criticizing the entire Democratic Party. He's talking about a hyper-radicalized group of anti-Semites that have co-opted the entire alternative left media apparatus, who are probably driving a decent number of certain cohorts of people away from voting, not the entire left.
And walked to go vote for Kamala Harris. And so given that, the left did not, on average, overall, abandon Kamala. Given that, overall, the left got the message. They grumbled, but they walked their ass to the polls, and they voted for the lesser of two evils.
Like, this didn't happen. It doesn't seem like it.
They got that message. The left, by and large, did. Not everyone, and I condemn the individuals who did it. And certainly maybe enthusiasm played some role, but I don't have evidence that the left cost Kamala the election. So why do I think that there's evidence that materially they're going to cost AOC some kind of election in the future, some hypothetical election? I just don't see them as having that sway ability for the left.
I just told you, in an election, a national election where there's 150 million people voting and it's decided by 40,000 votes, and you don't even want to entertain the notion that maybe
He's saying that we've not
min-maxed
min-maxed lefty support for Kamala Harris, which could be outcome determinative.
They actively went against
But
the party.
But Hutch, we can agree with all that. Again, these are compatible. Like, for instance, what you brought up earlier, and I thought it was probably the best.
Like the DNC was even protested by the, oh God, what was the name of the movement? It was one of the Palestinian movements. Somebody name it. What was it called? Hassan was out there with them literally before going in. Oh, the Uncommitted movement.
Point that you made was the idea that there's evidence to suggest that probably 2 or 3 million people who voted for Biden decided not to vote because of essentially Israel and Palestine was their number one issue. And this seemed to be a group of overwhelmingly progressive people because they said that they would have rather voted for somebody like Sean Fain or AOC or something for president. But I think that's in part one of the big reasons why I say even that criticism I don't think is very good, because I don't think that AOC can plausibly be framed to this group of people as someone who's a soft pussy on Israel Palestine. This is somebody who says, look, Israel's committing a genocide. Netanyahu's a war criminal. She'd probably commit to not allowing. She'd probably commit to
that doesn't matter though. These people don't want just that. These people want the abolition of Israel as a state. That's the starting point.
You're making my point for me. She has this strong position on Israel-Palestine, and it's not enough for these fucking lunatics.
But we agree with that. We agree that it's not enough for online leftist content creators, right? So I would agree with that. But I don't think that in the course of a long campaign, and to just point, who even knows she's going to run for president, but nonetheless, let's just assume that she is. During the course of the long-term campaign that she's going to be a part of, I don't think that you can plausibly represent to these people that AOC's history is particularly weak on Israel-Palestine, when she has all of these consistent statements that she's made over time. And like you said, she voted against the bill in the first place. She says she wants to strip offensive aid to Israel. I think for a lot of these uncommitted people, these actually existing voters that decided not to vote for Kamala Harris, to Pisco's point, they overwhelmingly decided to vote for her. But for the ones that didn't, it's not clear to me that there's much evidence to suggest that this would make the difference between them.
Imagine if all of these people instead were every day covering the conservatives and shitting on insane and unhinged shit that the Trump admin was doing. Imagine the difference.
Not voting or voting for AOC. I think they would overwhelmingly vote for AOC at higher margins than Kamala.
Well, it just seems like
to Hutch's point. Let me ask you this. To Hutch's point.
Oh, am I going to get some backup? Holy shit!
I think what Hutch is saying is, I don't think Hutch would dispute the fact that the left by and large supported Kamala. That'd be a really dumb point, right? Hutch, you agree? The left by and large,
broadly, the left,
right? So I think what he's saying is he feels that there can be some, some juice that we can squeeze out of that coalition a bit more that would be outcome determinative in close elections.
The opportunity cost.
What?
The opportunity cost, not just what you lost, but what you could have gained. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That we've not min-maxed that coalition out, and if these leftist content creators would be a bit more reasonable or a bit more temperate in their criticism of AOC, that we could probably get those tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of votes theoretically to make the difference. Do you disagree with that? That we have not reached our ceiling for optimal.
Of course not. Yeah, I mean, of course, if every progressive content creator played perfect ball and was willing to be more pragmatic and think about these things a little bit more long term and sensibly, we would have better net electoral outcomes. But I think that too. But I don't think that I've ever said anything differently. I mean, obviously that's true. Hutch,
I'm sure Pisco would agree. But hang on.
Here's the rub, though. Here's the rub, though, Hutch. By that logic, you're going to be hoisted by your own petard, because now we have to moderate our criticism in vision of the optimal strategy. And so for us, if we're going to apply this lens, is the best thing for building a coalition that protects AOC and protects a candidate to attack all these creators, or in our wildest dreams convince them? So now I think, Hutch, if we're going to apply this lens, is the best strategy for us under this theory, right, which is where we're just reacting for pure outcome determined nature,
is he about to say, should we not be covering the negative coverage because that's the actual bad thing? No.
The best strategy for us to attack all these creators and burn our bridges with them.
Oh my God, dude. It's actually the most cucked position. This might be of all the positions you could take, that might be the worst one of all of them. You've identified the worst possible position.
If we're going to apply this lens, is the best strategy for us under this theory, right, which is where we're just reacting for pure outcome determined nature, is the best strategy for us to attack all these creators and burn our bridges with them? Yes or no?
At this point, I feel like, yeah. At this point, yeah.
Holy fucking based. Holy shit. Because it's either you follow Hutch here and you say, we have to have a positive standard that can build the party, right? Or the Pisco line of thought is, even if these people want to destroy the party, isn't it better if there's at least more of us, right? This unwillingness, this is one of the strengths of the conservative movement. The conservative movement like people say like, oh, the right doesn't purity test, the left does. The right does purity test. The purity test on voting for Trump. The conservative movement has no problem cutting you out, primarying you, excising you from the fucking party. Even if you were fucking MAGA #1, okay? My mom would have fucked Kevin McCarthy before that whole House vote fiasco. And now he's like persona non grata. All MAGA fucking hates him, right? The conservatives have no problem drawing these lines in the sand. Like, oh, you don't want to vote for Trump? That's cool. Yeah, it's on site, by the way, if I see you. Taking your head off, motherfucker. Not voting for Trump? You're not welcome in this household. And then on the left, it's like, well, if these people want to protest and shit on all of our fucking candidates and not even tell you to vote for Kamala, but like, shouldn't we like be trying to build a bridge with everyone? No! Definitionally not. No, you don't want these people. They shouldn't have any say whatsoever. It would be healthier for the media environment. It would be healthier to say there is a right-wing media apparatus, there is a socialist media apparatus, and then you have your center-left or your left-wing media apparatus. We can't even say left or lefty or leftist. Those words have been co-opted by tankies. I shouldn't have to go on a fucking podcast and say, hey, what's up? Oh, okay, I'm Destiny. Hold on. I don't believe in trans 4-year-olds. I don't believe in the destruction of fucking Israel as a state. I don't believe that capitalism is evil and every single billionaire should be dragged to the streets and murdered and raped and all landlords. Okay, now that we got all that out of the way, let's have a conversation. Like this bullshit.
Who attack all these creators and burn our bridges with them? Yes or no?
At this point, I feel like, yeah. At this point,
okay.
Yeah.
So you think that?
Yeah. I can't speak for you guys.
How does that follow?
You don't need to burn bridges, right? Like I'm not saying you need to like personally attack these people or call them names or whatever, but certainly attack these arguments. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but hang on. I'm attacking these arguments. I attack those arguments. But like, if your point is they need to calibrate themselves to be electoral maximizers, then so do we, right? And if we do that, then we need to be a little calibrated as well, don't we?
But that's not, you don't electorally maximize by drawing unions with people that don't support you electorally. That's crazy. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Could you imagine a conservative What was the phrase that he said? I'm not gonna tell you who to vote for? Fuck. What did he say here? What's the keyword I'm looking for?
No. Did I forget the president? No, I did not forget the president. I voted for the president. I'm just not telling you who I voted for. I am not going to influence your opinion in any direction unless it is to vote por Trump, in which case I will tell you not to do it. Anyway, what? I'm shaking and crying right now. It's disgusting that you're calling him by that last name. You should be
like, what Republican influencer would ever, this is insane. These are the people, you can't even tell somebody to vote for the Democratic Party? We're at deporting people to Sikot. We're at the worst position we could possibly be in with Israel-Palestine. We're at the most corrupt DOJ we've ever fucking had, probably. Like, it's just insane. That's just insane to me. That like, no, these are the people that we desperately have to try to appeal to.
Themselves to be electoral maximizers, then so do we, right? And if we do that, then we need to be a little calibrated as well, don't we?
Yeah, don't you? Yeah, I mean, I would sure. Yeah, but wait, there's all kinds of considerations here. Like, I'm down with having like a complex kind of like nuanced sort of like approach to this kind of thing. But I guess like what I'm confused about is like I get you guys to concede that these are incredibly close elections, and we already know that the stakes are insanely high. And I just want to like address something you said. It sounded like you were saying like, I want these people to never criticize AOC, but that's not what I'm saying. Like, it depends on how you criticize them and if the critique is actually based in any kind of like pragmatic or realistic or any kind of sense in that manner. Like this is just
and are they saying
critique. It's a dumb critique.
And if you read what they're saying, again, we can go back to the critique. I don't agree with it. So you're shadowboxing me, right? So like, I don't agree with this critique of AOC. I defend my queen AOC, against all these people every day. So we don't actually need to have that conversation again about your argument, which I accept. Just like the Manchin thing, right? I accept the Manchin argument. But like, why spend time if we agree on something, right? Like on the Manchin thing, why spend time on it? Like we agree. Like I agree on that. Like I agree on your pragmatic argument.
In this case, your instinct was to minimize. It's not that big of a deal. You're getting worked up. You're getting worked up over these lefties again. Is what you guys tell me. That's what you guys tell me, right? Don't shake your head no.
Well, actually, you started this fight with us. You picked this fight with us.
I can explain why.
I'm just expressing my opinions. That's what's going on here. Why would you shake your head no? That's what you do. Tell me week after week. Here's Hutch getting triggered by the lefties again. You do say that.
No, Hutch, you could whatever you wanted. I don't think I've ever said that. I mean, maybe Pisco, but
I might have said that.
What I've said though is I'm making a very descriptive claim, right? Now you can disagree with the empirics, right? But I'm just saying that look, to the extent that I'm like minimizing it, right? I think that it's just like fully appropriate to minimize it because I don't think that this will actually,
Well, Luminar, thanks for giving the subs in Kick Chat, buddy.
Create like a very, very large headache for AOC in the long term. And
they threw fake blood outside of her office and called her a genocide supporter.
We condemn it.
No, but I'm just saying there are very real consequences to this shit.
Hutch, there were people during Mamdani's election who showed up to his events and said, fuck you for accepting AOC's endorsement. She's a genocide supporter. She supports the Iron Dome. This was literally equipped during Mamdani's campaign. And people like that existed during Mamdani's election. People like that existed when AOC ran for re-election in 2024. People like that existed when Bernie's
Progressives win elections, therefore this is not that big of a deal. What is this logic?
No. Hutch, what the fuck? Obviously, look, Hutch, I'm not saying this might not make, 0.5% difference or something like that. I'm just saying that I don't think that it's going to be like a huge broad, like, AOC's political career is going to be like substantially cut back by this.
Why are we just talking about only AOC's career? Like, that's not the only thing that fucking matters. Read their chat on screen. It's unhinged. No kings, but Queen AOC is fine. Shake my head. Condemn it harder, dumbass. This shit makes me tired.
It's like, that's all I'm saying. And I think that's actually pretty.
But they're bad though, thanks. Because the whole audience is probably lefties. This is what happens, by the way. When I fight with my audience, I'm the only content creator on the fucking internet that does this, apparently, which is fine. I don't give a fuck. I'll have a smaller audience for it, okay? I'm the only one who doesn't play this stupid fucking game of like, if I criticize a certain side, I know that I'm gonna pick up people that are way on the other side of me. And every now and then, we will have an ethnic cleansing of those people. And I will tweet unhinged stuff. I will drop some N-bombs, the bad ones, okay? And I'll do whatever I need to do to set the record straight so that people know, hey, by the way, I've been shitting on these people a lot, and if you've joined me, that's cool, but if you're a part of those people, just know, I don't fucking like you either, motherfucker, okay? And it's good to do that, I think, because it shows people where I stand, and hopefully my community is a little bit, hopefully tighter, the Taliban tribe or whatever, but like, you can tell, I haven't even been watching the chat. I bet this chat is like probably 50% of you polled them, I bet they're 50% socialists. Also, I think I said this in the past, with like 60% conviction. I say this with 90% conviction now. Socialists, you should treat them as Nazis. They are just as cancerous and toxic for liberalism as Nazis are. You should treat them the same way. These people are not your friend. They're not your ally. They don't advocate for a form of government that would tolerate you. They would just as easily co-opt your liberal systems to enslave and murder you and your family or whatever, given the opportunity to. It's what they've done historically, and it's what they, in coded speech, talk about going forward. Like, you shouldn't tolerate these types of people if you care about liberalism broadly. If you are a socialist, well, fucking God bless you, obviously these are your friends. But if you're not, like, it's just it's kind of weird to have a podcast called Lib and Learn if your audience is like half socialist, but maybe they're not. I don't know. Are socialists and communists different? No. What about Dem socks that advocate for democratic reform to get to socialism? As long as we're okay with like not socks, like Nazi socialists or whatever, I guess, that are national socialists. No, that's cringe and bullshit. All of it ends up as like fucking coded language anyway. How many sock dems and dem socks have gone on to just basically become fucking tankies, right? Fuck all that shit.
It's a pretty fair read of these things, if you ask me.
But you just conceded that.
Oh, this guy said, you guys keep defending it by what happens in lower consequence elections. I mean, just nod and say, I can see where you're coming from, but no, they wanted a box. He was running against Andrew Cuomo, dude. Hutch is a Trump supporter. He would rather have fascists than progressives. That F word, fascist, is a huge indicator sometimes that you're talking to socialists, because when they say fascist, what they mean is all liberal, anybody that's not a socialist is what they mean.
That these are close elections. So even if it did move the needle point.
Oh, here's one, a lib guy. Any of them say shit about the Druze getting genocided this weekend by 150,000 Arab Muslims? Uh-oh.
%. That could be outcome determinative. So in my mind, it should not just like.
There's a vicious fight in the chat. Oh, man.
You shouldn't just have this instinct to be like, well, that's just them being.
But isn't burning the bridge?
It isn't pissing them off. You off that they do this. It should piss you off because you like this candidate and you want to see her succeed.
Yeah,
that's why I'm like, why aren't you angry that this happens?
So I can
respond or I
was gonna say, so I do get pissed when when online content creators, including the Vanguard or whoever it is, from Brown and Joy Gray to the Vanguard, indicate that they're not going to, when push comes to shove between themselves or between a Democrat and a Republican, back to Democrat. That is really frustrating. It does piss me off. Of course it pisses me off. But for me personally, because they are the more proximate teammate, I keep my focus on the right. And I think the next part of the conversation, which we don't have time to get into.
They don't view you that way, though, little bro. Like, do these people not understand that? You're not on their team. You're like an obstacle to be overcome. You are a group to be converted, or you're ultimately people to be subjugated and destroyed. Like, they don't view you like socialists, like hard lefties do not view you as allies. You're an obstacle who needs to win their vote, which means exclusively supporting other socialist candidates.
Because we got to, I've got hard out in 15 minutes, and maybe this is for the next time we discuss on Live and Learn, is what do you think is the optimal use of time here? Because, the
optimal use of time is if you call yourself on the left, you should support the left fucking candidate. If you can't have that, then what the fuck then you should all just be independents. Don't call yourselves liberals. If we can't unify around a political party, then you're not doing politics. Then rename the show to something else, or rename your job or whatever you want to do, like welcome to the Virtue Signal Club, or welcome to the Social Group, or welcome to the Activist Society. Activism and all that, by the way. I'm trying to throw it under the bus. Activism and social clubs and groups and all these things are important, but it's not politics. Don't pretend that it is, because you're confusing people that are actually trying to do politics.
Should you dedicate your entire time? Should we dedicate our entire times to critiquing the left? Or are you failing?
I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm asking you, right? Because I think part of your frustration is you don't think.
Like, it's crazy that, like, we're saying, well, as liberals, shouldn't we be a little bit more willing to accept socialists who are definitionally illiberal and opposed to liberal? Shouldn't we be willing to accept them in our movement? Meanwhile, socialists are like, are 80% of liberals fascists? Or is it actually 100% of liberals that are fascists? Like...
We openly criticize the left enough, the dissident left, Francesca Fiorentini and Kyle and the Vanguard when they oppose Democrats. I would be curious what you think the optimal time share of that would be.
I can give you a percentage of time.
Well, I understand, but I'm not asking you for a specific percentage. But like, what sort of things would you like to look at? And also, is your own approach open to critique? Because if you're out here slugging with these people, calling them stupid or whatever, are you actually persuading them, or are you causing them to double down?
You need me in that mud.
This is the most brain rot fucking argument I've ever heard in my life. This is like some guy punches you like 5 times and you're like, I'm tired of getting beat up, and then you punch him back and like, well, aren't you just contributing then to the violence? I noticed that you said you didn't really like fighting all the time, and I just saw you swing back. So like, aren't you kind of doing the exact same thing that other guy's doing? Aren't you really engaged in the exact same type of behavior that you criticize? Ooh, sorry, bro. Looks like you just lost your moral high ground because you just did the exact same thing that guy's doing. So looks like you really can't complain about fucking anything anymore. Sorry, bro. Like, looks like you just destroyed your whole fucking argument.
Well, wait a minute.
You need me in that mud. Somebody's got to do it.
No. Maybe
hold on.
Maybe you can make the case. Wait a minute. Maybe you can make the case that somebody. Maybe you can make the case that somebody needs to be critiquing these arguments. But is your approach optimal? Are you too combative? Are you too are you blocking?
Is it bad to block?
Like, and then again, this is it's a misunderstanding in magnitude as well. Like, is Hutch being too combative? If AOC had her tweet and then like Kyle Kalinske tweeted out, like, I saw AOC's position on this, and I'm a little bit disappointed. I wish that we could take a more strong stance on Israel. I hope that if we have more power in Congress going forward, that we can do something to curb the amount of aid that we send them, as long as they engage. Like, if it was something like that, okay, fine, yeah. Like, if Hutch was having this response, I'd be like, okay, Hutch, chill, bro. Like, you can criticize your own party sometimes. It's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world, all right? But when the tweets are like, this is pathetic, and like, she's a genocide supporter. Israel, she's supporting the genocide. She won't even take a strong stance against Israel. You're 500 million Palestinian children have been killed. And it's like, and you're like, hey, you guys are not helping. And it's like, you're saying they're not helping? Aren't you not helping by saying they're not helping though? Like, you're saying they're complaining. Aren't you complaining now by complaining about their complaint? Like, oh, well, fuck me, I guess.
Block people like Ogre Boy instead of like having persistent conversations with him and try to like.
He's out. I don't want him in the coalition. Right. Do your own party. Do your own thing.
But isn't that sub?
Why does socialism and the left get wrapped together if you feel so strongly against it? Genuinely curious. I don't know what happened, but for a long time, okay, the left tries to call the right Nazis, and what does the right do? Who knows? What does the right do about the term Nazi? Who's followed any politics in America for the last 30 fucking years? What do? people are saying they become Nazis, but that's not true. Mr. Comment got it. They redefined Nazi to mean leftist. Nazis? That's not us. Excuse me. Nazi actually means National Socialist. So Nazis actually left-wing. We can't possibly be Nazis because Nazis a left-wing ideology. It can't possibly be it. Hitler was a leftist. They call it National Socialist, right? And then for 30 years, Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, Michael Savage, George, all the neocons, all these people have been calling leftists and left-leaning people socialists, and now they're like, oh, maybe we are socialists actually. LOL, LOLXD. And now a lot of them have become like actual ML tanky. A lot of them, the younger activist community, right? So when people tried to brand the right with this like Nazi label, like they literally for fucking decades are like, well, actually Nazis are leftists. That can't be us. And then when it happens to the left, like, okay, fine, we'll be this. We'll take this label on. And now there's like people on the left don't even know what the fuck socialism means. So half of them are preying on the stupidity of other liberals who call themselves sock dems. And it's like, oh yeah, you're a sock dem because you like social healthcare. That has nothing to do with socialism. And then the right will be like, actually, you guys are socialists because you like social healthcare. It's like, no, it's not. Excuse me. We spent the whole time under Obama fighting this label of socialism. Just because we support, like a public option or a single payer system or high minimum wage has nothing to do with fucking socialism or seizing the means of production. And we fought against that for a long time. But now they were like, yeah, actually, yeah, these are the first steps to socialism. Then we could be socialists. Like, what?
Optimal? Isn't that suboptimal that you're shutting down?
Because you're giving them good faith, bro. Overboard's not good faith. Why are you doing this? Why are you saying like, oh, he's persuadable? He gets off on this fucking shit.
Yeah.
You understand? Like he's not.
So I'm confused. Like, what do you think? So you think that shitting on these content creators will convince their audience to vote to back you?
At the very least, we can eject them from the movement and build our own movement, right? What these guys are suggesting is the equivalent of a 160-pound guy having to box somebody who's 200 pounds in 6 months, and he needs to gain 40 pounds, and he's like, okay, putting on that much mass and even fat, maybe it's going to be difficult. I'm going to get cancer, and holy shit, let's fucking go, boys. And it's like, hold on, is getting cancer really like the best way to do this? Like, what? I need to get mass. I gotta grow, boy. I need to get some fucking weight on me. And it's like, is cancer really the best way to do it, though? Right? The socialists are literally a fucking cancer in your party. They are an absolute cancer. And the idea that we need to keep all of that cancer here to have a bigger body, it doesn't make any sense. Nobody on what is the conservative equivalent to this? What is the Republican equivalent to this? We can't excise. They cut off like some of their most loyal fucking people. You're McCarthy's. I feel like nobody remembers how much of a fucking Trump dick suck this McCarthy guy was. Am I crazy? And I'm sure there are other names too. I can't think of off the top of my head, but there are other people too who are like fucking the MAGA movement, the MAGA cause, who get kicked out because they're not loyal to the party anymore.
So if I like Hassan and you come in and act like
I get emails all the time about this. I'm just telling you, like behind the scenes, I get more emails now saying thank you for like pulling me out of that thing than
I also get emails like this, and it's hard to say who's what and how many are represented, whatever. But like I do get and Instagram DMs for people who are like, hey, I have a whole bunch of conservative coworkers and I feel fucking insane. And then when I turn on like socialist shit and it seems like everybody downplays everything, I feel insane. And sometimes I feel like hearing you scream at people actually makes me feel good because I feel like a little bit more sane. Or it feels like there is a center left voice, or there's a center left people out there, okay? They just need you to stand a little bit taller on business. And standing tall on business doesn't mean making a whole bunch of cuck sessions to a bunch of fucking loser socialist fucks who would rather see your party burn to the fucking ground than support somebody that they don't have 100% ideological alignment with.
I ever did with MAGA. That's just my personal experience. And I just want to rewind the clock a second ago because you said like the Vanguard are what did you say? We're in close proximity to them, and
they're more proximate ally than right.
Yeah. I don't even know if that's true. Like, imagine saying that. The people who wouldn't even support the candidate for president are your close allies? That's crazy. That's wild. That's insanity. That's crazy. What?
Dog. Do you guys understand? When they came on our podcast last week, they accused the Democratic Party of being a rotating villain who secretly don't want to do anything for voters.
We pushed on them.
They
voted for
how are these people like allies when they're telling their audience?
You're not hearing. This is where you're not hearing what I'm saying. I said that they are more proximate allies than the right, and they are. I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, and you're fucking wrong about this. I'm right, and you're wrong. You will never ever be able to refute it. It's a perfect position. The Vanguard are more likely. Shut the fuck up. The Vanguard are more likely to vote. The Vanguard. Are you serious?
Like. The actual argument here is the Vanguard would be better for us if they were on the right. That's the reality. They can go and join the pool of 500 million other right-leaning content creators, and then if you're a center-left person on the left, then you go and listen to somebody else that might actually push you to voting for a Democrat. That's more fruitful than people that are occupying your fucking space,
okay, that are occupying your space. If you wanted to give a presentation on Black history in America, and you only had 5 people at a school to do a Black history presentation, and one of those people was fucking Candace Owens, I'm not Black, but my guess is they would say, we would rather just have 4 people doing the presentation. Candace Owens can go and do the White History Month crowd, and we'll just do it as 4 Black content creators. We don't need her. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. Are some Black people probably going to leave this? That's fine. They can go over there with the other people. We don't need to have an alliance, a bridge with her, just because she looks like us. Much the same that you don't need an alliance with people that don't support the fucking party, just because sometimes they call themselves liberal or liberal adjacent.
You're who voted for the fucking Democrats in the last election, Hutch? Again, I win, you lose, because Rob Norton voted for Trump and the Vanguard voted for Kamala.
Did the Vanguard guys say they voted for Kamala? I thought they were indifferent or mixed-ish on this. I don't remember. If they voted for her, I mean, oh, that's better than not, I guess. But even so, this reluctant support of the candidate is also, they did say that, oh, that's good at least. The reluctant support for the candidate isn't good enough either, though. It has to be support. You can't feel like you're a cringe lord supporting the fucking candidate. But if they did vote for her, that's at least better than I thought it was.
fucking vindicated my point. I think we misheard. Josiah, we misheard. Hutch, I know that you didn't say, and you didn't say that Rob Norris is a better ally than you, right?
I'm not being serious.
Yes.
I'm saying that Rob Norris is closer because
he did say it.
No, I'm not being serious. I'm saying like because he's been willing to like criticize him on the Epstein stuff or whatever. He's like closer to me than like MAGA. You know what I mean? But do you understand the problem of content creators?
Wait, what's your wait?
Do you understand the problem of a content creator
about Rob
day
Norris?
in and it doesn't matter. It's a stupid fucking joke. It literally doesn't matter. Do you understand the significance or the meaning?
He's farming us because he knows that these debates do well on his channel. He's farming us.
The impact that a content creator has when they go and they make a video, and every single time they open their mouth about the Democrats, they're telling their audience that the Democrats are just as evil as Republicans. They just
two sides. The uni party. They're literally a uni party. They are all special interest backed, all AIPAC backed. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Imagine you fed that rhetoric over and over again to your people, and then it comes time to vote. Like, how do you think they're going to turn out?
They make a video, and every single time they open their mouth about the Democrats, they're telling their audience that the Democrats are just as evil as Republicans. They just hide it better. They're rotating guns to do that. Yes, they are. What are you talking about?
Listen to me. As somebody
he literally said that in the last week, and I can't get you guys to notice this. You know, did it just go one ear and out the other? They literally said that Joe Biden didn't want to do anything for his voters. They literally said that.
Again, okay? They said in that conversation, and they've said elsewhere, some genuinely unhinged, stupid shit. I will not dispute that. I will not. When I said that Biden couldn't govern by executive order the way that Trump can because Trump has a sympathetic Supreme Court and Biden doesn't, and Zach, whom I like, responded with, I hear what you're saying, but I don't give a shit. Like, that was dumb. That was just objectively stupid.
Insane.
But wait.
Why does it need to be more than dumb?
But they voted for Kamala Harris, unless they're lying. They voted for Kamala Harris, and they have said, they've done two other things.
That Trump is worse.
And they lay into Trump now. Their focus is like their whole beef with Cenk Uygur is not because he's pro-Democrat, it's because he's too friendly to MAGA. And so, yes, they are more proximate allies to the Democratic coalition than somebody on the right. Certainly,
I'll take the vote, but you're saying like they're allies, but all of these people say the same thing about the Democratic Party.
I said they're more
wait, but you can't even, your mind can't even fathom the possibility that someone, just because they say they voted for someone.
Tell me more, guy who compared the Vanguard to Rob fucking Norris.
You're hung up on a stupid joke because you don't want to confront my point because you know I'm fucking right. Like, you can't even fathom the possibility that like just because they said that they voted for someone, that doesn't mean that they can't do damage every fucking day by saying stupid shit like the Democrats are evil and they, you know, like Joe Manchin is like he's like a deliberate plot.
Right.
All I'm asking, you don't need to spend 20% of your day.
Why not? Why not?
Listen to what I'm saying. You don't need to spend a certain percentage, but stop hand waving it when it happens. Stop doing this like minimizing like it's not that big of a deal. They're just fucking, they're just like blowing steam off. It is what it is.
Why shouldn't we be exclusively punching left? Why even bother punching right? Why shouldn't we just exclusively punch left?
Well, we have to talk about MAGA, obviously.
Why? Because people are going to vote for Democrats probably for the most part aren't going to vote for MAGA.
Why do you think I say that we need to talk about MAGA? Why do you think? We're creators that cover politics. They come to us to find out what is happening that day. Is there a bill getting passed? Or is there something that Trump did with executive authority? What's happening over here in the Texas legislature? Like, people come to us because they want us to like.
So where's our time best spent, Hutch? I think that basically when confronted with these arguments, we do disagree with them. Sometimes like probably more politely than you would want us to, right? That basically we're too.
What do you say to liberals who agree with you and Hutch, but think defending Biden is also a super lame cult of losing? The problem is that history is important because people like to stand on history. People like to use history as a launching platform. And because of that, people will rewrite history when it's convenient for them to do so. Because if you know what happened in the past, you can say what happens in the future. Well, if you can change what happens in the past, then you can get people to support whatever you want in the future. So talking about what actually happened in Biden's term, talking about what actually happened in Trump term 1 is important because people use it to evaluate what they want to do going forward into the future, right? If I tell you that you had some result from something that was incredibly positive, you're going to do that thing in the future. But if it was negative, then you're just going to have bad results. So fighting over reality of what happened in the past is incredibly important. And you know it's important because the other side does it.
too polite when we disagree with the Vanguard on like the student loan stuff and the mansion point. Is that approximating your concern?
Yes.
I'm not trying to trigger. No. I'm not trying to trigger.
That's
Like,
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
No, it's one of the problem. No, it's one of the ways it manifests is that when we disagree with the Vanguard, that we're a little bit too polite about it. I'm genuine.
Yes.
I am not being facetious. Yes. Right. So you want us to be a little bit more combative with these people, and so when I'm on breaking points,
So she's okay.
or when I'm like talking to Kyle to be like, why the fuck did you say this to AOC?
You don't need to say it like that, but
like,
it needs to
why'd
be
you say
more.
this about AOC?
You don't need to say like fuck. You don't need to do that, but like certainly more assertive and less.
This sounds like what we
well,
said about Joe Biden, by the way, where like Joe Biden should like be publicly signaling and like, okay, he doesn't have to full on condemn Joe.
Joe Biden was the president of the United States. He has an entirely different role. I don't know if Joe Biden should be in charge of ejecting people at all from the party. He's the president. I don't know if that's necessarily his job, although that is what Trump does all the fucking time. But Joe Biden is the president. It's a much different role.
He said about Joe Biden, by the way, where like Joe Biden should like be publicly signaling and like, okay, he doesn't have to full on condemn Joe Manchin, but like, if you understand what you're doing, you're kind of doing the Goldilocks thing that we were kind of arguing.
Joe Manchin, when you're talking about this is a political maneuvering to get legislation passed. This is past the voting stage. We're not talking about supporting people for votes anymore. We're talking about getting legislation passed. That's a totally different thing. If Hutch was in a business with a lot of these lefties and they had to like launch a product, I don't think Hutch would be saying, "Oh, we need to be critical." Then at that point, no, fuck it. Now you're full on fucking working together. It's a different thing at that point.
There are ways that Joe Biden can improve his rhetoric and his,
we don't have time to unpack just how stupid your arguments were last week.
Why is that comparison stupid? Actually, wait, no. What can you say?
Your whole premise was the thing about like, you guys never even demonstrated.
You
guys never even demonstrated that Trump's strategy of bullying people is better than Biden. You never even demonstrated that. You were asking me to say like, well, why shouldn't we?
Hutch is all about big tent coalitions when it comes to moderates, but not with leftists. Strange. Like, yeah, because leftists aren't about big tents. Like, I would invite somebody to my tent that will fucking murder me. What a stupid fucking comment. The tent should be for anybody that wants to vote and support the party actively and excitedly, exuberantly.
We do the thing that Trump is doing without even establishing that it's better. Like Joe Biden's track record was objectively better. Like his strategy was clearly better than Donald Trump. And you're asking me the stupid fucking question about like why doesn't he bully people?
So did you have the impression the question was as between Trump's strategy on net and Biden's strategy on net, who produced the most legislation? Was that your impression of what the question was? About
No,
what
the
we were
question was
about?
why doesn't Biden similarly bully his own party? That's what you said. That was the whole argument.
And is part of that analysis a comparison between the legislative accomplishments between the two individuals? Is that what you
Yes,
took
of
from
course.
that?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean? What else are you bullying your party for? Except to get fucking legislation passed. What? What is the point of anything in government if not to have policy?
And is part of that analysis a comparison between the legislative accomplishments between the two individuals? Is that what you took from that?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't that be a part of the analysis?
So the question is, in fact, are there things about pressuring from the party that we can learn from Biden? That is not saying or asserting or at all implying that the better strategy on net for legislative accomplishments is to hook, line, and sinker by Trump over Biden. It is not at all asking for us to do a deep examination on the overall legislative track record. It's asking a much more narrow question, which I don't know how we haven't been able to like get this to stick. Are there specific
This is not my
things
problem. You guys are not understanding what's going on here.
So there's a narrow question, which is, did Biden leave things on the table with respect to his optics and communication? And your answer to that is, of course, yes, he did, right?
No. We were very specifically talking about the tactic of bullying. Okay. And if we're gonna explore like why didn't you adopt this thing that Trump does, you have to establish that there's value there. If you just look at the facts, it demonstrates very clearly that Trump's strategy of bullying people it doesn't work.
Also, keep in mind, well, I don't know if I would agree with that necessarily. Trump's strategy of bullying people can work, but it only works as long as he has the power in Congress to do so. Trump can bully. Like, I think Biden could bully. Like, if Biden wasn't bullying Manchin or Sinema and we had 54 Dems in the Senate, I'd say, Biden, what the fuck are you doing, dog? Why are you making concessions to these motherfuckers, right? That's the difference. Donald Trump doesn't have to make concessions, although with some things, it's very narrow, like the big, beautiful bill. It got there eventually, but...
It doesn't work the way that Biden's does. And on top of that, in both terms, Trump had 3 votes to lose in the Senate. He had 3 fucking votes to lose in the Senate. A 50-50 is a totally different dynamic.
So it logically necessitates, if I say that there are aspects that Trump should borrow from, that Biden should borrow from Trump in terms of cohesiveness of the party, that there are some elements, or not even really of Trump, but we're arguing for our own thing and his own style to do his own thing, but even assuming that were the framing, that there are some, in some ways, that Biden could be more of a bully or be more active or be more communicative, that you think that necessarily implies that we think that Trump on net, his strategy is preferable to Biden's, and we would need to demonstrate to you, in order to do this, we would need to demonstrate to you actual proof that Trump's overall strategy is more, accomplishment, it's got a better record than Biden's overall strategy. You think that one of those things implies the other? That we would need to show you that Trump has been more successful overall than Biden. You think that's what the conversation is about?
You have to demonstrate any value. You have to demonstrate any value to like the bullying thing. Yeah.
I think we're going in circles. I mean, we're just going to go over whether there's a significant value to improve your polling numbers and whether we think that Biden left cards on the table by in terms of optics and communications with respect to his polling numbers. And you're going to say he didn't leave any cards on the table and he couldn't have been more communicative and he couldn't have been better in terms of his rhetoric.
Thing altogether. Than
these are truisms, right? He couldn't have been better. Well, anybody could be better. Like, who's going to say no to that? That's a truism statement, right? Are you saying that this person couldn't have done a better job? Yes, I am saying that they did a perfect job. Like, what a worthless statement, right?
Could he have been harder on Manchin and Sinema, bro?
So
It's a
listen,
different thing.
I know that this is like, it is now demonstrated. I know it was threatened earlier, but now it's demonstrated that this is going to be a recurring topic of conversation. We didn't talk about anything in the title, and that's fine. But when this comes up again, I will want to explore what we all believe would be a better use of our time as content creators with respect to focus and why. And I think that's interesting. If we really believe what we believe about the left coalition,
So I would
and where.
Wait, somebody mentioned that they have an argument about what is this? I don't want to cover this shit the whole time. Okay, fuck.
say some of the very basic things that Democrats should be united on would be like a pro-choice stance, pro-gay rights. The filibuster, to me, unironically, like that is probably the single biggest sticking point for me. You cannot be pro-filibuster and not immediately be on my primary target list in my head because. What? Because I think to be pro-filibuster, you're basically saying, I think the filibuster is more important than substantially almost every Democratic policy priority, and that is like an untenably stupid position to have. That's an.
But how did Biden pass so much stuff with the filibuster?
Incredibly stupid, insane, absurd position to have. I think the filibuster is more important than immigration reform, voting rights reform, you know, protecting abortion rights. Like, really? Like, that's one of those things that I think is like one of the most insane things that some moderates have in the Senate. Now, at this point, that's a minority position, but like, yeah, like the fact that you have like 5 to 10 Democratic senators that are like, yeah, we'd rather just not pass like anything. It's like, okay, well then it's like this is not a job for you. You shouldn't even be a senator. Go be a consultant somewhere where you talk about not doing anything for a living. Like, that's ridiculous.
Okay, so like just to start. Let's just pause there. You had Democratic senators that were willing to do carve-outs to the filibuster to do stuff like the John Lewis Voting Rights Act or maybe like codify Roe. But in terms of Democrats that would vote to get rid of the filibuster altogether, right away you've just put a bullseye on like half of the Democratic senators. So right away your set of standards would take the intra-party civil war to such an extreme where now we're targeting half of like sitting Democratic senators. And so like I just want to make that observation. And then I want to ask you a question. Like, do you make no consideration for whether the candidate or whether the politician that you're considering a primary challenge against, do you make no consideration for how strong they are in that seat? So like if we're talking about someone that has like 70% approval in that seat and it's like a purple district, do you not assign a certain amount of value to that would not be worth jeopardizing by a primary fight? Is that not any kind of consideration to you?
Well, it's certainly a consideration, but I think that with the filibuster specifically, I don't really think it's, no, I don't think that's particularly relevant. I mean, at a certain point, like, it's like, you know, I just really believe in a lot of the basic things that Democrats advocate for. And also, I think it's fair to say, like, if you're a pro-filibuster Democrat, that's like an oxymoron at this point. Like, oh, I'm in favor.
Like, I'm sorry, this is just the perfect, I actually feel like this is like the perfect encapsulation of everything. And I guess now that Econoboy identifies as a socialist, maybe this is where his mind is, or maybe he's just subversive now, right? When it comes to liberals, we need to tolerate the outer perimeter almost of what socialists think and believe to welcome them into our tent, okay? Now when we turn our eyes back to the Democratic Party, though, there is no room for you in the tent if you support the filibuster. You have to be primaried, even in a super purple state. Like, where's the equivalence there? This is like, I feel like this is the perfect distillation of the issue of having tolerance with the intolerant, with the far left, is when it comes time to talk about their place at the table, they want the biggest seat possible for as many of them as possible. And then when it comes time to talk about your spot at the table, they will kick as many of you the fuck out as possible. Like,
immigration rights, and you're right, we should protect abortion rights, and gay rights are really important, and we should expand Medicaid. Oh, but I'm pro-filibuster, so basically we can't actually do any of that, and it's never gonna happen. It's like, okay, then again, like, what is even the point?
He also said that Destiny blocked him when he was asked if he could have a convo with him. I stopped associating with these people when, listen, I don't even have strong feelings about, I don't think Aaron or any of these people did anything necessarily super wrong. I just thought it was really fucking weird when somehow Aaron is like ingratiated back in the logistical Discord server and is like co-hosting like streams and shit. And it's weird when Pixie's whole public argument was Aaron leaking every single message to President Sunday, and that video that got published was the whole reason why she had to go public, and she was suicidal and all that. I don't understand how that person came back with absolutely nothing said publicly whatsoever, and it was so cool. And I'm like, at that point, I'm like, this is fucking retarded. Like, I'm good. I'm just creating my distance, and I'm fucking doing my own thing. Okay. We were talking about Pisco, not Aaron, or are they connected? No, Pisco like co-streams with Aaron like fairly often. I mean, how often? When I checked before, they did it like 3 or 4 times in a week. And she's like a hardcore tanky, basically. So, not that the political stuff even matters as much, but I was like, I'm fucking good on that.
Point. Like, so basically what you're saying is, not you, but like a royal you, what you're saying if you're a pro-filibuster Democrat is that the only thing we can ever substantially do are temporary fiscal packages and around the edges tax reform. Like, that is like the total policy package of Democrats, and that is unacceptable if you ask me. We absolutely should not box ourselves in like that. It is absurd to do.
Okay, here's my issue.
All right.
We agree, because I know we've had these conversations, and me and everybody else on the podcast, we all think the same thing, which is that Donald Trump represents a literal fascist threat to this country. Not like, no hyperbole, like a fascist threat. Not only him, not only he is the threat, but what his movement has become and where that movement is going is a rising fascist threat. And you're trying to make the case to me that in the face of a very real threat of American fascism, you want to take steps right now that would amount to a full-on intra-party civil war, and it would fracture the existing coalition. You're trying to make the case to me that that is a reasonable response to what the threat is from Trump and
You taking a distance but still covering their stuff is the worst of both worlds. You can't push back and it stirs hatred. I can cover whatever the fuck I want to cover. What do you mean? I'm fine. Excuse me. None of these people wanted to do any content with me for 5 fucking months. Okay, I got completely ditched by my entire fucking friend group. If they want to do content with me, I don't think whatever. I don't know. Maybe, who knows? Maybe in the future. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe in 5 years once I'm reformed. Okay, and I'm no longer a rapist. All right.
MAGA. I don't know. I know you are a smart guy, and I have no fucking idea how you could even begin to justify that.
Well, I mean, I've justified it on several grounds. I mean, I think that, number one, again, I think that the Democratic Party platform is worth being at least a little bit stubborn about, right? That, you know, you should really care about filibuster reform as an example, because it basically means we can't actually pass almost any of the, you know, Democratic policy priorities. Like, that's like a very long-term investment in the Democratic Party in terms of, like, getting rid of the people that don't agree with filibuster reform. And then when it comes to the threat of fascism, I mean, look, I've made it extremely clear that when it comes to general elections, I'm like 100% vote blue no matter who. Now, I guess not literally 100%. Like, it is conceivable to me that I would, like, vote for a party or, like, vote for, you know, not vote, I guess, in general. But, I mean, that would take, like, a pretty extraordinary circumstance. But, yeah, like, I think in primaries, it's worth picking those fights. And it's worth saying, you know, look, if you're going to be a Democrat representing our party, you need to be a Democrat who, you know, to your point, I mean, you've made the point several times before of like, you know, it sucks. Like, Democrats run on all this shit and they just can't ever do it. And it's like, well, one of the fucking main reasons they can never do shit is because of the filibuster.
Yeah, somebody just donated. I don't know. Maybe somebody can explain to me how this works. Somebody donated and said, I don't understand why people want to get rid of the filibuster when all that would mean is that any law you want passed could be repealed with a 51-person vote. Can you steel man that argument? I don't know. I don't know why they think that the filibuster is... Like, if you get rid of it, now Republicans can pass unhinged shit with 51 votes, no? Like, I don't understand how this helps us. It feels like it just makes the government way more swingy.
This, like, completely made-up artificial bullshit rule, you know?
You don't need to sell me on the merits of getting rid of the filibuster. Like, I think there's shortcomings with that sort of thing that could, like, bite us in the ass, but I think in the end, it's worth it to do that. So, like, I agree with you conceptually about, like, ideally, we would have a Democratic Party that would be open to doing something like that. That's not what I have an issue with. Like, so, like, a moment ago, you said that you would make no consideration to candidate strength. So if you...
I said the opposite. I said it's certainly a consideration.
No. I asked you... Wait, hold on. I asked you, do you make any consideration? You said no. What are you talking about? I said, like, I said if you have a candidate that's like polling 70% or a really strong candidate in that state or district, you know, would that alter your thinking? And you said no.
No, I didn't say no. I said that would certainly be a consideration we're thinking about, right? But I mean, I think that the filibuster in general is a much stronger consideration for me personally when I'm voting in a primary. That, like, I think there's something to be said about. People are saying yes. I mean, go back and like watch the VOD. Like, I'm pretty sure that I said this.
I think you said not really. I think is what you said, man.
Well, not okay. If I said not really, that's to say that it's a consideration, but it's not really the most important thing, right? Like, we can disagree on, I guess, like how important we view like filibuster reform in general. But I mean, like, my opinion is certainly that I think that like you should always like have a holistic consideration as to like who you're voting for in the primary. But I think that there's like a risk return and like long-term investment strategy here that I'm thinking about, where I think in the long run it is like significantly better for both the country and the party itself to reconstitute the party into a party that is like 100% in favor of filibuster reform, because, you know, that's just a way more democratic way to run things, and it makes it to where like substantially the Democratic platform could like, you know, you could actually credibly pass a lot of things that Democrats propose, whereas for the last like 20 years we've had this problem where it's like over and 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 over again, like Democrats propose like 100 policies every time they run for president, and it's like, yeah, we can do like 2 of these because
yeah, welcome. And Trump did 1 in his first term. It was tax cuts. Yeah, you have to get... He's asking for a dictatorship. That's what he really wants. Like, he wants on a razor thin edge to be able to pass, because he's... But this is the progressive mindset. Most Americans support it. They either don't know it or somehow the system is against them and it rigs it or whatever. With maybe a slightly more nuance to be made about the composition of the Senate, maybe. But, like, get more senators. Elect more people to the Senate.
Because those are the ones that aren't covered by the filibuster and the fiscal rules. It's like, dude, just ignore those rules and just do them anyway. These are just stupid Senate procedural rules that you can change, right? Like, is the platform literally just, like, is it just not that important, you know? I'm not saying you. Again, it's like, to the Democratic politicians that actually make that case, it's like, what the fuck logic could you possibly be employing? It just seems like a very bad thing. But
I'm just going to repeat back what you said to me, or summarize it, and you can tell me if you think that this is a fair assessment. As fascism is ascendant in America, in response to that, you think that the Democratic Party apparatus should take actions that would necessarily shrink the tent. I also want to like add to that, the recent elections that we've seen have been like pretty close. So, and the congressional...
Okay, we're move on from this. What is this? A rare Obama office response to Trump. Statement from Patrick Rodenbush, spokesperson for President Obama. Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response, but these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous, any weak attempt at distraction. Nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. These findings were affirmed in a 2020 report by the Bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee, led by then-Chairman Marco Rubio. Nice.
Somebody said Zizek stole your messaging.
Nerves, Trump, we had 8 years of Reagan, 8 years of Bush, now we had 8 years of Trump. No, sorry, Trump is a more radical change. The whole public, the whole space of public discourse changed into obscenity. Yes. Again, here we leftists should be more moralists. For example, to provoke my friends, I often argue for dogmaticism. In the simple sense of, for example, I wouldn't like to live in a society where you have to argue all the time that rape is bad. I would like to live in a society where this is automatically, dogmatically accepted. So when you get a guy who starts to argue, oh, but maybe women enjoy it and so on, ask for it, you don't have to, you just laugh, you're a jerk, you're a kid, you know? Here we are regressing. 20, 30 years ago, torture was unmentionable. Okay, we were all...
I don't know if it was him that I stole this idea from or if it was somebody else that I read. But I agree with this, that there are some things that are probably beyond debating. And this is like where that weird conservative or MAGA like, oh, free speech is great because everybody should be able to debate everything at all points in time. It's like, one, you don't debate everything. You just normalize stuff and avoid debate. And two, like there are probably some things in society, like you only have so much like psychological bandwidth and like actual time in the day to consume and argue and talk about stuff. And the idea that every single topic, every single day needs to be up for debate is like, no, like we don't fuck children in society. Like we can move past that. We don't need to have this as an open debate all the time. But somehow this, or like, no, like, or he's gonna bring up torture or whatever. Like torturing people is probably not a good thing. We can move past this in society.
States, I mean, not us doing it, but it was unmentionable. Now, the most horrible thing is that even those who are against torture silently accepted it as a topic.
Yes, yes.
And that's for me the truth. I'm not afraid to say this. Moral decay.
Well, maybe there's a reverse to that also, because I was talking to Trevor Noah yesterday. He brought up the point that people in this society, the American society, have never talked so much about sexual harassment, about ethics in government, about democracy. Since Trump has been in office, those subjects now are on everybody's mind. Maybe in the long run, it'll have
Let's go, because the problem, I almost more fear that it will just, especially since under Trump, it's horrible, I cross myself for saying it, economy is not doing too bad. Right. So it's quite possible that it will just serve this renormalization of Trump. Yes. You know, imagine a typical hypocritical left liberal. You have a government whom you can fully despise. At the same time, you are not doing so bad economically. Right. That is the irony. Like to be opposition. That's the ideal.
Yes.
That's the ideal.
Right. Like I could be against the tax cuts, and yet they will benefit me. Actually, you know, that's the irony too. You know, people who are actually against, who are for many of these liberal policies, don't really benefit from them at all, but they benefit from the opposite.
Here I almost admire Trump because it's now more or less proven that only the rich will profit. Even middle classes will lose. Yes. And he still, maybe he, I almost,
public still supports him.
Yeah, almost. I'm almost beginning to think that maybe he's a secret genius. He knows how to. You know, we normal people. We made one mistake. We still take argumentation seriously. So when we lie, we manipulate a little bit, we lie with a guilt feeling. We should learn from those guys. True lie is I look you into the eye and just repeat it.
Yes.
And when
True, where it's like, well, actually, you don't have any evidence for that. And it's like, I know I'm telling a lie and it's so horrible and blah. And these guys are just like fucking so shameless.
You prove me with data that I'm wrong. You say something like, oh, now you are diverting the debate to minor causes. You are avoiding the key issue. You have all this empty rhetorical...
Yes. Well, what do you think about that idea that Trump is using... I talked to somebody who was talking about the idea that Trump was a fan of Norman Vincent Peale and positive thinking. And so that while people are complaining about things that he said about the past, he's already describing the future. He's creating a future for the people that are sort of in his trance, while the rest of us are complaining about something he's already done, that's already happened.
That's a very good analysis. I think Trump maybe even half consciously plays this game. Yes. He's a master of diverting maybe even all his obscenities, serves precisely like you guys make fun of me with my obscenities and let me to do secretly the real business of tax cuts.
Yes. It seems like we get distracted very easily, and then his agenda gets played out. You know.
It's sad, yes.
Destiny, how do you square this with the 2016 to 2022 we don't debate Nazis attitude of the left that seems to have been a mistake? Because the problem wasn't when the left said they don't debate Nazis. The problem wasn't that they wouldn't debate Nazis. The problem was that they called every single conservative a Nazi. That was the issue. What is this? You're not going to go full John... why does God... Anthony Fantana. Oh, my God. Dude, Sam Hyde has been such a fucking blight on society. For not just for the neo-Nazi shit, but for how many minds he's broken. Who is he broken? Anthony Fantano, iDubbbz, Hassan Piker. Who else? Who are the other victims?
No, I have no concern. He's a very talented person. He's very smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold, Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016,
Russia.
going up all the
Say Russia, it'll come.
way going up to
Russia.
2020 in the election.
He's not going to say it.
They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. No.
I think Russia helped Trump win substantially, not through collusion, but because they wanted Trump to win. And that is something she's playing down. What she's playing up is that they somehow broke the law in trying to protect Hillary Clinton. There are people associated with Barack Obama who leaned into collusion, without a doubt. And that wrong. I don't know if it's against the law. It was dirty pool. But mostly what they said was the Russians interfered with the election, and they did. I think
What would you label Bernie as politically? Most people consider him to be a sock Dem, and he's obviously further left in views, but he would and does support and rally for Dems, even Hillary back in 2016. He fell in line, I feel. Would people like him and his supporters be considered more true sock Dems that aren't just commies, tankies, liberals, or sock Dems? Your earlier rant seemed to suggest any of these labels are super anti-Dem/liberal in the end, and I feel like that's not completely accurate. I mean, like, it's not really. There's just too many people are unwilling to attack their side. I think if everybody was a sock Dem in the way that Bernie Sanders was a sock Dem, I think it would be fine. But I mean, like, look at the people that Bernie Sanders produced, right? Your Brianna Joy Grays, that weirdo dude that does that. It's not Tommy Robinson, the guy that with the weird magazine thing. Like, there are so many cringe weird people that came from his camp. Like, it just seems like for some reason, as soon as you start to fall to some extreme, you like lose the ability to criticize. Oh, Nathan Robinson, that's it. You lose the ability to criticize anybody, you know, like in your direction, and then it just causes everybody to go completely whack into some crazy extremist direction. I don't know, Jesus. What was this? What did Vosh say about AOC? One day ago.
So she's okay with Iron Dome support to Israel, which is ridiculous, of course, because the continued support to Israel's Iron Dome gives them credence to continue doing what they're doing. The fact that Israel faces no consequences whatsoever for their constant warring in the region, their escalation, their attacks, is part of the problem, you know? Like, you don't give a bulletproof vest to a school shooter before sending him out because you don't want him to get hurt. You know, you don't give conditional aid to Nazi Germany, but only air defense. You know, you're only giving them flak cannons so that, listen, okay, you don't support what they're doing, invading the Soviet Union, invading France, invading the United Kingdom, but you don't want German civilians to get hurt, so you'll give them some flak cannons so the bombers can't reach Dresden. You know, I don't buy this. She's always been like this. Yeah, but like more so than ever, attention is being paid to these critical issues, and I have no idea how you can expect her to lead the left when she's willing to place her like you're giving you're signing off on Iron Dome funding to a genocidal ethno-state. It's a pretty bad. The majority of Democrats already dislike Israel. For people who like AOC, those numbers are probably even more severe. For people who really like AOC, it's probably like 95% of them think that Israel's behavior is unjustifiable. I have no idea why she's like this. Didn't Bernie also always vote like this? Yeah, I wonder how much of it is like Bernie being a bad influence on each other, or them having bad political instincts when it comes to opposing the Democratic Party from within the left, you know? Because the feeling that I get, and I had this feeling especially with the that disastrous Instagram live where she argued that Biden shouldn't drop out, where she was acting as though she had insider info, but she didn't, because at the time Pelosi and other insiders were working to oust Biden. Stuff like that makes me think that she doesn't really know how to politically maneuver within the Democrats. She's been given the understanding, she's been given the impression that if she waits her turn and plays the game, she can make compromises to buy power and favors, and then use that power and those favors.
Oh, I'm good.
I was a horizontal light combat engineer. We breach obstacles, enemy obstacles. And it was a day like...
Also, it's not lost on me the irony of, remember, one of the big arguments that I gave for why Israel doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon wasn't necessarily because they feel like Iran is going to start nuking everybody. It's that Israel would lose the ability to attack Iran. And I didn't hear anybody bringing that argument up, or they said that argument was bullshit. It wouldn't matter. But now people are using that same argument for the Iron Dome, right? Well, the reason why having the Iron Dome is bad is because it lets them attack people with impunity, which is kind of what nuclear weapons to some extent does against other nuclear states.
Breach obstacles.
This is not the Daily Wire. DW documentary. Okay.
Enemy obstacles.
Discover
It was
something?
a day like any other day. We get to a dried up riverbed called a wadi. Very rocky, just unstable. The guy who was leading the convoy called back and said, "Hey, I want you guys to get out and tighten them binders down." My comrade got out of the vehicle and took the first round over his left eye. One eye that didn't swell completely shut from the impact of the trauma. It slowly was looking around, like the eye was moving, right? You see the jaw tense. He's trying to breathe, guys. You know what I mean? I'm very much used to the outdoors, hunting, fishing. I've seen what happens when something dies. There's a lot of muscular reaction that doesn't necessarily mean that the animal's alive. It just means that its body was cut short really quick. There's nothing you can do.
After being discharged from the army, Buckley was deeply traumatized and became radicalized. The KKK offered him a sense of belonging.
Because of my experience with weapons and tacticalness and being able to train, I started out as what they call a Nighthawk.
Before long, Buckley took on the role of recruiting new members.
Holy shit, those are some wild outfits.
What we really liked when I was in was any kid with ADHD, autism, find the needs that these kids have, you meet them, they become loyal.
That's us, bros.
Once they bond with you, they will die for you. Those guys were some of the best producers of violence.
Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Our findings show that hospitals allowed the organ procurement process to begin when patients showed signs of life, and this is horrifying. The organ procurement organizations that coordinate access to transplants will be held accountable. The entire system must be fixed to ensure that every potential donor's life is treated with the sanctity that it deserves. What the fuck does this mean? Oh, God. Are they going to get rid of organ transplants? Patient, bleeding internally, organs failing, 8 hours left to live. Meanwhile, House MD. Oh, it said Horse MD, not House MD. My bad. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, under the leadership of Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today, announced a major initiative to reforming the organ transplant system following an investigation by its Health and Human Resources Administration, or Health Resources and Services Administration, that revealed disturbing practices by a major organ procurement organization. To reopen a disturbing case involving potentially preventable harm to a neurologically injured patient by the federally funded organ procurement organization serving Kentucky, Southwest Ohio, and parts of West Virginia. Is there a link to this actual report or whatever, or? Last spring at a small Alabama hospital, a team of transplant surgeons prepared to cut into Misty Hawkins. The clock was ticking, her organs wouldn't be usable much longer. Days earlier, she had been a vibrant 42-year-old with a playful sense of humor and a love for the Thunder Beach motorcycle rally, but after Miss Hawkins choked while eating and fell into a coma, her mother decided to take her off life support and donate her organs. She was removed from a ventilator and, after 103 minutes, declared dead. A surgeon made an incision into her chest and saw through the breastbone. That's when doctors discovered her heart was still beating. She appeared to be breathing. They were slicing into Miss Hawkins while she was alive. Wait, I feel like I need way more to this story. Um, is there more to the story in here, or Miss Hawkins, who had a lifelong cognitive disability, lived with her mother and stepfather in Midland City, Alabama. She loved movies and dancing around the living room to Alan Jackson's song. She insisted on celebrating her birthday for the entire month of August. She was eating lunch at home on May 21st, 2024, when she choked on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. How do you choke on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I guess she was cognitively impaired. Too much crust. Her stepfather called 911, and doctors at Flowers Hospital in nearby Dothan removed the obstruction, but her brain suffered oxygen deprivation that left her comatose on a ventilator, records show. Her mother, Faye Johnson, raced to the hospital from her job at a car dealership. Doctors said Miss Hawkins would never again breathe on her own and gave her mother 72 hours to decide whether to remove her to a nursing home or withdraw life support. Miss Johnson did not want her daughter to suffer. She asked about organ donation, she said, because she wanted some good to come out of the tragedy. Alabama's procurement organization, Legacy of Hope, coordinated the donation. It ran tests, chose recipients, and arranged for an outside company, Transmedics, to send surgeons to remove the organs. Ms. Hawkins was wheeled to an operating room. Her family said a final goodbye. Flowers Hospital is a level 3 trauma center, meaning it lacks some of the capabilities of larger institutions. It rarely handles circulatory death donation, data shows. Ms. Hawkins was one of just 3 attempts last year. In the circulatory death donation. What does this mean again? An organ removal called donation after circulatory death. Patients on life support in a coma. Okay. In the operating room, a hospital doctor took Miss Hawkins off the ventilator and gave her drugs for comfort. The doctor declared her dead 103 minutes later, near the outer limit of organ viability. The surgeons entered the room. They began operating after a 5-minute waiting period. All circulatory death donations require a waiting period to ensure the heart does not restart. Almost immediately, they saw Miss Hawkins' heart moving. Records reviewed by the Times characterized the movement differently. Legacy of Hope called it reanimation, as did Flowers, which also said the heart fluttered. An HHS review of the case said the heart was beating strongly enough to pump blood through the body. Records from the procurement organization also noted subsequent gasping respirations, a type of breathing. Surgeons stopped and left the room. Another doctor sewed up Miss Hawkins. It's unclear if she was given any anesthetic. 12 minutes later, she was again declared dead. Miss Johnson was on her way home when she received a call from Legacy of Hope. Quinter told her dog had not been used, but did tell her what happened. The records, at times it was all but impossible that her heart restarted after the waiting period. Researchers found that when people are taken off life support, their hearts do not restart on their own after 5 minutes. The doctors said they were particularly struck by indications that Miss Hawkins was breathing, which meant she had at least minimal brain activity. They each said the declaration of death was very likely premature. I highly doubt the proper procedures were followed, because if they were followed correctly, this could not happen. Highly reputable. I wonder what they need to declare death. After 5 minutes with no cardiopulmonary function or vital signs. So it sounds like this is, obviously we should be careful not to kill people that are not necessarily dead. But it sounds like this has to do with proper death declarations of people that are supposedly brain dead or in a coma. And when to declare them dead and grab their organs. I feel like it's a little bit different than the representation from that. I guess it sounded like they were just like taking people that were living and alive and well, who just were like asleep or not asleep, but like knocked out or something, and harvesting their organs. But okay. Hopefully we stop all of the horrible, evil organ donations. You should just read the whole article. There are bits about the pressures the doctors get put under. Yeah, I'm sure that's a pretty hard. There's probably a lot of countervailing forces there that are very challenging to deal with, where you're trying to maximize for patients that need organs, but you're not trying to rush the death process on some people, because you're going to get into an uncomfortable world where you're catching some people who aren't dead. Yeah, I'm sure that's an incredibly challenging process. I just think it's kind of sad to use the challenges around a certain type of organ donation to feed into the conspiracies that doctors want you to be declared dead as quickly as possible so they can steal all your organs and give them to other people. But, you know. Some of you may know this, but many won't, as I briefly posted about it only 10 or 12 times, but I will be heading to Canada for 2 weeks to try rape therapy. Oh, you think that this is her, so I don't know what this is, or I'm sorry, I don't know why, but Cherry is obsessed with Kyla. I don't know why. This thing here, apparently Kyla is trying like ketamine therapy or whatever. These tweets are her making fun of Kyla's ketamine therapy stuff or whatever. That's what she's doing here. That's what this is. Was that public knowledge? Yeah, there was some YouTube comment I think that she posted a while ago. And Cherry obsessively stalks like every single part of Kyla's life that she can online and talks about her like incessantly. It's probably one of the reasons why Justicle's also focused on it, because Justicle has to do whatever he can to keep his new BPD queen from killing herself. Migrants at ICE jail in Miami made to kneel to eat like dogs based. Okay. Is ketamine therapy a crazy idea or something? Doesn't it have legitimate uses? Yeah, I mean, there's trials for it, but I don't know where the trials are at right now. Why do you use obsessed? That's lame. I'm pretty sure like that whole account is Cherry constantly posting about every single thing that Kyla says or does. Okay, just making sure there's no porn or whatever, but like this is Cherry's alt Twitter account. Nice, blocked. Tectone update. Kyla. Not so erudite. Not so erudite. Hutch calls into food shop stream and adds the self-admitted POCD to Team Liberal. Shitlord Queeman can't even get a call. Oh, Cherry's also backing Justicle's thing here because I think Queeman wanted to talk to Hutch or whatever, and I guess Hutch decided not to do it. And because Cherry is being used and mind raped by Justicle, she's also on team like, oh no, we've got to support Queen because these guys are all like circle jerking and trying to help each other constantly. Oh, Kyla. Not so erudite. Oh, not so erudite. Destiny Gaslights, Inso Whisper. Not so erudite. Not so erudite. Retweet of Aaron. Nice. Oh, not so erudite. Oh, not so erudite. Oh, not so erudite. Oh, not so. Yeah, she's obsessed. Like she has been for years, but also Justical now goes over full Kyla VODs. Yeah, somebody told me yesterday that they spent like 6 hours watching one of her streams. I guess on one of the like a few days ago. Why is she so obsessed with erudite? Do you have a guess? I don't know. When we all did that one event in with Rokana and Jenk and everybody, Cherry got this idea in her head that the entire event was set up just so that people could take unflattering pictures of her. Like, I guess she was unhappy with some of the group photos that got posted, and she got it in her head that the entire thing was rigged to create just to get bad pictures of her. I don't know if did I ever say this publicly, or I don't remember if there were DMs. I don't even know if there are DMs of this, but yeah, it's the whole. I don't know if it was related to that or not, but didn't she fight with Brianna Wu over that? She might have. Actual schizo? No, I don't think she's schizophrenic, but she has there's some kind of I don't know if it's bipolar or what that also has psychosis as a component in it. Maybe it's more bipolar than borderline or something else, but she has delusions. Like when we were at that same event, no, we weren't at that event. That was at TwitchCon later. When we were all arguing outside, and then I or somebody else, or I don't remember, somebody suggested going inside because the sun had set in such a way that it was shining in all of our faces. And then part of Cherry's thing was I know that you guys all went inside just to get away from me and hide from me. And it was okay, yeah.
There was a broken border policy. Now that we have an individual that came into the country illegally, was released on his own recognizance, and then just went on a crime spree.
So now the consequences of an open border reverberating yet again. A previously deported illegal immigrant accused of shooting an off-duty CBP officer in the face. It happened Saturday night around midnight in New York City, and Kristi Noem, DHS Secretary, set to give an update a few minutes from now. And that will be our lead story on a Monday. Hope you enjoyed the weekend. Dana's got the week off. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in New York City. And Jillian, take the train or the plane?
Always train.
Always train.
Flights are not reliable, Bill.
I got you. Good
Never
morning.
fly from
Thanks
D.C.
for
to New
being
York. Great to be with you.
too.
I'm Jillian Turner. This is America's Newsroom. So the victim is in stable condition. We just learned Secretary Noem left the hospital a moment ago after visiting that officer. He was off duty at the time. Video shows the suspect and another man approaching him on a scooter. The suspect then tries to what looks like rob him at gunpoint. The agent pulls out his own gun. They both exchange fire. That agent managing to wound the suspect. His accomplice, though, still at large.
So the suspect in custody is from the Dominican Republic, previously deported, but re-entered the U.S. under President Biden in 2023. We have heard that before. He's wanted in Massachusetts on kidnapping in the U.S. under...
His accomplice, though, still at large.
So the suspect in custody is from the Dominican Republic, previously deported, but re-entered the U.S. under President Biden in 2023. We have heard that before. He's wanted in Massachusetts.
When did he get arrested and deported or whatever before? Or was he charged with a crime or convicted of anything, or what? Did that happen under Trump? What's going on?
Massachusetts on kidnapping and weapons charges as of today.
So CBP Senior Advisor Ron Vitello is here, but first let's go to CB Cotton. She's in New York City. Hi, CB.
Hi, Jillian. This case has the attention of the White House. As you said, this morning, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem visited the off-duty CBP agent who is now recovering in the hospital. And in a matter of moments, we expect her to give an update here. Investigators say right now they don't believe the off-duty agent was targeted for his job. But White House leaders are sounding off about the suspect who was here in the country illegally with a lengthy rap sheet. DHS tells us that Miguel Francisco Mora Nunez is a Dominican national. Investigators say his crimes include grand larceny in 2023, assault and criminal contempt in 2024, and armed robbery in 2025. Officers say late Saturday night, the off-duty agent fought back after realizing Nunez was trying to rob him in the city's Fort Washington Park. Surveillance video appears to show the suspect and another man roll up on a moped. One of them approaches the victim, who is sitting with a woman near the water. There's a scuffle, and right after, that's when it looks like the gunfire takes place. The off-duty agent was shot in the face and arm and is now communicating with hand gestures. Like the gun, one in the city's Fort Washington Saturday night, the off-duty agent.
Wait, is there a full video of this? I'm just curious.
Fought back after realizing Nunez was trying to rob him in the city's Fort Washington Park. Surveillance video appears to show the suspect and another man roll up on a moped. One of them approaches the victim, who is sitting with a woman near the water. There's a scuffle, and right after, that's when it looks like the gunfire takes place. The off-duty agent was shot in the face and arm and is now communicating with hand gestures. City leaders say the case reeks of the country's once broken border.
The point that we're making here is this should never have occurred. We need thoughtful change to our sanctuary city laws in the city that protects our New Yorkers. This person here, Miguel Mora, is the poster child for what is wrong with sanctuary city status in New York City.
And this morning, investigators say the search for the second suspect continues. Back to you.
All right, Stevie Cotton in New York for us this morning. Thank you.
I want to bring in the senior advisor for the Customs and Border Patrol, Ron Vitiello. Ron, welcome back and good morning to you. Let me read a True Social over the weekend, then I'll let you tell us what we need to understand about this awful incident on Saturday night. So the Democrats have flooded our nation with criminal invaders, and now they must all be thrown out, or in some cases, immediately prosecuted, and that we cannot take a chance that they are able to come back. That's how evil and dangerous they are. Ron, what happened in this case?
Well, obviously, this off-duty Customs and Border Protection officer, we're praying for his speedy and uncomplicated recovery. We're glad that the Secretary and other leadership got to visit with him today. But this is an example of the destructive policy of sanctuary cities and a lawless, chaotic border that we suffered with under the Biden administration. What's important about this now is that if he was apprehended before these heinous crimes and sent back, it's very hard to cross the border today. If you do cross the border, you will likely be apprehended. You will mostly be prosecuted, and you will be removed very quickly from.
Second illegal migrant was apprehended in connection with the shooting of an off-duty officer was allegedly struck in the face and forearm in Manhattan's Fort Washington Park on Saturday night. Miguel Francisco Mora Nunez, a Dominican national who was caught by Border Patrol in April 2023, was taken into custody following the shooting. There's absolutely zero reason for someone who is a scum of the earth like this to have been running loose in the streets of New York City. Arrested 4 different times in New York City because of the mayor's policies and sanctuary city policies. Was released back to do harm to people. The second individual. An illegal immigrant from the Dominican Republic who entered the country legally in 2022 under the Biden admin and was ordered for final removal in 2023 by an immigration judge. What happened? He has a criminal record in New York City, and the detainers were ignored thanks to Mayor Eric Adams' sanctuary city policies. So the men involved in the shooting and attempted robbery believed to have been the same men caught on video in an armed robbery. How do you get arrested so much and fucking... Are they posting bail or what the fuck, bro? Two Dominicans with criminal histories arrested for assaulting CBP officer. Like, I'm curious what is the process here? So like a federal immigration judge issued his final order of removal on January 3rd, 2023. Oh, they entered in June 2022 and was released into the country by the Biden admin on interim parole pending the federal court immigration hearing. Oh, was this like a bullshit asylum claim? Is that what this is? Maybe? I don't think I necessarily disagree with the concept of sanctuary cities, but I thought most of them, like if it's a violent offender, I feel like at that point you could probably turn them over, no? Or does it have to be all or nothing? I thought most states did this. So like he's in the U.S. illegally and was arrested multiple times for a range of felonies. So he was first arrested by New York police officers in May of 2023 for second-degree reckless endangerment. That means he was, speeding or driving insanely crazy? And again in March and April 2024 for fourth-degree felony grand larceny and petite larceny each time, according to authorities. This means stealing shit? Like, what the fuck, bro? Destiny, how was the federal government prevented from finding this guy and removing him? Well, if he came in and he did an asylum claim, and then the judge looked over it and he was like, okay, we reject this. I mean, it's not like the feds know where he's at, right?
Despite an active U.S. immigration customs enforcement detainer request, New York City Police Department or Department of Corrections released him into the community. In February, he was arrested again for second-degree reckless endangerment, reckless driving, and for driving without a license. On June 12th, he pleaded guilty to petty larceny at the Bronx County Supreme Court. This plea was made in consolidation of all his previous arrests and was conditionally discharged and allowed to roam the streets of New York City. This is kind of your worst case scenario for the people that were abusing the asylum system for the catch and release stuff. This is your worst case scenario. So it sounds like he came in illegally. I'm guessing he made an asylum request. They didn't have the judges to see him at the time because the backlog was so huge. So he's released into the country, and then he didn't appear for his immigration hearing. And then he's just in the country committing crime, right? It's not, this is probably the worst case scenario for the people that abuse the asylum system. I wonder if they'll release more info about it. Oh my God. Deals?
You're going to see over the next month or so, we're going to roll out dozens of deals. Oh, there are so many coming, and you're going to see deal after deal. This is going to start coming next week and the week after and the week after. We've got lots of them in the hopper. We're going to announce a whole bunch of deals over the next week or so.
Are you confident we can get these the big ones, the big deals done?
I have them done. The next 2 weeks are going to be weeks for the record books.
That was just a couple days ago. So far, only 4 trade agreements have been announced.
Based. They're coming.
For more on the Trump administration's economic policy, we go now to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Welcome back to Face the Nation, Mr. Secretary.
Great to be here.
Well, you heard in our polling some of the perceptions of the economy. 61% of Americans believe the administration is putting too much focus on tariffs.
Wait, 2 days ago. Did we already watch part of this?
70% say the administration is not doing enough to lower prices, and 60% oppose new tariffs on imported goods. This is a centerpiece to your policy plan. How do you reverse public opposition?
Oh, they're going to love the deals that President Trump and I are doing. I mean, they're just going to love them. You know, the president figured out the right answer and sent letters to these countries, said this is going to fix the trade deficit. This will go a long way to fixing the trade deficit. And that's gotten these countries to the table. And they're going to open their markets, or they're going to pay the tariff. And if they open their markets, the opportunity for Americans to export, to grow their business, farmers, ranchers, fishermen, this is going to be, the next 2 weeks are going to be weeks for the record books.
Oh, boy. I feel like people with BPD get a bad rap. Do guys and girls with BPD act the same when they crash out? I think men are typically more violent. The issue with having BPD online is that you can get a lot of attention for having a BPD breakdown in public, and a lot of people will support you for it. And so for Cherry, for instance, Cherry's just being weaponized by Gisticle and the community as a vector to attack me and Kyla, right? So if you go on their Discord, this is one of the reasons why Kelly finally left, because Kelly couldn't handle it, because she said it was fucking retarded watching them try to shit on Kyla when Cherry's clearly fucking insane. And Justicle's just kind of there laughing along, and it's isn't this kind of weird, bro? So it's weird because people will manipulate you online and try to utilize your insanity to attack. I guess maybe in only especially crazy communities. I guess these kind of communities are kind of weird, but yeah.
President Trump is going to deliver for the American people.
Next 2 weeks for the record books, because you have that August 1st deadline. But President Trump sent letters to most of the major trading partners announcing higher tariff rates effective August 1st. That could hit countries accounting for 3/4 of U.S. imports. Let's talk about Canada, one of the big ones. Their prime minister said this past week there's not a lot of evidence they can get a trade deal with the U.S. that avoids tariffs. Is your message to Canada, Mr. Secretary, that no matter what they offer at the negotiating table, free trade's gone, there will be a tariff in place?
Now, see, that's silly. We have a plan called USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement. Virtually 75...
You blew that the fuck up with all the tariffs, bro.
percent of all goods coming from Mexico and Canada already come in tariff-free. The president said, look, unless you stop this fentanyl and close the border, we're just going to keep tariffs on the other 25%. And that's what he has on. So don't be confused about it. The president understands that we need to open the markets. Canada is not open to us. They need to open their market. Unless they're willing to open their market, they're going to pay a tariff. That's a simple message the president has. It's fair trade. It's reciprocal trade. Why should we have our country be wide open while theirs is closed? This is an 80-year wrong that President Trump is trying to fix, and our businesses are going to really, really enjoy it. I think the president's going to open between $300 and $400 billion of opportunity for Americans. That's 1.5%, up to 1.5% GDP growth, because the president's going to open all these markets up. You saw it with Vietnam. You saw it with Indonesia. You're going to watch all these other countries decide if they want to do business with America. Let's just open our market up to America. That's opportunity that President Trump is bringing.
Well, we saw framework announcements with those countries you just mentioned, but back on what the Canadian Prime Minister, the man you're negotiating with, said, he's assuming there's going to be a tariff here. There's already this baseline 10% tariff that we are seeing from the administration. Is that set in stone, or is it going to go to like 15 or 20%?
Well, I think what you've got is you should assume that the small countries, you know, the Latin American countries, the Caribbean countries, many countries in Africa, they will have a baseline tariff of 10%. And then the bigger economies will either open themselves up or they'll pay a fair tariff to America for not opening themselves up and treating America unfairly. So what the president's view is, and what she's instructed me to do, is say, look, if you're willing to open yourself up and really open your economy to American business, to ranchers, fishermen, farmers, and businesses, then, of course, we'll make a better deal with you. But if you're going to keep your tariffs and your tariff barriers holding us down, then, of course, it seems fair that you should pay a tariff to do business with the greatest customer on earth, the American consumer.
Okay, so just quickly, are you going to renegotiate that free trade deal, the USMCA?
Oh, I think the president is absolutely going to renegotiate USMCA, but that's a year from today.
Exactly.
So today, of course, 75% comes in free, but of course, should you expect us to renegotiate it? It makes perfect sense for the president to renegotiate it. He wants to protect American jobs. He doesn't want cars built in Canada or Mexico when they can be built in Michigan and Ohio. It's just better for American workers. The president's got the American workers back. That's why they elected him. That's why the stock market's at all-time highs. They understand, the president actually understands business and is doing it the right way.
Well, okay, let me ask you about Europe. Boeing airplanes, Kentucky bourbon. These are some of the things that the Europeans are looking to target if we get into a trade war.
I can't. This guy's fucking retarded. I hate listening to this guy.
Trump marking 6 months in the White House.
It is my honor to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Donald Trump immediately getting to work with a remarkable show of the use of executive power.
This is, we've never seen anything like this. There's 20,000 people cheering for every executive order signed.
President Trump comes in and immediately begins taking action.
No auto pen there, guys. You see him signing it?
One of these fires that the Democrats started.
It's 6 months delivering on the agenda. This ultimately is promises made, promises kept by the president.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
The Trump archives are a series of near impossible feats.
We have the safest, most secure border in the history of this nation.
Border crossings have dropped so much that federal agents now outnumber illegal crossers.
He had a mandate and he's delivering on it. The American economy is better for it.
NASDAQ and S&P both hitting all-time highs.
Gas prices are down. Retail sales are up. $2 trillion in international financial agreement and record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
A bill for and by the people.
Thanks to this bill, Trump could resign tomorrow and still point to an enduring legacy.
And he's full steam ahead for America.
This movement that President Trump has started is only getting bigger. It has more energy, more enthusiasm.
What he's going to do is show up and work hard and deliver every day for the American people.
You're watching history, so buckle up, because the next 3.5 years will probably be just as busy.
Earlier, you talked about racism not passing first contact. Do you feel the same way about incels or misogyny, or is there something a bit different there? That's different, because there are legitimate reasons to hate women. Just kidding. The gender dynamics are a lot more complicated than the racial dynamics, though. Oh, God. Is he about to shoot himself?
Oh, yeah.
It's ready.
¡Oh! No way. ¡Oh!
Just fell off. Okay. Flashlight? Suppressor? Right. Where is this obsession with the Redskins? Why is this a thing that we're talking about now? Did you just like randomly tweet this out?
Was the president serious or was he joking this weekend when he said he might block a Washington Commanders stadium deal if they don't change their name?
The president was serious, and as part of the art of the deal, part of his negotiating skills, as you know, sports is one of the many passions of this president, and he wants to see the name of that team changed.
Why is he getting involved in that? Why does he see that as part of his purview?
I think you've seen the president gets involved in a lot of things that most presidents have not. He's a non-traditional president. He likes to see results on behalf of the American people. And if you actually poll this issue with sports fans across the country and even in this city, people actually do support the president's position on this and the name change.
Why the fuck do we care about what the president thinks a sports team should be fucking called? Like, what?
Jesus.
Donald Trump immediately
each and every one of these fires with the Democrats.
If you made this yourself, Dan, I give you a A on it. Good job. Withdraw from UNESCO. Wait, why? Is this another woke? The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Okay, of course. Why not? Tectone fires back at Destiny. Wild coming from a dude who's literally taking a guy's load on video. This guy watched my fucking gay shit more than probably any other person. I'm curious how many loads this guy has jerked out. And if anything, it strengthens my argument. If I'm an ideal load taker spotter, and I'm calling you out for taking loads, just saying. The Magna is likely suing Dean Withers for their viral confrontation. Suing him for what? Defamation? Okay, given AOC's most recent statements, I now fully believe Bernie Sanders and AOC both purposefully ducked the full interview they told Hassan they'd give him. I don't buy they were running behind schedule or whatever. I never did. I think they used him. Will clocked it too. 10,000 likes. Damn. Okay.
Just a terrifying mid-air close call, very close call under investigation right now involving a B-52 bomber and a passenger jet. This in the skies over North Dakota. The pilot for SkyWest, which is a Delta regional carrier, says he was forced to make a hard turn to avoid colliding with a massive bomber after being cleared for approach by the control tower.
And there's
it was okay.
Yeah, there's video of this captured, or at least part of the flight of the B-52 bomber captured by someone in the crowd at the State Fair. It shows it doing a flyover at about the same time as SkyWest Flight 3788 was landing in the city of Minot. The Air Force confirms the flyover, says it is looking into the matter. A passenger on the SkyWest flight spoke with CNN today, describing the moment the plane turned sharply.
It was such a hard U-turn to where we were going kind of straight and then went pretty sideways. I'd be looking out the window and just see straight grass. I wouldn't be seeing the horizon anymore because
Do we really need to go to the person's house for a passenger to get a comment on that?
we're so sideways.
That passenger, Monica Green, also recorded the pilot's announcement when they landed safely. Here it is.
Sorry about the aggressive maneuver. It caught me by surprise. This is not normal at all. I don't know why they didn't give us a heads up, because the Air Force Base does have radar, and nobody said, hey, there's also a B-52 in the pad or anything.
Jesus
long story short, it was
Christ.
not fun, but I do apologize for it, and thank you for understanding.
I wonder if it's illegal to release any video of what happened, or maybe they'll show video later.
Joining us now, CNN transportation analyst, former Inspector General for the Department of Transportation, Mary Schiavo. Mary, always good to have you in these circumstances. And it's interesting listening to that pilot's recording because he actually gives a lot of information, including that.
Yeah, I was going to say, normally they're like, we have a minor hookup or hiccup. We're going to be in a holding pattern for an hour and a half because of a cloud. We'll come back later. Bye. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool.
The tower gave him no warning about a giant B-52 going quite close, it seems, to a approach on a civilian airport. I mean, does that make any sense to you that you would have a flyover for an air show that close to a passenger
Okay, well, the first thing to keep in mind is it was a female pilot on both planes.
airport?
No, but in a nutshell,
Here's a video of the plane evading.
Get a shot.
What the? Holy shit! What the fuck was that?
In a few seconds, that has summarized the problem that's faced at a lot of aviation locations around the country. You've got military operations and civilian operations, and they're
For those of you on the right-hand side, you probably saw the airplane kind of sort of coming at us. Nobody told us about it, and so we continued, and air traffic. There's no radar here, so the tower is controlled, or excuse me, the tower does everything visually, and so they said report about you're 6 miles from the airport. So we did that. I think he realized that the spacing wasn't going to work, and he said turn right. And I looked over, and there was an airplane, which those of you on the right-hand side, I thought it was a small airplane like the one you see at the airport right now doing touch and goes. And he said turn right. I said there's an airplane over there, and he says turn left. And then by the time we read back to clearance, looked over and saw the airplane that was kind of coming on a converging course with us. And so given his speed, it was a military, I don't know how fast they were going, but they were a lot faster than us. I felt it was the safest thing to do to turn behind it. So sorry about the aggressive maneuver. It caught me by surprise. This is not normal at all. I don't know why they didn't give us a heads up.
There's no footage of the actual plane like in the sky. Did anybody capture this on camera?
The Air Force Base does have radar, and nobody said, hey, there's also a B-52 in the pad or anything. Long story short, it was not fun, but I do apologize for it, and thank you for understanding. It was kind of not a fun day at work. So,
Clap. We love clapping here in America. Hell yeah. Jesus.
are two sets of actors. First of all, we'll go with the communications side. You've got the commercial jet, which was handed off from air traffic control for approach from Minneapolis. It contacted the tower and it got clearance to land. That says it owns that airspace. That's what it means in aviation parlance. But then you've got this military plane doing the flyover, and their military base is just north of the civilian aircraft, but they weren't talking to the civilian tower. Hopefully they were talking to their own military controllers, but the two of them never communicated. Then we go to the equipment side. Yes, one plane could see the other if they're similarly equipped and if they have the equipment to be able to see each other. And we've talked a lot about, since the DCA midair, of something called ADSB, the Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast. But if both planes don't have it, for example, the military plane may not have had it, and may not have had it turned on. Even if it did, it has different equipment. So then the planes can't communicate either. And this is a problem that has been repeated many times over, not just at the DCA midair. There was one in South Carolina where a military airport is also a civilian airport. We had.
I just don't understand. My understanding is there should never, ever, 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 ever be a world where planes need to communicate with each other in the air. I'm not even sure if that's preferential, if you would want planes to communicate with each other in the air. All of the traffic direction should be handled by the air traffic control towers. I can't imagine that if two planes started talking to each other and coordinating maneuvers and you're on the ATC thing and you're like, hey, can you guys listen to us? What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about right now, but we're the ones in control of all the traffic. That just seems wild to me. But then also I don't know why. Air traffic control, it's supposed to have layers of redundancy and everything as well. It just seems crazy that people are having to manually maneuver planes to not crash into each other.
Midair 10 years ago here.
And this is a time, obviously, Mary, when there needs to be a sensitivity to how military aircraft are operating around passenger planes after what happened here in DC not long ago. But then even after that Black Hawk ran into that jet here in Washington, you saw other questionable incidents involving another helicopter. And I just wonder if you think that there has been the reckoning that needs to happen when it comes to this issue.
That's what's so shocking. I would have thought that the DCA midair was the biggest wake-up call, in the last 2 decades, because it's a terrible, terrible tragedy, the worst we've had in over 2 decades.
Somebody said the ATC is only responsible for IFR traffic. What does that mean? Aircraft operating under instrument flight rules. These are regulations and procedures that government aircraft operations and conditions where visual reference is insufficient for a safe flight. Destiny, they are referring to TCAS, traffic alert and collision avoidance. TCS systems talking to each other, telling the planes how to avoid each other. It's never mind. Okay. I thought they just meant some kind of special radio to radio communication for voice. I see what you're saying. They were next to, well, actually, no, I guess smaller airports wouldn't necessarily have ATC2s. If you're in a really small airport. There must be some way. I mean, there must be. Well, no, who clears planes for landing and takeoff then? No? What happens here?
But they still don't seem to be coordinating. And I wish the two secretaries, the Transportation and Defense, would lay down the law each to the other. But, unfortunately, with the lack of communication with different systems on the aircraft, with different communication systems, and with the pilots not hearing the same communications, same problem in DCA. The pilots did not hear the communications of each.
Somebody said most small airports are uncrewed and the pilots themselves coordinate takeoff and landing. Is that true? Oh, and someone else said pilots just use common and announce it themselves. Okay.
Same communications, same problem in DCA. The pilots did not hear the.
Even I'm talking about small airports, but still small airports with commercial traffic, not just ones for single engine planes, but small airports with commercial traffic, they'll still coordinate amongst themselves.
Communications of each other. So when a military aircraft is in that civilian airspace, particularly when a plane has been given clearance to land, they own that airspace. It's just inexcusable, and this is just too many close calls. And like I said, that DCA should have been the wake-up call of the century.
Yeah, and a flyover is not actually necessary, right? It's not necessary military ops. It's a good thing, but that raises another question.
Time for Pete Hegseth and Sean Duffy to have lunch, I think. Mary, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. CNN's Brian Todd here with more details on it. What are you learning, Brian?
Well, guys, you saw that video that we just got into CNN of that B-52 doing the flyover of the North Dakota State Fair on Friday night. That's what it was doing. And the Air Force just sent us a statement a short time ago, basically admitting to such. Here is the text of the Air Force's statement. We are aware of the recent reporting regarding commercial and Air Force aircraft operating in airspace around Minot International Airport. We are currently looking into the matter. We can confirm that a B-52 aircraft assigned to Minot Air Force Base conducted a flyover of the North Dakota State Fair on Friday evening. And to further set the scene for everybody now, this was this past Friday, July 18th. It was SkyWest Flight 3788. That's the commercial jet involved in this, operating as a Delta connection flight between Minneapolis, Minnesota and Minot, North Dakota. The incident happened, the plane was approaching Minot, which is also home to an Air Force base, which is only about 10 miles away from the commercial airport there. The pilot had to make a hard U-turn. According to the pilot himself, he had to make a hard U-turn to avoid colliding, make a hard base, which is only about 10, was approaching Minot, which is Minneapolis, Minnesota and Minot, North Dakota. The incident happened, the plane was approaching Minot.
Jeez. I wonder what does a normal takeoff look? I wonder, like, how harsh this turn was. Oh my God, dude. Being on an airplane right now in the US and you start to feel this, I feel like you'd be like, oh, fuck me. It's all over, baby. Oh, we're gonna die.
Which is also home to an Air Force base, which is only about 10 miles away from the commercial airport there. The pilot had to make a hard U-turn. According to the pilot himself, he had to make a hard U-turn to avoid colliding with a B-52 bomber during this incident.
Yeah, why? I'm curious. Why can't planes just go up or down? Is there a worry that, like, if you pass right beneath or above a plane that you can't clear? Is it just safer to make a turn versus trying to get enough or lose enough altitude to avoid it, or what? ATC here, this is a non-incident. It's only news because of the detail the pilot went into with the debrief of passengers. Really? Is it an ordinary thing when you're landing at airports that you might have to visually avoid crashing into military planes that are in your airspace?
The pilot...
I found the POV of the fighter jets that were flying over your apartment a couple months ago and pissing you off. Oh, that's true, actually. Going up or down might influence whether or not you stall or whatever. So probably it's more dangerous. Oh, shit! Wait! My apartment is over here somewhere. Don't dox me. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. No, yeah. This is going into Miami Beach, right? I think it's one of these guys over here. This guy's coming right back to my apartment to fuck with my shit. Oh, never mind. He's just turning his head. Just kidding. Camera. That's just harassment.
Told passengers that the tower asked him to report when he was about 6 miles from the airport. And after being in communication with the air traffic control tower, the pilot said he turned right, and that's when he saw the military aircraft right on the right-hand side of his aircraft. And then the air traffic controller told him to turn left. He said he could tell by the speed of the other aircraft that it was a military plane. And afterward, the pilot, in kind of a chillingly matter-of-fact way, explained what had happened to the passengers and apologized.
Sorry about the aggressive maneuver. It caught me by surprise. This is not the pattern.
That pilot got a round of applause from people in the cabin right after he said that. Here are some critical things, though, that we do not know at this hour. We do not know how close these two aircraft got to each other. We do not know whether they were actually on a collision course or not, and we do not know what the air traffic controller actually said. And guys, SkyWest Airlines issued us a statement saying that that flight did land safely at Minot. We have to emphasize that, and they are investigating this.
I'm thinking if I'm on that plane, why is a flyover at a state fair by a giant military aircraft allowed to happen close to a passenger airplane?
I think that is going to be the key question that will be asked.
Trump's admin is looking into bombing parades now.
And hopefully answered here. But you've got this broader issue, and we've seen this earlier this year in January. You had that collision of the passenger jet with the military helicopter near Reagan National Airport right here. You had a close call a couple of weeks after that, I believe it was a couple of weeks later, with that military jet doing a flyover of Arlington National Cemetery. And now you've got this in Minot. I mean, they clearly have not resolved issues with deconflicting military and commercial passenger planes, and that incident on Friday was a very close call.
We wouldn't know about it if the pilot hadn't, with quite a lot of clarity.
His handling of it and his demeanor, extraordinary.
Yeah.
I mean, he's really, I think, a hero.
Yeah, his announcent with so much detail
So understated, right?
to the passengers. Brian Todd, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Wow, what a hero.
The TCAS Reduced Vertical Separation Minima, or RVSM, requires aircraft flying in the same airspace to be separated by 1,000 feet. Precision altimeters and ground-based secondary surveillance radars have made it possible to fly aircraft in such close proximity safely. However, as increasing demand continues to congest the airspace, the risk of mid-air collision has never been greater. A simple miscommunication or a lapse in concentration is enough to send two aircraft on a collision course. To avert the calamity, one of the most advanced systems is installed on the aircraft: the Traffic Collision Avoidance System. The TCAS system has a computer in the aircraft avionics compartment and two antennas. The top antenna scans the area above the aircraft, and the bottom antenna scans the area below. The TCAS computer collects several data from the aircraft systems and creates a three-dimensional area of protected airspace around the aircraft.
Holy shit.
The system has a wide scanning range and can detect several aircraft in the vicinity, but only gives warning alerts when a traffic is a potential collision threat. Let's see how the system determines that. The onboard TCAS computer sends interrogation signal to the traffic aircraft. The TCAS computer of the traffic aircraft responds with identification code and altitude. The onboard TCAS computer locates the position of the traffic aircraft by tracking the direction of the response signal and calculating the distance from the traffic by measuring the time taken between interrogation and response. Change in altitude and position of the traffic over time helps the TCAS computer to calculate the airspeed, vertical speed, and heading of the traffic aircraft. Using data of both the aircraft, the TCAS computer solves three important questions. Number 1, what is the closest point of approach? CPA is the point where the two aircraft will meet, having the minimum distance between them. Number 2, is the traffic an intruder? That is, will the traffic aircraft path interfere with the protected airspace at the time of CPA? If yes, then the most important question, how much time is left to meet at the closest point? If both the aircraft continue on the same flight path with 45 seconds to go, the TCAS issues a traffic.
Learned the other day that 15,000 American pilots died in training during World War II. Flying is scary. Isn't basically every American pilot that trained for World War II basically dead by now? I don't understand what you mean.
Advisory.
Traffic.
And the traffic is displayed on the navigation display. Amber dot indicates the aircraft, and the +05 indicates the traffic is 500 feet above. In traffic advisory, there are no maneuvering instructions. It just draws the attention of the flight crew to an incoming aircraft. With 25 seconds to go, TCAS warning changes to resolution advisory. The amber indications turn red. Instruction is given in the cockpit to maneuver the aircraft.
Descend.
Why Florida, by the way? Melina wanted beaches, and I had a few friends that lived here. And now Dan lives here, so.
Descend.
Red lines on the flight display indicate the areas to avoid flying in. The TCAS computer on the traffic aircraft is coordinated to give an opposite direction command.
Clear up conflict.
When it comes to possible mid-air collision, TCAS may be the last line of defense, but a very effective one. Thanks for watching.
Wow. What is this? This can't be real. Meta offered somebody $1 billion for 4 years of work? Yeah, this sounds like bullshit. I don't believe this. Okay, we're finishing this. Do you enjoy Miami, or is this place going to arrest you? No, I'd rather be in New York or LA.
You mentioned that's what we know about now.
Exactly, and that's the stuff that's out in the open.
Yeah, stuff you can Google at this present moment.
I don't get it. I don't get why people don't understand that it is the biggest grift that there is. And just look over here. Look at Hunter Biden, the crack addict. Look at him. Laptop. And then I get in an argument about the provenance of the laptop and what it was and where it came from and who, and these random, like, morons, like the laptop repair shop owner, and the blind laptop repair shop owner that wears a
I know you're not supposed to judge people, but that guy looks like a fucking moron.
Oh my God.
Do you fear for your safety every day?
Yeah, I don't leave the house.
Well, regardless. I mean, by the way, watch him speak.
Do you fear for your safety every day?
Yeah, I don't leave the house.
Well, regardless. I mean, by the way, watch him speak. And anyway, whatever. I don't know the motivations other than I think that a lot of people that are just so in need of some kind of relevance, and so they convince themselves. I don't think that all of these people just come at this. I mean, I've watched the way in which you have communicated with and had sincere conversations with people that are crazy. And
why don't you move? With empathy. Because I'm on a podcast with Dan right now.
You do it with a open, at least in my opinion, is that the thing that I like about and I'm not blowing smoke, is that you do it with sincerity. You listen, and you give space for them to not be laughed at. And so I don't want to make fun of these people.
Well, the thing is, the reason I do that is because I have a fundamental belief that most people think they're doing the right thing. Most people out there don't wake up and say, I'm going to repeat misinformation, cause harm to people, and make people feel like shit. Those people do exist. So I always look a level deeper. Kelly, for example, from the movie.
Yeah. To help with context, this conversation that I'm having with Hunter is in reference to my recently released independent documentary film called Dear Kelly, which chronicles the radicalization of a middle-class family man from California into a die-hard January 6 MAGA soldier. The protagonist is a man named Kelly J. Patriot, who I first met in 2021 at the White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
Okay,
the idea is two men carrying Trump 2020 flags and one going head-to-head with protesters who surround him and rip his flag down.
They just try to cancel you. They don't like your position. They just attack you and try to cancel you. Attack you and try to cancel you. Attack you and try to cancel you. Attack you and try to cancel you.
After meeting him, I took a 4-year deep dive and captured what I believe to be a powerful portrait of a family broken up by economic downturn and then reactionary political discourse that preyed on those financial hardships.
Do you guys know who Hunter Biden is? I've heard that Hunter Biden and Bill Joyner are tight. He's tied in with the White House. Oops, careful. If you go this way, look out for Bill Joyner.
If you want to watch Dear Kelly, it's not on YouTube or anything like that, but it's currently available on streaming for a $5.55 rental fee at www.dearkellyfilm.com. And I'm being pretty badly sued over the film right now for reasons that you'll come to understand if you watch it.
Fuck Bill Joyner.
So to be transparent, I can use as many streams as I can possibly get right now. And for those of you who are in the physical media, we also have a limited quantity of around 100 Dear Kelly DVDs here in the office right now. I'm pretty stoked about these. We just had them made, and those are actually listed for sale right now at www.dearkellyfilmdvd.bigcartel.com for $25, $55 with like $3 or $4 shipping. It's not just a film. If you've already seen the film, this could also still be beneficial to you because it has multiple deleted scenes and then a whole new director's cut with full commentary from me, Uncle Pill, and our buddy Elliot. So if you want to see that, if you want to watch the movie at dearkellyfilm.com, or you want to copy DVD, so I'm going to put the link to both those things in the pinned comment and the description box of this video. Anyways, when talking to Hunter about Dear Kelly, I was explaining that in addition to tracking a through line directly from the 2008 financial crisis up to January 6th, the film also explores exactly how batshit conspiracy theories begin to fester in the darkest corners of the internet, like from a human perspective, asking the question, who's telling them this shit?
Who is feeding him this information? Who is using him as a pawn to forward their own agenda? Who's taking advantage?
What do you think of the Pam Bondi and Maxwell meeting? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. She's probably trying to get something from her because now they feel like they have to give the public something because they've driven this up so much, but I feel like if she had anything to offer, I feel like it would have already happened in conjunction with all of her sentencing and conviction and everything.
Of whatever grievances or economic or social insecurities he has to make him think this way. And so I think that the evil, and maybe that's kind of a simple term, I would call it the sort of nihilistic, capital-driven, self-interested crowd who just want to grow their own profile and make as much money as they can by giving people misinformation. That is where I'm more critical of. So what I was curious about when I met Kelly is, what are your media consumption habits? Where do you get your information from? You're able to understand the informational ecosystem, and then you can kind of get to the bottom of it. And so I was really curious, going back to when those contents of the laptop first leaked, I want to help the audience understand the anatomy of a smear. Because we know that there was nothing in those files that was significant enough to hold you liable for any criminal prosecutions. But how does it work? Because we know that it went from the repair shop man to Giuliani. Who were the first journalists to take that story and make it the massive story that it was?
Miranda Devine at the New York Post.
Miranda Devine is on the case in her book, Laptop from Hell.
Has made an entire cottage industry in 2 books, and her own podcast now. And she's an Australian journalist. I don't know when she came to the New York Post. She's worked for the Murdoch Empire for, I think, in some form or fashion between Australia and the United States.
So those two things are interesting. So you have New York Post, which is definitely based upon ad revenue, and clicks as more of a tabloid. And then the Murdoch family is a bit of a deeper agenda with more committed investors.
Yeah.
Were they different, or were they together?
I don't know enough to know the level to which the Murdoch family involves itself in whatever choices the Post or Fox News is making about the stories that they're going to tell. I just don't know. And I don't want to speculate, but I do know this, is that...
Imagine if this is a Republican asked that question. Actually, Soros dictates to every single journalist what their agenda is going to be for the day, and they only... Basically, Soros is writing every single article. Soros is actually a demon cyborg who lives off methamphetamine and adrenochrome, and he stays awake 24/7 writing articles for the liberal media to publish, by the way.
It's all a business. So what I figured out really quickly is that everybody that is, by the way, really smart people that have been in the business of politics and communications and media for a long time, people that I trusted, that said that I trusted in the past for good reason, because they're smart and they care, and they have a great track record, said, look, it's going to pass. The only way that the story continues is if you feed it by responding to it. It's so outrageous that the only way that it stays in the news and stays a thorn in your side is if you respond to it, okay? So when the laptop story came out as the October surprise, the advice was, don't respond to it, because the insanity of what they were saying about, like Miles Gow was going out there with that guy in New Zealand who took the hard drives in New Zealand and was pressing a story about how I was running sex trafficking rings in China, okay? And they were doing all this stuff. And it was so outrageous. 68 national security people came out and said this has all of the hallmarks of a Russian operation, because it did. They didn't say it was, but it had all the hallmarks of it. And so everybody said, just don't respond, don't respond, don't respond. Well, what I figured out is this, is that it doesn't matter. Once they had a story that involved the son of the President of the United States, drugs, sex, nude pictures, mysterious figures across the globe, all in the mix of the biggest political story in all time. It was just too much of a moneymaker for them. All they had to do, if you go back and look at all these stories, it didn't matter whether it was a story about, what color shirt I was wearing that day. Every single...
Who's interviewing Hunter here? Is he good faith? Yeah, it's the Channel 5 guy.
Story included a picture of me naked. Every single story, the story that you would come to with the title and Hunter Biden heads to court today. It was a story of me, smoking a crack pipe in a bathtub without a shirt on, or with a blurred out woman in a hotel room. Almost every single one of them. And so they would draw people's eyes with that, and then people would click on it. And so instead of doing one story about me a day, they would do 2 stories about me a day. And then the Daily Mail picked up on it. You know how many times the Daily Mail over the course of the...
It literally was his laptop, by the way, never forget. Is there proof of that? What is the proof of that doesn't involve Giuliani?
6 years has reported that I was from witnesses that I am in rehab, or that I was seen at an Airbnb, or that I had bought a home in Beverly Hills and crashed a Ferrari.
How many times? 500?
I mean, I'm really not joking. I mean, dozens and dozens of times.
Okay, yeah. So maybe 30 times.
Yeah, it just became a moneymaker for them. It just became, I think Miranda Devine said, it's the #1 revenue generating story in the history of the paper.
Yeah, because you also, like I was saying, you have the individual egos and pockets of these journalists who are looking for a juicy story to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it became this thing. And, I really don't mean it like, oh, poor, woe is me. But it became this thing. Where do I start with my defense? Do I start with my defense about the fact that, yeah, the special counsel charged me? Yeah, I didn't pay my taxes on time.
Yeah.
But then I paid with penalties and interest. But then this happened. And, but wait, what about the gun? And you were a crack addict, right? And when were you a crack addict? And there was cocaine found in the, oh, wait a second. You were doing business in Ukraine? What about that bioweapons lab in Ukraine? And don't you have some connections to George Soros? I mean, you can go down that chain, like I said before, from the reality-based kind of conspiracies that are trumpeted by Steve Bannon.
The FBI said it was Hunter's laptop. Did the FBI get FBI laptop Hunter Biden? Did they get the actual laptop, or did they just get a drive? Control F, FBI. On December 19th, under the authority of a subpoena issued by Wilmington Grand Jury, the FBI seized a laptop from Mac Isaac. FBI investigators handling Hunter Biden's laptop quickly concluded in 2019 the laptop was genuinely his and did not seem to have been tampered with or manipulated. In June 2024, federal prosecutors utilizing the laptop as evidence as part of a criminal case against Hunter Biden, allegedly alongside testimony from an FBI agent involved in authenticating and investigating. Okay, so it seems like it was his. Just make sure it wasn't just like the hard drive or something. Did the FBI ever publish? Was there like a press release for this or anything, or? Computer repair shop owner in Wilmington, Delaware, named John Paul Mac Isaac, has said Hunter Biden left a damaged Apple computer at his shop in April 2019 and asked to recover any data. Mr. Isaac said in an interview with the New York Times last week outside the shop that he is legally blind. He could not be sure whether the man was Hunter Biden, but asked his name to fill out a work order, and the man identified himself as Hunter Biden. Mr. Isaac said the man came to his shop twice, but never returned to retrieve the computer or an external hard drive on which its contents had been stored. At some point, he decided to examine the material, calling it alarming and embarrassing, but declining to discuss specifics. And then he said he made a copy of the computer's contents. Mr. Isaac said he told the Bureau, he said he eventually decided to contact the FBI after he began fearing for his safety because he knew it was on the laptop. Mr. Isaac said he met with FBI agents in late 2019 and provided them with a timeline of events. The agents returned about 2 weeks later in mid-December with a grand jury subpoena allowing them to seize the laptop and the external hard drive. The subpoena was signed by a federal prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Agents also gave them a receipt for what they took, according to a photograph of it published by Fox News. The receipts includes an FBI code, the Bureau's internal classification for money laundering investigations, MBA. Officials separately confirmed that the FBI seized the laptop and an external hard drive as part of an investigation, though they did not detail the inquiry or whether it involved money laundering or Hunter Biden. Oh, well, that's a little different.
Hourly.
Stop. Stop. Didn't hear back from the investigators. He said that he wondered why the laptop's existence had not been disclosed during the impeachment proceedings against Mr. Trump. Mr. Isaac said it just didn't feel right that the existence of the laptop was not widely known. Somebody besides me should have known about it. He gave the copy of the hard drive to Mr. Giuliani's lawyer, Robert Costello. He spoke about this in his interview. He did, but honestly, in my mind, the strongest evidence that it was his laptop was in the interview. He seemed to give a non-committal answer to where he was like, I don't remember if I dropped off any laptop at some store. And I'm like, how do you not remember that? That seems kind of like a weird, non-committed position. But also, I don't know what it's like being on crack for 3 years. So maybe that fucked with your mind. I don't know. I'm not sure. Fuck, we'll look into this.
And all the way down to Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Or and below.
I mean, I just feel like maybe this isn't a woe is me thing, but I mean, it's just kind of sad. Like, I don't want to, make you play the victim here or anything, but you got a year plus sober. You've just married the love of your life. Things are starting to look up, and all of a sudden, all of your private messages and photos for 2 decades are now owned by the political opposition of your father and are being published by a sort of horrible ecosystem of these like carnivorous journalists who are just looking to destroy and dissect every element of your private.
Yeah, so that's what I would be curious about. So the Utopitarian says, sounds like somebody hacked Hunter Biden, put it on a laptop, and dropped it off claiming to be Hunter Biden, then created this mess. So that would be my curiosity, but that you could very easily dispel that by giving some kind of evidence of like what the laptop was. Like I think that there are ways that you could disprove that. Like if you have like an image of a drive and like you can see that this has been used for like 6 years with a ton of like for like random programs installed or random things logged into or a whole bunch of other stuff. I feel like you could fight against that theory, but I've just never seen that much. I don't know if anybody has a, I don't know if we never got like a very satisfying, I think, forensic record or whatever of like what was actually on this laptop or anything. Or maybe we didn't, I just missed it, I guess, I'm not sure.
Private life. Do you feel like sobriety became harder after the October surprise?
You would think the answer was yes, but what it ended up doing is that it ended up, I had for the first time ever to truly make a choice in sobriety, like in full sobriety, a month of sobriety, for the first time in my life to make a choice whether to live or die. And what I mean is that I knew there would be no coming back. If I lost it then, at that moment in time, the level of shame and guilt that I would have had.
Didn't you just read that it was an external hard drive? Why would someone drop off an external hard drive with their laptop? Well, didn't the guy say that he used the external hard drive to back up his data? Maybe. So like, this is what's frustrating, is there's just not enough information. So like, this is saying, after being handed the device by a Wilmington, Delaware computer shop owner in 2019, the FBI quickly concluded by examining computer data, as well as Hunter Biden's phone records, that the laptop was genuinely his. Like, I don't know what that means exactly. Like, I imagine there are types of data that you could examine that would like pretty resolutely say like, oh yeah, this is definitely, like, this is almost certainly this guy's laptop. But there are also like retarded ways that you could do this. And yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, why did he need data recovered from this laptop? What was broken about it? That would be has that ever been said? Because the FBI quickly concluded by examining the computer data, as well as Hunter Biden's phone records, the laptop was genuinely his. Makes it sound like they didn't look at the laptop itself, or I'm assuming they did. I just wish there was more information here. Like, what was the data that Hunter said he wanted to recover from this laptop? What did the computer guy say? He just wanted all of it? He said that Hunter Biden left a damaged Apple computer at his shop in April 2019 and asked to recover any data. The man came back to his shop twice, but never returned to retrieve the computer or an external hard drive on which its contents have been stored. Does he have like, there's no security camera footage? There's nobody, is there anybody else to corroborate this anywhere? Like the computer store repair place doesn't have any kind of like, camera system or anything at all? No nearby stores had cameras recording outside anywhere. Was any of this ever corroborated by anybody ever? Like, it's 2019, not 1997. And this guy was so blind that he couldn't tell it was Hunter Biden, but he could read the receipt? Maybe the guy wrote really large letters? Or like, how is he even seeing this stuff on the computer? Maybe he has like a magnification screen or something? Times last week outside the shop that he's legally blind and could not be sure whether the man was Hunter Biden, but asked him to fill out a work order. And the man identified, maybe he got somebody else to read the work order? Like, the story's not impossible, but this is an exceptional story.
And blowing it for everybody. I would have rather have died. So that was the first time in my life in which I was able to literally say, are you going to get up in the morning, get out of bed this morning and exist without a drink or a drug, or are you going to kill yourself? Because that was the real choice. Because how could you ever make it back from that? In that moment, if I had relapsed, or in any moment since, but my level of confidence in who I am has given me much more of a reason to like not be that dramatic about it every morning. But in that moment, if I had used, can you imagine the fallout from that? It would have been a failure that I know that I truly don't believe that I could have recovered from. And by the way, potentially a lot of the people that I loved, I don't know whether they could have recovered from that.
Yeah.
And so the incredible gift that they gave me was a freedom that I had never known, which is...
Read the forensic analysis on the wiki. Forensic analysis. In March 2022, the Washington Post published the findings of two forensic information analysts it had retained to examine 217 gigabytes of data provided to the paper on a hard drive by Republican activist Jack Maxey. But I mean, like, damn, bro, at that point, represented that its contents came from the laptop. One of the analysts it is a disaster from a forensic standpoint. The analysts found that people other than Hunter Biden had repeatedly accessed and copied data for nearly 3 years. They also found evidence that people other than Hunter Biden had accessed and written files to the drive, both before and after the New York Post story. Like, that's kind of dumb. Like, you can make, it's trivial to make a disk image and to just have a backup of, like, the original disk image, you know? Like, that's your hard disk, the whole image of everything on the drive. One second. The analysts found that people other than Hunter Biden. In September 2020, someone created 6 new photos on the drive, including some with the names Biden Burisma. Why would you ever be working off of a drive that you're using also like as an archive thing? You should always be working off a different drive. Or maybe this was a drive they were working on that wasn't an original backup, and they just gave this one to the Washington Post, including some of the names Biden Burisma, Big Guy File, Salacious Pics Package, and Hunter Burisma Documents. One of the analysts found evidence someone may have accessed the drive contents from a West Coast location days after the New York Post published their stories about the laptop. I don't think anybody ever said that the emails themselves weren't real. But
to fully comprehend the choice that you have in life is that you can wake up and live or you can wake up and die. And every day since then, to a varying degree of success, I've chose to live. And I know that that sounds hyperbolic, or maybe it sounds a little melodramatic, but I can tell you from my perspective, it has not been melodramatic or hyperbolic in any way. And
sorry, I keep cutting off our boy. Are there contacts that are strong enough or good enough? Is it possible to have those for people that are legally blind, or is the lens thickness usually too much? And they don't usually have contacts for people whose eyesight is that bad.
Incoming Republican majority in the House promising to investigate Hunter Biden, the president's brother, and ultimately the president himself over their business dealings. What can we expect to learn from that?
You have a prescription of -8 and you have contacts. Okay, damn.
In the laptop repairman whose new book, American Injustice, is out tomorrow, details what happened after he discovered Hunter Biden's infamous laptop. John Paul Isaac is with me now. Sir.
Wait, some guy just said, let's not talk about the fact that Russian hackers also did the fappening and the DNC hacks, etc. Were Russian hackers behind the fappening, the iCloud hack or whatever? Is that true?
How you doing? Good morning to you. And we've spoken before. Welcome back here. A couple things I just want to update our viewers on. You worked for Apple for 6 years, and then you started your own shop. You fixed Apple products and Mac computers. Were you the one who was at the counter when Hunter Biden dropped off his laptop?
Unfortunately, yes. I'm sole proprietor, so I was the only one in the shop when he came in.
Refresh my memory. Did you recognize that it was him at the moment?
You know, I really never cared enough about the Bidens to pay attention to what the offspring looked like, so I did not recognize him. It wasn't until the check-in process when he announced who he was, and then also I kind of put the pieces together when I saw the Beau Biden Foundation sticker on one of the laptops.
Was that immediate or was that over time?
It was kind of, you know, it was.
Wasn't the laptop
at
guy
first
blind? Legally blind. Legally blind can mean a whole bunch of different things. When your eyesight reaches a certain point, you're considered legally blind. But some people that are legally blind could theoretically still operate even without vision correction. It's just they have to be very careful and they need to hold things up close to it. And there's a lot of different things that can cause you to have like legal blindness. That doesn't mean you're like it's black and you can't see anything.
I thought when I saw the Beau Biden sticker that this was actually Hunter's deceased brother's laptops, because often is the case that a customer will come in with equipment that belonged to a deceased loved one and they want to get the data off. So I figured this was no different. It wasn't until the next day when I realized that the person that came in my shop.
Could you do that on a 2015 or later Apple laptop? Is the data on the drive not encrypted by default? I thought that was standard practice since like Windows fucking 7 or later. No, maybe it's not. No, maybe you have to turn on. When did like BitLocker or whatever become automatic? Because I think that's a more recent thing. Well, actually, oh God, I just said a more recent thing, but Windows 11 is like. Windows 10 is almost 10 years old. Windows 11 is 4 years old. I don't remember when like the encryption became default. And I don't know on the iMacs or whatever. One sec. I don't know enough about Apples to say, fuck. Or Macs.
Was also the person that started in a lot of the homemade porn.
Wow. Okay, yes. And you quote an FBI agent as saying, it's our experience that nothing ever happens to people who don't talk about these things. What do you remember from that conversation? Basically, they were saying, don't go anywhere with this conversation.
Well, and I kind of was asking for it because, first off, when the agent showed up to my shop with a subpoena, I don't think, and those FBI agents had ever seen somebody so excited to be handed a subpoena in their life. I was overjoyed. And in the excitement when the agents were leaving after they confiscated all of Hunter's belongings, I made a comment to Agent Mike. I said, don't worry, lads, when I write the book, I'll change your names.
Do we, the subpoena listed a serial number or whatever for the laptop. Can we use that serial number to know what the make and model or whatever of the laptop was? Fuck. Where's that picture? Was it one of these? I don't remember where we clicked this. Fuck, what was we were looking at a subpoena by the FBI. I don't want a website telling me what model it was. I want to look at it myself. What was the picture to the subpoena that we saw? Oh, thank you. Okay, never mind. This is a good tweet. The New York Post hardly redacted anything, including the alleged serial number of Hunter Biden's MacBook Pro. I looked it up. These are the specs, which can easily be cross-checked. Okay, here's the serial number. Okay, MacBook Pro. They don't have model numbers. 2017. When did they? Oh God, I just need to talk to. I don't trust any because you retards in chat will just say anything. When does anybody know for sure? Anybody that actually knows computer shit? When did they start like mandating drives to be encrypted? Like when did they, or when were they encrypted by default for Macs? Because I think it's ordinary now. Way back in the day when we used fucking what were they even called? Not IDE cables. Before SATA cables, we used these big ribbons. Were they IED cables? Improvised explosive device? That's not it. Was it IDE cables? Oh, it was. You used to be able to just like take a drive. You would change a jumper to go from master to slave, and you could just plug it in, and you could just literally click and drag whatever the fuck you wanted off the drive. Or like if you took an image of the drive, you could literally just like use what do we use back then? Daemon tools. And you can just host it, or you can mount it like virtually and just like copy paste files of it. But I don't think today, if somebody gives you a drive out of a modern computer, at least out of an Apple computer, or like over the past 5 years, you can't do anything with that drive. All the data is encrypted. You need the actual, I don't know if it's like an Apple password or the computer password to decrypt the device. I think maybe even on Windows 11 they might do that now, but I don't know. Let's just say that Hunter Biden was not the one who dropped the computer off. What would that change? Well, that would mean that the entire story was literally a Russian plant story. That conservatives, like, this is another one, this lab leak and the fucking Russiagate, everything else, like, they always use these stories to try to point to some huge conspiracy against them. And it would just be funny if this actually was. Assuming Hunter came in to fix his computer, surely he would have given the guy the password of the computer, right? I don't know. I haven't seen anybody say that.
And that's when Agent Mike turned around and told me that in their experience, nothing ever happens to people that don't talk about these things, which was kind of chilling. But out of respect, I did change Agent Mike's name in the book.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. So here's Jim Jordan just last week on this, okay? On what we might...
He did drop it off. He said it in the video. Did he say that he dropped it off in this interview? I thought he said he didn't remember dropping it off.
Get to eventually. Listen.
So we've went from it wasn't his laptop and it was Russian disinformation to, oh, whatever was in there didn't affect the president's business dealings, even though he was involved, even though the laptop was real, even though it wasn't disinformation. That's how far we've come. So I think I think there are all kinds of questions that need to be answered, and we're determined to get there.
I don't know how far they get. They're going to try. What do you think we should know? What do you think we should learn next?
Well, I have been doing everything I can and working with my legal team and Congress, members of Congress, which I'm delighted to say all of them that I've been working with got reelected. So to make sure that they have genuine, clean and pure copies of the laptop. Also, every interaction I had with the FBI, I've sent over to Congress. There's two fronts that I see. I see holding the FBI accountable for colluding with our mainstream and social media to block a story, a real story with real consequences, and also get to the bottom of what the Biden family was up to when Joe Biden was vice president. And I think that we have the people in Congress now, they have the resources and the tools, and I'm hoping that we're going to get some accountability.
Last point I would add there, you named 1 and 2. Here's what strikes me. You say American people should feel comfortable going to authorities without fear of retribution or retaliation. Is it your experience that this was retaliation?
You know, I have been dealing with retaliation from multiple fronts for the past 2 years when what I did was leaked to the country. I'm expecting it, and I'm going to expect it to continue. It's just when people are threatened, they fight back.
Wow. And the book is out tomorrow. John Paul Mac Isaac. We will speak again as this investigation.
Oh, and he has a book. Wait, how did his name even get leaked? Did it get leaked by the FBI, or was it because he publicly reached out to people? Like, did Hunter leave a phone number to call when the computer repair was done? Everything about this story is so weird. Fuck. I don't want to dive into this. I'm going to get triggered if I dive into this. He met with FBI agents in late 2019. He wondered why the laptop's existence had not been disclosed during the impeachment proceedings against Mr. Trump. Why would that even matter? What would that have to do with him being impeached? Other than distracting from it. This guy claims he called members of Congress too after the FBI. And then the New York Post reported that in September he gave a copy of the hard drive to Rudy Giuliani. It's so weird. Fuck! I don't want to dive into this. How is the forensics on this and all the information about this so bad? Okay, fine. What's the biggest interview this guy's done about this? What's this fucking guy's name? I just want to eat my sandwich. Hunter. That guy, John Paul Mac Isaac. He has Mac in the name. Oh my God. Part 1? Part 2?
Mark, by the way. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah. My name's John Paul. John Paul, okay. My pleasure. Have a good day.
You rescued him for 5 minutes there. I think you rescued him for 5 minutes.
There you go, okay. So now you can go back to your solitude, sir. Nice meeting you, John. Cheers.
Hey, I get to go to solitude. See you guys later.
John Paul, so what everyone wants to know, and I think is like the definitive question, is who reached out to who first on Giuliani? I think that's the answer we need to have.
Nice audio.
Or there to be some clarity on this.
Call from A0 service.
There's a whole bunch that happened in the middle, and I don't feel comfortable about talking about it because I'm still concerned. It's.
When you say a whole bunch, was it a bunch pertaining to federal investigators or a whole bunch that pertain to other actors?
Well done.
You know what I mean?
This can't be a real interview. Excuse me. What the fuck, guys? Come on.
Was all this stuff happening there?
If we all agree to off the record, so I can find out if I can just ask you if I'm allowed to talk about this. Can we do that?
No. Shit. You can go call the lawyer and ask him, and then come back and talk to us.
So do you know did you send the copy to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer? Do you know how the copy of the hard drive got to his lawyer? No comment?
And why this is important is because the Rudy Giuliani connection to the impeachment inquiry last year going after Joe Biden, and now we're a couple weeks before the election, and so that's the sticking point right there.
Do you think this was a kind of known secret among Trump circles that even before you gave this to Giuliani that this was out there, that there was this hard drive with potentially incriminating things? I saw stuff that made me uncomfortable, and I felt afraid and fearful of repercussions, fearful of all due respect again to your professions, this kind of stuff. And I just wanted it to go away. Have you heard from any of the Bidens, basically from the time that you received that laptop till today?
Did you call the FBI from the store or your cell phone?
Neither.
From your house?
They approached me.
The FBI.
The
How did the
FBI
FBI
approached you?
Nope, that's a lie.
How would they know about it?
That's what I haven't. See, that's what we were talking about earlier. You did something. You made some action that tipped the FBI off, and I don't think we've gotten clarity on that. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe Hunter Biden told the FBI, which I doubt.
Yeah.
Source code is going to run itself dead. I hope you guys didn't come all this way for this, for me to say no comment.
Well, I'm also confused because you told me that you did reach out to the FBI and that they didn't really do much with it. So was it that they came to you or that you went to them?
I was afraid. I reached out to some people that I trusted that could possibly get me in contact with the FBI that I could trust.
Ah, that's significantly different than saying I called the FBI. That's an interesting point that he just said that. Maybe something different will come out as he keeps talking, but repeat it? This guy just said that they asked him, like, because they're trying to figure out, well, what happened? How did the FBI find out about this? Which is a legit question. And he's giving non-committal answers. And then he said, like, well, they came and got it. And the other reporter's like, well, hold on. I thought you said you reached out to the FBI. And now he's saying, well, I contacted somebody who could help me get in contact with the FBI. What the fuck does that mean? Fuck. Where was this? Sorry, hold on. Like I'm saying, this statement right here, I just want to retire. I hate this. I don't like this. I don't like doing anything on the internet. I hate all media. Is boring. This statement of he contacted the FBI is significantly different than I contacted friends to get me in contact with the FBI. The implication behind those statements is far different. It implies that he's talking to people that aren't part of the actual FBI to get advice on how to go to the FBI. It implies that he could have been taking a different channel through the FBI, right? Because there's like an ordinary process by which you would submit a tip, or you would get like an interview with a field office where agents would come to your house. I've done this like 5 times at this point. There's an ordinary process by which you would either be interviewed by them or submit evidence to it. So I'm just saying that this statement is not strictly true. Now, it might be inconsequential. Maybe by the time I listen to the rest of this, it'll be inconsequential. But those are two very different things.
That could possibly get me in contact with the FBI.
His story is also very like, I think I reached out to somebody. How would you not remember any of this? This was posted on October 22nd, 2020. This all happened within the past several months. He said in April. It was dropped off in April? So it was dropped off 6 months ago or less, and all of this happened. How do you not remember any of this? Why are we so non-committal on all of our answers here? I don't know. Maybe he's nervous.
That I can trust. And then they should have.
Is this over the internet?
Like that too. I needed to find somebody I could trust. Like, what does that mean? That's a very loaded statement.
Have you reached out to these people?
No.
These were friends
You
of
know
yours.
these people for a long time?
Yes.
About how long?
Like law enforcement or civilians?
No comment.
And are they Republicans or are they anything?
Okay, he contacted somebody that he knew for a long time with connections to the FBI?
To do with politics?
No.
So just
no comment.
They're friends of years.
Yeah.
Multiple years.
People I trusted.
Less than 10 years?
And so this was last winter, fall, and then they subpoenaed you on December 9th, according to you.
Okay, somebody said, how did this retard get a hold of the laptop? So this would be, I don't even know what percentage I would assign this. Like I'm thinking at like less than 50% for this. But the conspiracy would be, let's say that I hack your email address. And let's say inside of your email, let's say that you have 10 years of humiliating, embarrassing things, or your iCloud account, okay? I can't just leak that through Julian Assange, or I can't leak that because it'll be like Russian hack, whatever. I don't want to play into the fucking US delusion that us great Russians are doing bad things. So what I could do is, let's get an old laptop, and then I will log into that laptop. I'll create a user account. I'll call it Hunter Biden. And I'm going to log into your email and everything on that laptop. And then I'll just load all of these files information here. And then I'm going to give this to somebody in the US, and I'll have them disseminate the laptop somehow through, I guess, a computer repair shop. And then when they get the laptop, they'll open it, they'll look at it, and they're like, oh my God, look at all this incriminating Hunter Biden stuff. This wasn't a hack at all. This was a legitimate leak? I don't know what you would call this, because it kind of is. It was dropped off at a computer repair store. Even if we accept his version of events, it's very weird that you're leaking this, possibly even illegal, almost certainly illegal. Maybe, I don't know what like media protections there are here. But it's a way to basically get the story in American media without it being a quote unquote Russian hack, you know? It could also be that his laptop was genuinely stolen and then dropped off somewhere. Although I don't believe that would be the case unless you'd already gotten access to what's in the laptop, because you wouldn't want to risk that because you don't know what's there. And you might not have anything juicy on it at all. But.
And oh, sorry.
I think the issue for us is that the longer we don't understand these key points, we're just going to keep showing up here, and this is going to continue.
Dumb question, but do they have any surveillance footage of anyone dropping off the laptop at the store or around the area? No. So that's also weird, because he says that Hunter Biden came to his shop 3 times, but he also was too blind to be able to identify him, but he recognized him the next 2 times he came in. Maybe he had his glasses on the next 2 times. So he said he came in 1 time to drop it off and then 2 more times afterwards, but never asked for the laptop or picked it up. But to my knowledge, there isn't, because I feel like we would have seen it spammed all day on conservative media. There's never been any proof, I believe, presented ever to the public that Hunter ever set foot or was in the area even of this laptop repair place.
Break me down.
And all we want to know is just the order of things, how they happened, so that we can get it right. And until then, you're going to continue to face these questions.
I still have an interest in protecting the people I care about. And because of that, I don't feel comfortable about talking.
I still have an interest in protecting the people I care about, and because of that, I don't feel like talking.
About the pathway that led to the...
So Eagle, that would be interesting. If that was the case, you could link me that, because I feel like that would almost be dispositive. Eagle said, Destiny, surely there is proof of payment from Hunter Biden tied to the laptop serial number so they can verify the match, right? Even without tying it to the laptop serial number, like if they could show like a Visa or a card or something that he'd used, that would help a lot. It would almost be dispositive, I think. Like, oh, he was definitely there, right? If the guy literally swiped his Visa, unless they like hacked his like credit card too, which is not impossible, but well, yeah, maybe I wouldn't say it's dispositive, but that would like 95%. That's like 95% push you in that direction, I think.
Have you had any communications with Trump campaign officials, Republican officials, political operatives of any kind about this?
And what
No?
I don't understand is if Hunter Biden never came back, and you have his paperwork that says Hunter Biden on it.
Wait, here he says Hunter Biden never came back. But in all these media stories we've read, he says he came back twice. What did he say? Where did he make that statement at? Mr. Isaac said that Mr. Biden filled out a work order and identified himself as Hunter Biden, and that he came to his shop twice but never returned to retrieve the computer. Or maybe he means like he came once and then he came a second time to drop it off, but then never came back again? Maybe? The sentence is written kind of weird, I guess. I'm not sure. Because it didn't say he came back to his shop twice.
The Bidens are all over this town, and everyone kind of knows them. So, did you not try to reach out to anyone who may have known the guy who's running for president and say, your son's laptop is here?
Receipt for the laptop that was used in the gun case. April 17th, 2019. Is this like a, would this be a tap to pay? This, I mean, this looks like a legitimate, like when you buy something on a thing, there's a, it auto emails you or whatever. And there's an invoice number. I don't think tap to pay was regular use back then. I think this looks like a Square receipt. Okay, so there is a receipt of this being dropped off at least. And it was emailed to him. I'm assuming this is his email here. Oh, and this here has his signature. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. I'm fucking retarded. This is an invoice, not a receipt. My bad. I imagine if there's a signature, the problem is I don't know if this was cut in favor or against. If somebody's signing for it, they must know what Hunter Biden's signature looks like. I imagine it's easy to find that, right? So I don't know if I would count it one way or another. I wonder if he uses the same signature on everything, though. I'm trying to think if I could. I feel like you could count it a little bit in favor of the fact that he was actually there. I feel like it would go at least a little bit to that favor. Why does it say 3 MacBooks? Where? Data recovery from MacBook Pros. Attempt data recovery from 3 MacBook Pros. Recover data to store server and contact customer when complete. What does dispositive mean? If something is dispositive, then you would say that like it's proven the thing and nothing else matters at that point. So like if I had, let's say that we go into a house and there is a body, there's a knife laying next to it bloody, and then there's neighbors heard a fight, like there's all this stuff. It's like, okay, well, what actually happened? You know, there's some wiggle room. And then let's say that we get like a video, like direct evidence of, oh, here's a video of this guy stabbing this person. You say, oh, that's dispositive. At that point, it doesn't matter what other evidence you present. Like this is 100% seals the deal on it. I wonder if he tried to call Hunter Biden afterwards. Yeah, I don't know why it says attempt data recovery from 3 MacBook Pros. That's also a little bit weird. I also can't, I feel like this doesn't look like it's a quote for service. Yes, this is a quote for service, sure. This doesn't look like the original PDF, the original scan. I don't work with Adobe much, but I feel like sometimes Adobe, you can ask it to do like an auto text scan to accentuate not accentuate, what would you say? To like make a text more clear. And that's kind of what this looks like. But it's not even, so I don't think that is it. Or maybe it is. Because, like, obviously this doesn't look like a raw scan. It's, oh yeah, like like when you push the enhance thing or whatever. It's called OCR. I feel like we're being biased. He probably dropped the laptop off. The problem is that this is like an exceptional, the real story for this is exceptional. And then the conspiracy that I'm alleging is also exceptional. But it's fair, but both the actual story and the the conspiracy that I'm alleging, I don't know what would be less likely. Because the actual story is in 2019, after getting clean, Hunter Biden took a laptop to a computer repair store and dropped it off. And the laptop has so much incriminating information on it. Nude pictures of him, pictures of him doing crack cocaine, logged into email accounts with business. Like, it's got so much incrimination. He drops off this laptop at a random computer repair shop and he says, hey, can you perform a function on this that I know is going to suck all the data off of it that you're going to have access to look through? And then can you let me know afterwards? He did that. So he didn't go to a better place. He didn't do this privately or destroy it. He never followed up on it. He just left it there. And this was after he was sober, right? Oh, wait, he said he got clean in June of 2019? Okay, so, well, I mean, even so, he never went back to it. Like, none of this on its own is unbelievable. Like, people can do retarded shit. But, like, the guy is also legally blind. He didn't recognize Hunter Biden coming in, despite the fact that the family is apparently well known in this area. He dug through the files. There's no security cameras or any, like, actual strong evidence linking him there, besides his signature. He came back twice, or he went twice. And then the guy also happens to have longtime friends that are Republicans and contacted Giuliani in order to get this disseminated. And then the alternative thing would be that there was some kind of intrusion or hack that was never publicized or detected, because I don't believe anybody has ever mentioned publicly that Hunter Biden's stuff got hacked, right? Nobody's ever publicly said that. And I feel like if somebody did hack your stuff, you would have a really big incentive to say, hey, by the way, Russia hacked my shit. Because that would go really far in your favor. So no hack of Hunter Biden's stuff was ever announced. And then, so somebody would have had to have taken a laptop preloaded with Hunter Biden's hacked material into a computer repair store and then dropped it off there with the hopes that this guy, well, not with the hopes, they'd be coordinating to some extent. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know how many times people recover computers like that have child porn? It's not entirely unbelievable. True, that does happen. But this guy's like a pretty big dude. He's Hunter Biden. This guy's doing business dealings all over the world. Like, if this was just like a random retard, then I think that's what I'm saying. People can make retarded decisions with computers. But this is like a pretty big guy whose dad was the president of the United States. It'd be kind of crazy to be that reckless. Like, I'm sure he's had official training from intelligence services. I bet every family member of the first family or whatever gets some kind of training or some kind of information from intelligence services for how to secure your data. He was also on drugs. Yeah, I know, but he was on drugs, but I feel like that could cut either way, right? So for instance, like, he's on drugs and that's why he dropped the laptop off and never even followed up on it because he was being so reckless. But then I feel like you could also say, who the fuck is on a crack binger and they're like, oh shit, bro, I need to go in and pay money to get my laptop fixed. Like, now if he said the guy had robbed the place while he was there, I'd be like, oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
That's generally not standard operating procedure. Customer leaves us multiple.
Laptop is here.
That's generally not standard operating procedure. Customer leaves us multiple points of contact, and when the repair is complete, we make every effort to reach out and contact the customer. And,
Wait. What is he saying here? It's not standard procedure when the customer leaves multiple. What, he didn't say multiple laptops, right? He said like something else. Hold on.
Not standard operating procedure. Customer leaves us multiple points of contact.
when the customer leaves us multiple, what? Destiny, there were 3 laptops. Oh, points of contact might be what he's saying. Okay, that makes more sense.
When the repair is complete, we make every effort to reach out and contact the customer, and then do it again, and then after 90 days, the product is considered abandoned. We either recycle it, or we reclamate it, or take the parts that we used. If it's a repair that required parts, we take those parts back out, so we can use them in another thing, and then dispose of the machine.
And thank you for sharing about your medical condition, you not being able to see potentially whoever walked in here. But there's a part of the story that says that there was a Beau Biden Foundation sticker on the laptop. And so you saw that?
Yeah, it was covered the Apple logo.
Okay. And so it's that and the form that you think you believe and are certain that it was Hunter Biden's laptop.
What other information on the...
Wait, what? This is attorney statement. Statement of attorney Brian Della Rocca. I represent John Paul Mac Isaac, the Mac repair shop owner in Wilmington, Delaware, who unwittingly became the target of a smear campaign by doing what he thought was right. John Paul is not a right-wing fanatic, nor is he a Russian hacker. By way of background, John Paul has owned his shop for over 10 years now. Prior to that, John Paul was the lead genius at the Apple Store in Littleton. And by the way, the Genius Bar is just people that do tech repair. I'm guessing lead genius, you're not even a supervisor. You're probably just like a team lead. Not to take away from anybody. Sorry, I'm not trying to shut anybody. I know it's because I was a shift lead at McDonald's for a little bit before I moved to the casino, but I wasn't a supervisor. At the Apple Store in Littleton, Colorado, and Newcastle, Delaware, once while employed by, or actually I say that, maybe the leads work differently at Apple. My bad. I've never worked for Apple. Once while employed by Apple, he found himself in a situation where, while fixing a customer's iMac, he came across seemingly illegal material. He followed protocol and contacted the authorities. No one questioned John Paul's ethics then. Fast forward to April 12, 2019, when a man claiming to be Hunter Biden walked into his shop. While John Paul was pleased that someone of Hunter Biden's notoriety was in his shop, he did not question why Hunter Biden was there. In fact, Hunter Biden had been referred to John Paul's shop. John Paul is well respected in the community, and it would have been uncommon for his patrons, and it would not have been uncommon for his patrons to refer others to his shop. John Paul provided a solution for one of Hunter Biden's 3 laptops on the spot. There were 3 laptops, okay. Another laptop was a complete write-off, but the 3rd laptop required more significant intervention. Wait, what happened to the other 2 laptops? Did Hunter take it with him? That laptop, okay, remained in the shop with John Paul. Hunter Biden returned 2 days later with an external hard drive to which John Paul would transfer the information. According to John Paul, recovering the data was difficult because of the significant liquid damage to the drive. He would boot the computer and transfer as much as he could before the computer shut down. Then he would boot up the computer again, verify what was copied, and then transfer more data until the computer shut down again. This process repeated several times. So he just turned it on, clicked and dragged, and just did that over and over again? Okay. Based. He couldn't remove the drive from the system? Fuck me, hold on. Oh, it could be soldered on since it's a Mac? Oh, and solder means it's attached forever and can never be removed by a guy who worked as an Apple genius in a computer repair store? Okay. During this process, John Paul saw a certain piece of information, but at the time, he did not think anything of it. Instead, John Paul completed the work and contacted Hunter Biden to let him know. Hunter Biden never responded. As requested by Hunter Biden, a secure payment request was sent in an email but was never paid. John Paul contacted him at least one more time, but Hunter Biden never responded. The policy of the shop is that items not picked up within 90 days of the completion of the service will be treated as abandoned property. I mean, he sent an invoice. This seems legitimate. I've never heard this contested. And I'm assuming if he's saying he called him, there should be records of that. Page 4, Hunter Biden seems to deny paying the invoice. Well, sure, but if he never even saw it or whatever, didn't respond.
I'm asking Louis Rossman if he ever looked into this or not. Hunter Biden responded to a request by Hunter Biden. A secure payment request was set, but was never paid. Around mid-July of 2019, news of Hunter Biden's business dealings with the Ukraine, were coming more into focus, and John Paul started to get uncomfortable with the information he had seen. He was unsure if the hard drive contained information pertinent to the legal investigation. At that point, he reached out to his father, a retired colonel in the U.S. Air Force, for advice about what he should do. They both decided that going to the FBI and handing over the Mac and the drive was the best course of action. Soon thereafter, John Paul's father took a copy of the hard drive to an FBI field office in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The FBI turned John Paul's father away. They took a copy of the hard drive. Some of this seems like so plausible, and some of this seems so silly. Oh, man, fuck. Also, yeah, wait. Oh, you said why New Mexico? I'm guessing it's because his father lived down in New Mexico? Why? Yeah, but why that first? Then in mid-October of 2019, an FBI agent reached out to Colonel Mac Isaac and wanted to discuss the Mac and the drive. At that point, Colonel Mac Isaac passed along John Paul's contact information. The FBI then reached out to John Paul and met him at his house to discuss John Paul's concerns. On December 9th, 2019, the FBI served a subpoena on John Paul for the computer, the hard drive, and all related paperwork. He willingly gave it to the FBI and was happy to see it go. Out of an abundance of caution, John Paul made a copy of the drive in case he was ever thrown under the bus as a result of what he knew. As John Paul watched the impeachment trial, he wondered why there was no reference to the information he had provided to the FBI. As a result, starting in February of 2020 and until July of 2020, John Paul reached out to several members of Congress to notify them of what he had in his possession. His request fell on deaf ears. Hold on, I'm sorry. Some people try so hard to be like reasonable. I think this is motivated reasoning. It's likely just one of the things that looks crazy, but it happened. The few strange facts don't disprove the broader fact pattern. He likely just assumed it was illegal shit, when in actuality it wasn't, and then people tried to use him, and he was willing to be a darling on Fox. This whole story is really fucking weird. I think this is a weird story. I'm not saying it's impossible that it happened as reported. It might even be most likely. But if you don't think that this is a weird fucking story, you are brain broken, or you're trying like super desperately to seem like a, like, oh, I'm never politically partisan, so I analyze all the facts in such a dispassionate way that I think like there are certain negative stories that I'm just gonna bite the bullet on as being totally real. This is a crazy story if this is true. I'm not saying it's false. I don't even know where I lean on it. I'm just saying it's a really, really, really weird fact pattern. Destiny, I just said it was weird, but this is like the Epstein weird facts. What? No, it's not at all like the Epstein weird facts. For the Epstein stuff, the idea that there was like a secret blackmail list, I don't think there's ever been any proof of that ever in the whole history of everything offered ever. For this, like, this guy, by his own admission, was unhappy that his president, that he loved so very much, was being impeached, and so he reached out to political operatives to share with them data from a laptop repair store where Hunter Biden, with no strong evidence besides a signature, I guess, had dropped, like, no, not even remotely close. What? It can all be authentic, though. Like, this can be real. As a result, starting in February, okay, wait, what happened? Okay, so you got mad that his daddy was being impeached. He reached out to someone he thought would be able to provide the information directly to the president. That person was Rudy Giuliani. A day after John Paul reached out to Giuliani's office, Robert Costello, Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, contacted John Paul to discuss the information and John Paul's concerns. On September 24, 2020, John Paul then submitted information about the drive to Senator Ron Johnson through the whistleblower link on Senator Johnson's website. After that submission, and while Giuliani's office was still trying to verify the information, Senator Johnson released the Senate report on the Biden business dealings. As we all know, prior to the New York Post expose, rumors began to circulate about the existence of Hunter Biden's laptop. Those rumors did not start with John Paul. We believe, due to the timing of the rumors, that the information may have been leaked by Senator Johnson's office. Then, when Rudy Giuliani released the information to the New York Post, that is when John Paul's life as a respected part of the Wilmington, Delaware community changed. Now that the timeline has been established, what do we know? One, we know it is Hunter Biden's laptop because we have his signature on the repair authorization and
Hunter Biden's attorney has reached out to John Paul about the computer. Okay, the first thing is a piece of evidence. The second is not at all. Hunter Biden never returned to retrieve the information, rendering it abandoned property, or in other words, junk. We know that once you throw something into the trash, you relinquish your privacy rights to it, which is why so many investigations include a search of a person's trash. This is absolutely not true. I do believe that law enforcement in general have ruled that it is okay to collect evidence from a trash can, I think for like DNA matching, but you can't just go to somebody's trash can and dig out like a hard drive and have the right to publish all of the information that you find there. That's insane. The FBI confiscated the computer and the external hard drive and left John Paul with a receipt. The information on the drive was leaked to someone prior to the New York Post expose. John Paul has not released any information as he is cooperating with law enforcement, and to do so could hurt the investigation. Wait, what? Wait, so is he saying that Senator Johnson's office released information about the laptop that he's saying John Paul didn't provide them? Is that what that means? Or compare Hunter Biden's signature to one from the subpoena. The problem with comparing signatures is that, like I said, I don't know. I feel like I could think of ways why it could count in favor of and against. So, like, for instance, if the signature, where is this? Hunter Biden's signature is here. So, like, the signature, it looks different, but, like, it could be because sometimes he doesn't give a fuck. Like, I don't know if he, like, if you showed me like 10 years of this signature and then he signed it here, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's maybe different. But like, maybe he just doesn't give a fuck in terms of signing some things. Maybe he had somebody sign something else for him. He's like, fuck, I can do something for me. Maybe, maybe he was fucking high when he signed here, so it was different. I don't know. I feel like I could make this count either way, right? Where was this? Which is more likely, how Giuliani became aware of it in the first place? The FBI was aware that there were Biden leaks early 2019, possibly late 2018, before they actually got a hold of the laptop. They were alert during Dem primaries. Puggy Gups, if you're telling me the FBI thought there were leaks before this laptop was turned in, I feel like that cuts against you severely. Because then it tells me that there already was like an attempt to like leak or hack his information or whatever. Or maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, this would be a Bayesian analysis thing. Where were we? What do we not know? We do not know if all emails released by the New York Post were actually on the hard drive. We do not know if the initial leak was from Senator Johnson's office, from Giuliani himself, or from somewhere else. The 50 former intelligence officials. Oh, no. On the other side of the aisle, Senator Johnson, Rudy Giuliani, and countless other Republicans have used the laptop provided to them as part of a political campaign. This was not John Paul's intent. But he literally said it was because of the impeachment inquiry. He was trying to get the information to law enforcement, and in doing so, became a victim of politics. Although he is receiving money from he's receiving support from many Americans, he's also the subject of death threats and will likely be out of business as a result of this whole affair. I mean, well, obviously, you must know that, right? If a computer is left in your possession and then you give the computer over to the media, who the fuck is ever dropping anything off at your shop again? Right? Like... Let's see, what is this? Defendant, in response to John Paul Mac, Isaac is suing these people. Not 100% certain that this follows, but paragraph 67 is denied in this link. Wait, what? Denied. This is in response to the information contained in the New York Post expose came from Hunter, who voluntarily left his laptop with the plaintiff and failed to return to retrieve it. Well, you don't know which part of this he's denying, right? He could be denying that there might be stuff in the expose that he thinks doesn't come from the laptop or didn't come from the laptop, right?
Laptop that leads you to believe it was Hunter's.
Personal information. Is there any thought in your mind that this might not have been Hunter's and might have been somebody trying to set Hunter up? No. Okay. No.
Did you ever review the contents of the hard drive, or did you just copy it and send it?
The paperwork says I checked in the machine to do a data recovery from a liquid damaged computer.
So you would have seen some contents of the hard drive.
I would have been
doing
responsible for dragging and dropping all the content.
All of the contents.
It was a mess.
I'm not a data recovery expert, but I feel like you don't have to actually look at any of the files themselves if you wanted to do data recovery. You don't. I don't think you necessarily have to. I think you can do like hashes or compare images, or. But I like compare images like the data, not like looking at the pictures. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know how normal or abnormal that is. Maybe.
And even though you couldn't see Hunter Biden, supposedly, who was here in this office.
No, I wouldn't have recognized him in a lineup. You know, I mean, it's like, obviously this is pre-masked on faces, which just screws me up 100 times more than now than it did a year ago. But, you know,
And sorry just to keep asking about this, but you just said you would have recognized him in a lineup.
I would not have.
But you would not have recognized him in a lineup.
But,
okay.
Did you ever see Hunter Biden before that time?
no, I really wasn't paying that close of attention up until last summer.
And did you say, I mean, I had asked.
That time?
No, I really...
Recognize him in a lineup.
I would not have.
But you would not have recognized him in a lineup.
But...
Okay.
Did you ever see Hunter Biden before that time?
Had you ever seen Mr. Biden before that time?
No, I really wasn't paying that close of attention up until last summer.
And did you say, I mean, I had asked if you had known him growing up. Are you from Delaware?
No. Well, I'm a military brat.
Okay.
And was stationed all over, but then escaped slowly over Delaware in the 90s.
So you were in the Air Force? Or your parents were in the Air Force?
So when did you realize that it was Hunter Biden's laptop? I'm just confused about this, because it was not when he walked in.
When he paused and said, Biden, like I was expecting to know who he was.
Really? Tell us more about that interaction.
Oh, it's on the paperwork, so I guess I can talk. And I asked him for his name, because the standard procedure is, I'm like, let me get you checked into the system. First name, Hunter. Second, last name, and then there was a long pause, and then it was already. And I'm like, oh. And then I kept working. I have tons of, well, not tons. I have a handful of famous people that come in here, but I either don't recognize them or I don't know who Sabrina LeBeau, the older sister from Cosby. She comes in here. But I don't know. I didn't watch the show.
And do you remember, did he say why he was dropping off his laptop here in Delaware? Because we have reason to believe that he was not living here at that time.
Customer came in with 3 products, three liquid damage MacBook Pros. One was a complete write-off, and I diagnosed that at the counter. It's a 2016 or newer model where you can't do a data recovery if there's substantial liquid damage to the logic board. It's Apple's. There's substantial liquid damage to the logic board. It's
substantial liquid damage to the what port? Is this guy's data recovery literally just him plugging in an external hard drive and hoping that he can click and drag off all the files? Is that the extent to this computer repair shop? The logic board. Is it really impossible to remove a drive? Like, even if it's soldered, you can't remove that?
Apple solders the drives to the logic board and makes it impossible. The machine can't do it. There's just no way to take it off. This machine was a write-off. So I handed that back to him. The second machine had just a keyboard issue that was preventing him from typing in. Some of the keys were responding, also a liquid damage. So I gave him a keyboard. He said, when you come back in, bring back the keyboard so you can borrow this. So I still always prefer the keyboard. The other machine, I needed to disable some hardware inside of it that was liquid damaged and corroded that was causing it not to boot. So that required it being disassembled, turning it on, getting it to boot up off my network, and then manually transferring the data to the store server. And that's what we agreed on was the initial check-in for repair.
What model was that one?
2016, I believe.
And so it's the third computer that you found?
The third computer was the only computer that I checked in.
So you didn't see the contents of either of the two? Not that keyboard damaged one, obviously not the one that was on the one that was totally damaged. You just looked at it and said, I can't do anything with this.
Yeah,
back in? Or?
It was a write-off. I just handed it back to him.
Okay.
I'm not going to check something in when I know that there's no hope for it.
What kind of liquid was it? You know?
I lack the facility.
And do you remember if he said...
And we don't think about, in the tech world, we just don't think about what that is.
Definitely.
Yeah, we just...
do you remember if he said...
I'm going to ask this and it's not here, but I feel like I could go either way. If this guy was so paranoid that he could get in trouble for this, and he said he made a whole copy of the drive, I wonder if he took a picture of the laptop. Has he ever posted that? Did he ever take a picture of the machine itself? In one world, I could think maybe he just wouldn't think to do it because he's got the data, so who cares? But like in another world, if you're this paranoid that he's literally passing the information off to his father...
If it fell on a lake, or did he knock some water over?
I typically don't ask those kind of questions. Nobody wants to go into detail how they screwed up their assembly and all that.
And so I'm just a little confused because why would Hunter Biden have 3 computers that were all broken? He's not like a computer salesman.
Rich, I guess.
That he's rich?
Was it a mechanical hard drive or solid state hard drive?
All these products had solid state drives.
They were solid state drives.
Okay.
Have you ever in the past seen content on a device you're repairing and contacted authorities?
Absolutely. When I worked at Apple, oh shit, should I talk about it? I was a lead genius at the Aspen Grove Apple Store many years ago, and one of my techs, a customer brought in a computer that had crashed, and if you own a Mac, sometimes when you turn them off instantly and you turn them back on, whatever you had open would open up back up automatically. So pretty much what you were doing at the time of death would show up, and that happened to have child pornography on it. So I was alerted. I locked the Genius door, called Littleton Police Department, and they came in and confiscated the machine.
So did you call the Wilmington Police Department this time?
No, because I did not see child pornography.
Did you see anything illegal, potentially illegal? Or what you thought to be illegal, which is why you contacted somebody about this?
I thought that if people knew what I knew, then my life would be in danger.
If people knew what you knew, the people as in, again, the Bidens are you talking about? I mean, because now people do know what you know.
There's a whole lot of players in this.
The Ukrainians? Is that
Call
what you're talking about?
from Edge Zero Service.
I mean, don't put that in there. Guy's got a hit squad.
That's what you're afraid of.
I
You're
don't
afraid
need
of
to.
being
Well, I'm afraid of somebody wanting to not make sure that I don't extort them for money, or that I don't do, things with their computer. They would silence people too. So I was afraid for the owner. I was afraid for the people that are involved on the content of it, and I just wanted it out of my shop.
So you're afraid for Hunter Biden, not of the
No,
Biden family.
I was of.
You're afraid of Hunter Biden.
Not Hunter. I'm not
Or the Biden family.
Yeah, just the lengths that people will go to in this political climate to keep things a secret.
And you're afraid of
That-
the Ukrainians?
A little bit. They're not. Some of them are very nice people.
Okay.
So that brings me back to my question about why did you re-up it to Rudy Giuliani? If this all went away, because the FBI didn't do anything, and Joe Biden did not come after you.
Yet.
You genuinely think Joe Biden is putting your life in danger?
People that work for him, sure.
Do you think if Joe Biden were to be elected president, your life would be in danger? More so than it is now.
Probably about the same, but probably a little bit more. I don't know.
It seems like if there's any risk that might exist, it would have grown. It would have gotten worse in September after you had transferred the information to Rudy Giuliani's attorney. Like, if you're concerned before that, I just don't understand why you would put yourself out there farther and give this information to somebody who had actively been working to, somebody who we all would assume, if I was going to give information to Giuliani that's potentially damaging the Hunter, that's going to see the light of day. So why would you do that if you're trying to save people in
I really don't want to acknowledge what you said, but I don't want to say no comment anymore because it's getting exhausting.
I think you should just tell the truth because
I am telling the truth.
I know you're telling the truth, and you've been very helpful for us because we harangued you before this too. But I guess
Who do these reporters work for? Like, who's doing the interview here?
that is what we care about, right? We can all agree, Giuliani, and that is because it's part of the election. And it seems like you said you were scared because you had bad photographs of Hunter Biden, but the story now is they're blowing it up to be about Ukraine. And so you kind of re-upped the political angle of this. And so that's why people want to know. And it's totally fine if Rudy Giuliani reached out to you, if that's the truth, or if you reached out to him. We just kind of want to know what happened.
I can't talk about it. I don't want to talk about the timeline. I don't want to talk about who reached out to who first. And, I mean, it's
maybe this is a better way to talk about it. Do you think the public needed to know this information about Joe Biden's meeting with the head of Burisma? Do you personally think, this is...
I'm worried that Peter Miller, I shouldn't call him that Peter guy. So Peter Miller brought up something in that root claim debate that I think I've been too quick to cast aside when I'm analyzing information that I think was actually super valid of him to bring up. And I think I should incorporate it more meaningfully into my analysis. One of the things that Peter brought up, and I think he said you don't have to count this as evidence one way or another for lab leak or zoonotic transfer. But he said, look at the people who are pushing the lab leak theory. And it's also people who are selling supplements, tell you that vaccines are bad for you, believe in like homeopathy and chiropractic and all these other, and they're people who have been on multiple conspiracy trains that have all been debunked, right? And when you have somebody who's making like bogus claim after bogus claim, blah, 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 all this, and then it's like, and now they're making the lab leak claim. Like, is it 100% false now because these guys are with it? No. Is it even strong evidence against it? Probably not. Is it a little bit of evidence against it? Like in a reasonable, rational, logical debate where we're trying to prove one thing or another? Maybe not. But it's probably fair to incorporate that information at least a little bit when you think of like who's making what claims. Somebody emailed me his book. I'm sorry, I'm just like scrolling through it. It's a pretty short book. It's only 126 pages. But I'm looking at this on page 34. Part 2, The Threat. So I think this guy released a book on this. The Burisma Grift, 2014 to 2016. The following information comes from my media research and what I found, including copies of emails on Hunter's computer. It all started on February 20th, 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine. The next day, the pro-Russian Ukraine president, Viktor Yanukovych, fled Ukraine with Russia's assistance. This guy seemed about as corrupt as they come. To help stabilize the region, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, put together a $17.5 billion loan that would be released over the next 4 years. On March 11th, the IMF approved the loan. 2 days later, the first $5 billion was released to Ukraine and distributed to the energy sector, mainly natural gas providers. The idea was to undercut the bulk of natural gas being imported by Russia into Ukraine by offsetting the price of natural gas. Burisma, being Ukraine's largest provider of natural gas, gladly took the money. There was one condition. The fund demanded that Ukraine establish an anti-corruption bureau to root out corruption and oversee the distribution of the funds. Unfortunately, less than 2 weeks later, on March 26th, the interim government announced that natural gas prices would rise by 50%. What happened to the money the IMF gave Burisma to prevent this level of inflation? Around that time, 2 guys halfway around the world were asking that very question. At 12:43 a.m. on April 13th, 2014, Hunter Biden sent his friend, Devin Archer, an email detailing exactly how they were going to take advantage of what was happening in Ukraine. In their exchange, they predicted the election of Petro Poroshenko, a true reformer by Ukrainian standards, as president. With his election, Burisma would be pushed to honor the IMF loan and reduce gas and lower gas prices. The 2 friends saw this as an opportunity to step in and aid Burisma. They clearly understood what Burisma had done with the money and saw a way to cash in. It's kind of weird that, like, if you were going to release a book on your coming across this laptop and everything else, and you wanted to put out, like, your side of the story, it seems very, 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 very sussy baka to include so much politically charged stuff. Why would you have all of this as part of... Why would you have this? Why would you, it just, I feel like it just hurts... it helps your credibility with one side. I feel like it hurts your credibility so much with another side. But
this is compelling information the public should know before they vote on for or against this guy.
No, it wasn't about voting. It wasn't about the election, to be honest.
Okay.
I thought everything was fine until the impeachment.
Until the
impeachment.
The impeachment hearings were before the FBI.
No, the FBI picked up this.
Until the
impeachment.
The impeachment hearings were before the FBI.
No, the FBI picked up December 9th.
Right, the hearings were in November. And then the actual impeachment happened.
The impeachment process
was after. Right.
Was after. And
but the hearings, those big hearings in the House.
Yeah.
I remember correctly.
A lot of them were.
I think it was later. I remember I was on a trip and I was listening to it, and that trip was in November. Anyway, go ahead.
So I don't know.
When you were going through this laptop, I mean, a lot of the content was from emails. Were these emails separately saved?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Some of this is so funny. But on this Saturday, reality kicked in quickly as I remembered the work I had put off from the previous day. This is on April 13th, 2019. I sat down in front of my Mac and opened up the CRM. A quick scroll revealed that out of the 5 repairs that had come in the previous day, 3 were awaiting parts and 2 were awaiting service. Nobody delivers parts on Saturday, so I focused on the other 2, one being Hunter Biden's request for data recovery from liquid damage. Before I could run in the back to check the status, however, the door chime sounded. A senior woman, slowly approaching the bar, clutched a thick collection of paperwork along with her MacBook Air. I knew instantly that this problem would be passwords difficulty, a monthly occurrence for this customer. Besides data recovery and failing hard drives, resetting people's passwords is the most common service I perform. Luckily, I had memorized her MacBook login password and only had to steer her in the right direction today. That's kind of weird, but okay. Jesus.
To a file or to the desktop, or were they just part of an inbox? Like, how did you find those emails?
No comment.
But it's
Did
pretty
you even
important.
see the emails? Because once again, it's just such an innocuous email. If I have 100,000 emails in my system right now, did you even see the email? Because I think that's important to know too.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. No comment.
Did you at any time post this information or reach out on internet message boards, 4chan, 8chan, anything over Tor or the dark web, or in any ways inform a group of people about the existence of this laptop? No.
Just those people you trusted, you said.
Just the people that I thought that could help me
And
reach out to the FBI in a manner that would attract FBI agents that weren't local, because I had a fear of repercussions.
And were
So his dad in Albuquerque, he had his dad go to reach out to the FBI because he thought the local FBI was going to fuck him up, or?
Was this people? How many people are we talking about that you reached out to? Couple?
One.
Just one? You got a friend or an acquaintance?
Yeah.
Was he a friend? Or she? Sorry.
Okay. I trusted them, and I knew that they would help me out, and they are better at this political spy press thing than I am, so therefore I was, like, again, wanting not to deal with anything, but I wanted it to get out of the store, and I wanted to do it safely, so I figured put somebody that can vet who they're talking to and get a good vibe about them, and then before they pass them over to me.
I'm sorry, did you repeat that? Did you say they're better at the political spy press?
Well, like, I'm not good at talking to the press. I've never really done it.
Right.
I'm not good at politics or figuring out what I can and can't say in the world of political things. And then going to the FBI using other people, that kind of feels like covert spy shit. So, that's why I said spy, whatever.
What office of the FBI came if it wasn't loaning?
Covert spy shit? This guy's dad is a colonel in the military, and this guy is afraid of contacting the FBI? What?
Like if it wasn't in this area.
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like the whole same thing.
And so you never heard from the FBI after December?
No, they checked up on me. Can I tell this part?
Yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
So you had repaired it at that?
No, I disabled the part that wasn't working, and then so moving forward, they hooked up a USB mouse and keyboard, and they should be able to boot and access the drive.
Right.
So they called me and then asked me if I could give them assistance over the phone on how to do that.
They didn't have their own tech people that could do that?
That was a head.
Are you sure you gave this to the FBI? First, I mean, it's in the FBI possession now, but did you check their credentials when they came in?
Yeah.
Are you certain they're FBI agents?
Again, I didn't get the monocle out to look at the badge or anything, but I trusted them. And plus, when you've never been issued a subpoena in your life and somebody rolls up on your beach with a subpoena, you kind of freeze and do what they're told.
So the person who put you in touch with the FBI, this is a person
I mean, we know that the FBI did issue him a subpoena. Or not a subpoena, I'm sorry, a receipt. Why do I keep closing this? Fuck! Link me the receipt again. The FBI just said that, or the guy just said the FBI reached out because they couldn't get in the drive. Wait, link me that receipt again so I can see it. I want to look at it again. Wait, did he really? Wait.
You had repaired it, I thought.
No. Up on me. Can I tell this part?
Yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
Fuck, wait, I didn't listen to this. Wait, what? Hold on.
It wasn't Wilmington. Like, if it wasn't in this area.
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like the whole same thing.
And so you never heard from the FBI after December?
No, they checked up on me. Can I tell this part?
Yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
So you had repaired it, I thought.
No, I disabled the part that wasn't working, and then so moving forward, they hooked up a USB mouse and keyboard, and they should be able to boot and access the drive.
Right.
So they called me and then asked me if I could give them assistance over the phone on how to do that.
The FBI called you for a phone walkthrough on how to get into the drive? Oh, I'm sorry, fuck. Yeah, I'm trying to read this book at the same time. I'm sorry. That's why that's why the reporters just asked him, are you sure you gave this to the fucking FBI? Okay, wait, hold on. No. Where is the FBI's receipt, the receipt thing that they gave him? They gave him a receipt. I don't know why I keep closing this window. They gave him a receipt for the laptop, that they'd taken it into possession. Maybe I have it open up here. Hold on. God damn it. Wait, is it page 5-1? Oh, yes, thank you. No, this is a subpoena to testify before a grand jury. No, I thought they had they had a receipt that included the serial number. Oh, it's this attachment. Hold on, though. Wait a second. This is not... When I heard this story, I thought the FBI agents came to his shop, grabbed the laptop and the hard drive, and then issued him this receipt. But that doesn't sound like what happened. It sounds like this receipt showing that they have these two things in their possession Hold on, wait a second. I have this. Hold on. It can't be this. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm not following this closely or something. Is this is just a subpoena to testify before a grand jury. This is making it sound like, on first glance, that they either got this some other way or they didn't actually have this. The FBI didn't have this in their possession. Am I misunderstanding that? You were commanded to appear before U.S. District Court at this time and place. You need to go here, date and time. You must also bring with you the following documents, electronically stored information otherwise. Please see attachment A. So this is a subpoena telling him to testify before a grand jury, and they're telling him to bring these items. And this is in December? So this means that prior to December 9th, what, the FBI had never had these items before? Oh, hold on.
They didn't have their own. Going to the FBI using other people, that kind of feels like covert spy shit. So, you know, that's why I said spy, whatever.
What office of the FBI came if it wasn't Wilmington? Like if it wasn't in this area?
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like the whole same thing.
And so you never heard from...
Fuck, I need to, hold on, I'm sorry, I have to listen to this whole section again. Wait, so he's saying that another office came to him, but not the local office. Why? There's no world, I don't believe this. Like, imagine I call over to, like, Georgia or Northern Florida. I was like, can you guys send some agents up from Georgia? I don't trust the agents at my local, in my Miami FBI office. Can you send somebody else? I must be misunderstanding. Hold on.
But it's very important. See the emails, because once again, it's just...
Did you at any time post this information or reach out on internet message boards, 4chan, 8chan, anything over Tor or the dark web, or in any ways inform a group of people about the existence of this laptop? No.
Just those people you trusted, you said. Just the people that I thought that could help me reach out to the FBI in a manner that would attract.
I think similar stuff can sometimes happen in case of corrupt police departments. Yeah, maybe if you're reaching out to a different agency, like if I didn't trust the LAPD, maybe I reach out to a different police department. But this is all, it's all the FBI. This is the FBI and the FBI. You can call it a different FBI office, but it's all the FBI. Unless you like are personally hated by some, you're like, dude, fucking John in the FBI office in fucking Miami, every time that guy comes to my house, he kicks my ass, okay? I want a different agent. Bring over the guys from Orlando or fucking Tampa or from Fort Lauderdale, okay? Because the guy in the local office, like, there's no way that you could call another office and be like, I think the guys at this office will kill me. I don't know why, but can you, like...
FBI agents that weren't local, because I had a fear of repercussions. And was this people? How many people are we talking about that you reached out to? Couple? One. Just one? You got a friend or an acquaintance? Yeah. Was he a friend? Or she? Sorry.
Apparently this was his dad, I think, that he's talking about now, right?
I trusted them, and I knew that they would help me out, and they are better at this political spy press thing than I am, so therefore I was, like, again, wanting not to deal with anything, but I wanted to get out of the store, and I wanted to do it safely, so I figured put somebody that can vet who they're talking to and get a good vibe about them, and then before they pass them over to me.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Did you say they're better at the political spy press?
Well, like, okay, so this, like, I'm not good at talking to the press. I've never really done it. Right. I'm not good at politics or figuring out what I can and can't say in the world of political things. And then going to the FBI using other people, that kind of feels like covert spy shit. So, you know, that's why I said spy, whatever.
What office of the FBI came if it wasn't Wilmington? Like if it wasn't in this area?
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like the whole same thing.
And so you never heard from the FBI?
Okay, so he's saying the Baltimore FBI division showed up, but not the local ones? Or that they came together?
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like the whole same thing.
He's saying they're like the same thing? Is the Baltimore... It's jurisdictionally, I don't know if it matters. Maybe the Baltimore one was closer than the Wilmington one? I don't know why in the same...
And so you never heard from the FBI after December?
No, they checked up on me. Can I tell this?
Okay, never mind. The Baltimore one, maybe Wilmington. I don't know if I doubt there's an FBI office in every single U.S. city. I would be surprised if there was. Maybe there is. Nice. Okay, so the Baltimore one is probably just the but this would be like basically his local FBI enforcement office, no? Like,
Yeah.
They needed help accessing his drive.
So you had repaired it at that?
No, I disabled the part that wasn't working, and then so moving forward, they hooked up a USB mouse and keyboard, and they should be able to boot and access the drive.
Right.
So they called me and then asked me if I could give them assistance over the phone on how to do that.
They didn't have their own tech people that could do that?
That was a head.
Are you sure you gave this to the FBI?
I mean,
First, I mean, it's in the FBI possession now, but did you check their credentials when they came in?
Yeah.
Are you certain they're FBI agents?
Again, I didn't get the monocle out to look at the badge or anything, but I trusted them. And plus, when you've never been issued a subpoena in your life and somebody rolls up on your beach with a subpoena, you kind of freeze and do what they're told.
So the person who put you in touch with the FBI.
I'm so confused about this. When somebody rolls up with a subpoena, you freeze and do what you're told. And then his lawyer here states that the FBI confiscated the computer and the external hard drive and left John Paul with a receipt. But the subpoena reads, and now maybe these are written differently. Is there a higher resolution of this also? Can I get a higher resolution of U.S. subpoena, the Mac shop, laptop? This is really all we have. I mean, it's readable, I guess. It's not a huge deal, but holy fuck. This doesn't sound like the FBI rolled up and took the laptop from him. This sounds like he was given a subpoena to show up at a U.S. district court to testify before a grand jury. What was the grand jury for? What were they trying to issue an indictment for? Grand jury means FBI, DOJ. Grand jury means that they're trying to issue a criminal indictment for some person, right? And it says that when you go to this grand jury, you need to bring with you. This subpoena was received for the Mac shop on December 9th. Can a subpoena be served by okay, the subpoena was served by the FBI. That's what this is, right? Yes. So this is the service, this is the person who did the service, and then something, this is somebody Wilson, special agent FBI, and then this is the service, the service's address is some Wilmington office for the FBI, I guess. And then it says you have to bring these things. Is it possible they already had this and they're telling you to bring it anyway? Oh, receipt for property. Oh my God. I can't read it. This is a Western Digital hard drive. This might be the serial number for the laptop. This is the invoice. This is the guy's name who gave it to him. This is the FBI agent, somebody, Joshua Wilson, maybe? Why are we...
Yeah, this is a person that you trust, that you've known. Is this a person that you love?
I mean, care about, sure.
Romantically involved with at any point?
No, I only date Never mind, I'm not going to say that either. Get in trouble.
Would says I thought you were friends with him.
Kevin
Malloy?
Oh,
I'm friends.
no, yeah, Kevin. Actually, he sold the house for Mary that I bought, so it was like my real estate. And he used to sell his art out of the houses, which I always. No, I like nice guy, but
Yeah.
no affiliation or responsibility or any link to this whatsoever.
Does this person live in Delaware?
No.
No.
John Paul. So I'm just a little confused about how you saw all this information if you weren't actively looking for it, because does each image pop up on the screen when it's transferring over in each email, or
Kid had a messy desktop.
so these photos were on his desktop?
There's about a million things on the desktop.
So, a lot of people, I mean, you could hear our kind of skepticism, I think. And a lot of people are going to read this, and this is why we're trying to get clarity, because people are going to read this and say, oh, this is ambiguous, we don't know this. They're going to think the worst. They're going to think this guy is intentionally, I mean, and the thing is, if you are doing this politically, that's fine. We live in a political world. But people who are Biden supporters are going to say, this guy surreptitiously went behind Hunter Biden's back to ensure that Donald Trump wins re-election. And they're going to think that because, and maybe it's true, but if it's not true, the ambiguous answers you give us aren't going to portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want.
Hold on. No, never mind. Okay. Where is part 2? Forget. Okay.
Portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want to give us that information. I will try to write this as straight as possible. This happened, this happened, this
All
happened.
of us, yeah.
All of us,
No,
yeah.
I appreciate that.
And
I know you
with
got a
that, with
job
no
to do.
no comment, people are going to read it ambiguous. This guy is a partisan. This guy is secretly working with Giuliani. I just want you to know.
That's the point that they care about.
Yes. Exactly.
Giuliani.
Yeah, just so you know that's how it's.
And that's fine.
The facts
That's
with
fine.
the ambiguity is going to be perceived that way.
Did you share anything in addition to the hard drives, information from the hard drives with anyone, such as any closed camera, closed circuit video footage to prove that it was Hunter Biden who walked in or anything of that nature?
No, the cameras are only really meant to be a deterrent for theft, and then if something does get accidentally taken, I usually review it within 24 hours to see what happened and then address it as it comes. So the drive that's in there is only like a terabyte, so it only holds like 2 months.
And I just want to expand a little bit more on why we want to know about the Rudy Giuliani connection, because there are questions if this is just completely made up, maybe from hacking from the Russian GRU of Burisma, because that was hacked last year, at the end of last year, around the same time. So if you gave the laptop or hard drive directly to Rudy Giuliani and you said, this is everything on it, I mean, that kind of takes out some of that narrative that these are completely made up emails, and the Joe Biden campaign is saying that the meeting never happened. So therefore, there's going to be questions about the email, if it's true or not.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Do you remember seeing that email on his laptop while you were going?
When I was transferring data, there was a lot of things that I saw on the laptop that were very specific to him and his feelings.
And
real quick, when he said that the FBI called because he needed help getting data off the laptop, that was after he turned it over in December.
Raised concerns, and then that's why I approached the FBI.
Right, and specific to a meeting between Joe Biden and the head of Burisma.
Hard drive directly to Rudy Giuliani and you say, this is everything on it. I mean, that kind of takes out some of.
Do you remember seeing that email on his laptop while you were going?
When I was transferring data, there was a lot of things that I saw on the laptop that were very specific to him and his feelings.
And
which raised concerns, and then that's why I approached the FBI.
Right, and specific to a meeting between Joe Biden and the head of Burisma. Just because, like you said, you can say that would help veer the conversation away from this is all fabricated, maybe.
Well, I mean, it's I wish it was fabricated. I wish he had paid his $85 bill and picked it up. Could have been this way.
This fucking phone.
I guess I'm just confused on the timeline. So when you initially looked at this laptop, you had already heard about the allegations of corruption and improper, use of Joe Biden's title. You already were aware of all those allegations when you saw these emails, and that's why it stood out, and that's why you reached out?
Yeah, that's about accurate.
Okay.
Do you think that person, that friend of yours, who linked you with the FBI in any way double-crossed you or cliche? No. They worked in good faith in your interest?
Are you still in touch with them?
No comment.
No comment.
Well,
are they okay?
Yeah, I think they're okay.
Okay.
I haven't talked to anybody today.
But recently?
If you're afraid for your safety, why did you open up your store today instead of just keeping the door locked? So you
I
wouldn't
made promises to my customers.
Yeah.
And trust me, I want to get out of here. Right
So do we. But the Rudy Giuliani point, and I'm sorry to just keep harking on this and you, but you've now, since we first walked in at 11 o'clock, you've almost answered all of our questions, which we're very grateful for, besides the Rudy Giuliani point. And Rudy Giuliani is deemed by many people to be a shady character who does not play straight for information. And so we need to know if you reached out to him or if they reached out to you.
No comment.
That will indicate to people that you are working with Rudy Giuliani for this. That is how that will be read.
Right now, I'm probably screwed any which way, so it doesn't really matter. I mean,
The only thing, there's so much misinformation out there, so much bad faith acting. And I'm not just saying this.
A breaking news headline interrupted my planning for the FBI visit. I'm sorry, this is from his book on November 13th, 2019. Oh, he mentions the Special Agent Wilson guy a lot. Sorry, November 4th, 2019. I had been on the lookout for a call originating from a 973 area code, and that call finally came. Good afternoon, this is Special Agent Wilson from the FBI. Is this JP? I hate the name JP. I've always been proud of the name John Paul, as it's a combination of both my grandfather's names. This is JP, I responded. I spoke with your father last Friday, and he expressed his concerns for your safety. He also gave me the code 42, Agent Wilson said. I would like to swing by your shop at some time and discuss your concerns. Are you free in the next few weeks? The last thing I wanted was for an FBI agent to pop into the shop. I wasn't ready for that level of public interaction. Trolley Square is a close-knit community. Everyone is into everyone else's business. I fear the potential gossip. But nobody saw Hunter Biden going in and out multiple times. Can we meet at my home? I asked, figuring that most of my neighbors would be at work and the block would be devoid of curious eyes. We agreed on a date and time. I gave him my address. I stressed that my lunch break was from 2 to 3 p.m. and that I prefer not to be late to the post-lunch rush. That shouldn't be a problem, Agent Wilson said. You have my cell, so if you get into trouble or have to reschedule, please reach out. I thanked him for the call and hung up. Short and sweet. I felt good. I called my father, and I told him the agent seemed like a sincere guy and that I trusted him. For the first time since I discovered the incriminating material, I had an interested contact at the proper authorities. I felt relieved. But as my father quickly reminded me, I still needed to be cautious. An FBI agent was coming to my home, and I needed to be careful. I still needed a plan. November 13th, 2019. A breaking news headline interrupted my planning for the FBI visit. Public impeachment hearings in the U.S. Senate's Committee on Intelligence had begun. If only the laptop could be in the committee's hands, this whole fiasco could end. That means the pressure was dialed way up. Agent Wilson would be knocking on my door in only 6 days. I wanted to print out all of the documents and emails that were topical to the impeachment, but that wouldn't give away any bias. I figured if I included the files that justified my fear of retaliation and showed a blatant pay-for-play scheme coming out of the previous White House, that would be enough to point this agent in the right direction. These printouts were necessary in case the FBI took the laptop and let it sit in a lab for months while technicians combed its contents, all while the nation endured an impeachment. Without printouts, the evidence might arrive too late. Plus, I had already spent months collecting and organizing the data. Why not pass my work on to the FBI and spare them the time and effort? Wait, months collecting it? Why not just make a copy of the drive? What do you need when he says printout, does he mean a literal print out? Fuck. I just clicked out. I didn't want to print out anything pornographic, even though the porn was fueling my fear of domestic retaliation. It wouldn't be hard for agents to find it on the device if they looked. To address my fear of foreign retaliation, I printed out a few emails mentioning Ihor Kolomoisky. He was on the run with the lion's share of the billions embezzled from the IMF and Ukraine. Oh, Igor? It's IHOR. I don't know. He would be the most dangerous person involved if he had an axe to grind. I also included emails from Mykola Zalewski and Vadim Pozarsky showing their access to high levels of the Obama administration. On the domestic front, I included emails and texts residing on the laptop that directly related to the Hunter Biden family. They showed a frustrated Hunter telling his daughter he would never make her hand over half her income, unlike her grandpa had been doing. They showed Secret Service members trying to gain access to Hunter's hotel room after a suspected overdose. They told of how Haley Biden, Bo's widow, had thrown Hunter's gun in a grocery store trash can, afraid of what he might do with it. All highly embarrassing information that a presidential campaign would do anything to silence, and all that information that needed to be seen and heard for justice to prevail. And of course I included the smoking gun, the one that could put an immediate end to this bogus impeachment, the initial email outlining Devin and Hunter's plan to use Vice President Biden as the centerpiece of their plan to tap into the billions Burisma had to offer. The shady business dealings I had witnessed on the laptop, in my opinion, justified President Trump's phone call with Zelensky. With the relevant documents printed and a copy of the signed work authorization at the ready, I was almost ready for the meeting with Agent Wilson. For the last piece of prep, the delivery of a Wi-Fi camera, I planned to hide it in my living room in case the agent tried to pull something. Worst case scenario, my cold-blooded murder would be captured for posterity. Unfortunately, the camera that arrived was larger than expected, about the size of a billiard ball, and had a 9-foot cable. I snaked the cable behind the TV and placed the camera in the corner of the shelf above, out in the open. It was the best I could do, and I was out of time. This guy runs a computer repair store and didn't have access to November 19th, 2019. If this was a Democrat that had some crazy information on Trump, just be aware of how this would all be received, okay? Holy shit. November 19th, 2019, the day of Agent Wilson's visit. I was as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory. Luckily, it was an otherwise typical Tuesday, so I was swamped at work. I left the shop early to inhale some lunch before the agent's 2 p.m. arrival at my home. On the large wooden coffee table in the living room were laid out all the documents that I planned to hand over. Agent Wilson would sit on the large white couch, facing the not-so-hidden camera, and I would sit on the love seat facing him. A loud knock on the door sounded at about 2:30 p.m. Through the peephole, I saw a badge and a card that read FBI in large black letters. Could he be more obvious? I thought. I opened the door and cringed. Parked right in the front of my house was the epitome of an undercover police car. A tired navy blue Ford Crown Victoria with dual silver hubcaps. It screamed feds. The only missing element were vests with FBI emblazoned on the black. And Agent Wilson was not alone. JP, I'm Special Agent Wilson, and this is Special Agent DeMio. Can we come in? Yes, please, I quickly responded, getting out of their way and clearing them from my porch. I shut the door behind them and then closed the second interior door. I saw Agent DeMio point to the camera on the shelf, and the two sat down on the love seat. Not a great start, I thought, sitting on the couch facing the camera. The two agents shifted around on the small love seat, adjusting to their newfound proximity to each other. As Agent DeMeo struggled to position a clipboard with a yellow pad of paper on his leg, Agent Wilson began to ask questions. Did you see any child porn? He asked. I don't think so, I answered. I wasn't trying to look that close. There was a lot of porn, and it made me uncomfortable. What made you uncomfortable? Agent Wilson continued as Agent DeMeo wrote on his yellow pad. I explained that I feared for my safety, that retribution from actors, both foreign and domestic, seemed possible. I looked down at the paperwork intended for the agents. You really think the Bidens would try to kill you? Agent Wilson asked. To keep quiet about what I had known and what I'd seen? Sure, I exclaimed. History is full of stories of people getting killed for a lot less. At that moment, my front door opened quietly, and inside slipped Hillary Clinton, flanked on her left with Bill Clinton and on her right with Barack Hussein Obama. I'm just kidding, sorry. To keep quiet about what I know, what I've seen? Sure, I exclaimed. History is full of stories of people getting killed for a lot less. What is it that you think you saw? He inquired. Now was my chance to show them what I had. This is information about Igor Kolomoisky and Mykola Zlochevsky and their involvement in using Hunter and Devon to protect the billions they embezzled from the IMF. I am afraid they would silence me for what I know, I explained, sliding the paperwork across the table towards the two agents. This collection of emails shows preferred access to the State Department, as well as the vice president's travel schedule, all sent to private Ukrainian citizens. I slid over another pile of paperwork. Sure, I think that these people would do anything to guarantee my silence. The agents glanced at the paperwork and then resumed their note-taking and questioning. And how do you know it was Hunter? Agent Wilson asked. Well, besides him providing his name and contact information, the same guy that came into my shop was the same guy that appeared in a lot of his porn. You don't think that it could have been someone that resembled Hunter? You do have visual impairment, correct? I didn't recognize him when he first walked in, but later, during the recovery process, I could clearly see that it was the same guy. He matched his driver's license photo, his passport, and the countless examples of homemade porn. Why did you get your father involved? Agent Wilson asked. Have you spoken with anyone else about this? Any other government or law enforcement agencies? I haven't talked to anyone. I asked for my father's help because he has some experience talking to professionals, and I'm worried about my actions being discovered locally, I explained. I just want this laptop out of my shop and in the hands of the authorities. If there's criminal activity, it should be investigated. Mainly, I want to go away and not have my business ruined, nor my social standing. Any protection the FBI can afford me, even better. Well, Agent Wilson replied, we will have to talk to our legal team to see if it's something we can take possession of. My heart sank. As far as protection, he continued, you have my cell phone, so if anyone representing Hunter or Hunter himself comes looking for it, return it to them and give us a call. It's getting close to 3 p.m., and we don't want to take up any more of your time. I looked at my phone. I had 5 minutes to get back to the shop. The time had clearly sped by. Don't you want to take these with you? I asked, in a desperate last-ditch effort. Is that a copy of the signed work auth? Do you still have the original? Asked Agent Wilson as he reached out, avoiding the evidence and going straight for the signed work authorization. I had the original paperwork with the laptop and the drive. Why didn't they want to even touch the piles of evidence? We'll give you a ring in a few weeks and let you know where we stand, Agent Wilson said in closing. We shook hands and I followed them out the door and headed back to work. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I want the information, but also, like, it's always refreshing the few times you get somebody who is actually speaking frankly
and you've been very honest.
I did this. You have been honest.
And also
I did this for this reason.
The stakes are incredibly high. I mean, this is not just your life. These are the lives of arguably the whole country and possibly the balance of power in the world. We're talking about the presidency. We're talking about the leader of the free world. We're talking about implications for an election that is 20-something days away. And hedging on this question, it could impact the safety of a lot more people than just the people you care about.
I'm sorry, I asked this before. Do we know who these interviewers are? Like, were they working for mainstream media, or were they just like random YouTube people, or what? They sound like adults, so I'm guessing not random YouTubers, or?
Because that's not what is important. What's important is that, you guys do this to everyday people all the time?
No, this is a big story.
It's a tough job.
What's the important part?
I don't know if I should talk anymore. I'm worried.
That makes it seem like you're worried about Rudy Giuliani. And that
No, I'm worried about saying the wrong things and getting in more trouble than I already am. I'm worried about my safety, salvaging what I can out of my business.
Why do you think you're in trouble? Like, what trouble are you in?
There's I mean, again, all due respect to your profession, there's like a million press people have been beating the hell out of me today, and it's like, I
mean, presumably everybody knew that. You gave this to the FBI. Somehow it got to Rudy.
They told me that nothing ever happens to people that don't talk.
Nothing ever happens to people who don't talk.
Who told you that?
The FBI. And that made me scared. Because that's not something I would expect law in the highest branch of. I don't think it, don't.
I got a quote.
It was more along the lines of, in our experiences when stuff like this happens, nothing ever bad happens to people that keep quiet.
You're now alleging that there's an FBI cover-up.
That's what you had indicated earlier, too.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it, kind of. No shit. No comment. It's too late. I mean, it just feels a little odd, don't you think?
I think on that, if that's what you believe, you need to give us more.
That's one reason why I'm
afraid. A name of the FBI agent. You said they came from the Baltimore office?
Yeah, we can go ask them.
Or the Philadelphia.
We can do this to them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Again, everybody's got a job to do, and I'm not trying to make anybody get in trouble.
So who was it? What was the name of the agent?
Is it on the subpoena?
So I tried to get the subpoena. It's not. The full subpoena is not on the New York Post site.
I don't feel comfortable about doing that because, I know if
you guys.
If I don't want to talk to the FBI again because they're probably not going to be very thrilled to talk to me, and I don't want to be put in that situation.
Why wouldn't you be thrilled?
If you didn't feel like the FBI was handling it or on top of it, then did you reach out to Giuliani?
No comment. Sorry. Guys are nice people. Sure, I can't get you guys a water.
No, we're good.
How many
It's not
different
from Russia.
how many FBI agents have you had contact with, either in person or via email or phone? Is it just those two? You said two agents who came here that day, one from Baltimore and one from Wilmington.
Not sure where they were from.
Are you not sure where they were from?
But I know Baltimore branch has a Wilmington office.
And you were sure they were FBI, not prosecutors from the district, the U.S.
Pretty sure, because the one, in all the email correspondence is special agent.
Can we see that?
Special agent. Special agent.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't a prosecutor. Like, he's literally talking to the FBI guy. Like, pretty sure.
FBI, you don't want to mess with because.
Okay.
But you went to the FBI.
I thought I was following the chain of command.
The only way if the FBI is up to any wrongdoing, then you coming clean right now and telling the truth would actually help you.
Great point.
Or make me a target.
I mean, they already know that you are in the news. They already know that you're the name of your shop.
And they don't know what I'm saying because I'm trying to say no comment.
Right, but if they feel like you've left something out and there's a reason to silence you, potentially if you don't speak on it now, you're at more risk than if it was already out. The public knew your version of the story, and it would look very, very suspect if something happened to you after that.
And very bad for the FBI.
Chance I take, right?
I don't know if people are gonna believe that easily, though. I mean, I know it's scary, but because it just seems like they could just say, no, we didn't find any wrongdoing there that was specific. Because what do you want?
Now the issue is that I can evaluate this guy from somebody who should be doing good operational security measures and data transfer measures appropriately and properly, but also people that work at local computer repair stores can literally just be fucking random retards. They're not necessarily super qualified. Okay, so this meeting with the FBI agent was in December, right? On October 8th, 2019, this is the letter that he wrote to Giuliani. Rudolph Giuliani Security and Safety. Sir, if you have received this letter, I am in need of your help. Last April 12th, I just think he means on April 12th this year, 2019, right? Hunter Biden came into my Mac repair shop in Wilmington, Delaware, requesting data recovery from 3 of his laptops. I was able to check in the one working Mac
and accomplished a data recovery. He has failed to return to pay or collect the recovered data on or his laptop. As the events of the summer unfolded, and after the shop's 90-day abandonment policy expired, I decided to poke around and look to see if there was anything topical on his drive. I have discovered enough information that I no longer felt comfortable being in possession of his data and laptop. I decided that I wanted to turn over everything I have to the FBI or local police, but a major concern was what if compromised FBI or local police intercepted the data and destroyed it, preventing it from ending up in the hands of someone who can use it. I could not risk contacting anyone local, so I mailed a copy of the drive out of state to a trusted person who would contact the FBI on Wednesday, October 9th, and if trustworthy FBI were contacted, they were instructed to collect the laptop and data from my shop discreetly. This must have been 2020 if he was talking about the events of the summer, no? It says October 8th, 2019. October 9th, blah, blah, blah. Okay. If you are reading this letter, it means the compromised FBI has collected the laptop data and possibly me. I have included a flash drive with some emails and files recovered from his laptop that could be useful in your investigation. Why would you just send what? If I am in the compromised FBI's custody, it means that there are still members of the FBI who are working to protect a former vice president and silence those who provide proof to his corruption. I need your help, not just to get out of custody, but also to bring to light what had happened. I have included a full copy of the laptop on an external drive. You will need a Mac to access it. Thank you for your time and help. Okay, so Giuliani did have a full copy of the drive before the FBI got access to it, right? That seems to be the case. If this was sent in October. Wait. Or maybe, wait, hold on. Maybe he didn't send this letter yet. Confident that I had covered all the bases, I printed out the letter and folded it to fit inside a 5x7-inch padded manila folder with the two other items. Then I waited for 7 p.m. to roll around so I could close the store and make the mile hike to Kristen's. I took the long way to Kristen's through a residential area. It was already dark. I'd learned to pay better attention to my surroundings, look quickly over my shoulder, and stay under streetlights.
Want them to do? Arrest Hunter Biden, or I just don't know what the goal was, what they didn't do right.
And the FBI didn't leak this information. Like, this story is not, the source of the story was not the FBI as far as I know. The source of the story was Giuliani. So,
yeah,
like, you gave this information to the FBI, presumably, I mean, if we're being gracious to them, they looked at it, they said, there's nothing there. That's it.
Well, if that's the case, then I don't know.
So other than just like a niche, on, a notch on the timeline, why is the FBI even relevant to this? If this was, you know, ultimately sparked this story because of Giuliani and you giving him that information in September.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I guess, has the FBI contacted you in the last month?
No. The last they
Or since you gave the information to Giuliani, did they contact
there were the tech support phone calls to get them set up, which then again raised some flags, like why is this?
You said calls. The first time you said it was one call. Now you're saying it's multiple calls?
Shortly after, and then called the next day. They needed some other advice.
What was the other advice they needed the next day?
What type of cable to buy?
Cable for what?
Powering.
For power?
But they're the FBI. They don't know how to do that.
Scratch my head.
Yeah,
You know, again, there
Shake my head. XD.
was that. There's.
So since you gave the laptop and the external hard drive to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, you haven't heard from anybody?
No comment.
No comment.
I think that's just what the story hinges on. Because people want to know because it questions your integrity and honesty, even though we all think you've been very honest for the past 2 hours or so. if you're not going to answer that question, then they think you are working with Rudy Giuliani to go against Joe Biden because you voted for Donald Trump in 2016.
I'm probably not going to have any integrity by the end of the day anyway. So I'm pretty much at the point where I don't care what people think.
If you are a political operative, that's okay.
I'm not a political operative.
Okay.
I am just a guy that just had something that I wanted out of this shop. And
why didn't you throw it away?
Because that didn't seem like the right thing to do.
You might have been taken advantage of by a political operative. Does that cross your mind?
Yeah. And that's why I was very careful and tried to be very careful up until the end. But
did it feel wrong giving some information?
How did he ever find out what was on the drive? When he talks about this, when he talked about the file recovery process, he's like, I saw there were so many files on this guy's desktop, so I just started clicking through them and was like, wow, there's so much stuff. And then I realized some of it was crazy. It's just like fucking, it reads retardedly, but let me find that section. Hold on. The recovered folder was a little over 100 gigabytes, a third of the total amount needed to be recovered. Seemed like a good start, but when I opened the recovery folder, I saw that the desktop folder had been transferred. Holy shit, I thought, this guy has a ton of crap on his desktop. There were hundreds of files and photos. They weren't organized at all, just piled one on top of the other. What a mess! I changed the folder view to a columns view to see the files and folders in an alphabetical list. Clicking on a folder in the list opens up a new column with the contents of the folder, and clicking on a file in that column brings up a preview of the file. Eventually, in two separate windows, I would be able to bring up both the original desktop of what I had copied, compare them, and transfer the missing files to the recovery window. I don't know what the fuck that means. Bring up, I don't know. Are you going through each folder and comparing the sizes of the folders to figure out what to transfer over? I don't know what the fuck that means. First, I had to wait until there was enough charge in the battery to power on the Mac and keep it on. I don't know. It just seems kind of... Here's where things started to get interesting. The previous recovered window was open on the left, and I was waiting for the hundreds of files in the original to populate on the right. Scrolling down, I started to see files that didn't align. I started to individually drag and drop the files to the recovery folder. It took only a few files before I noticed pornography appearing in the right column. This is a vocational hazard. I'd gotten rather used to it and gave it no mind. I was a little amazed by the sheer quantity, though, and by the boldness of leaving porn files on one's desktop. Again, it was nothing I hadn't seen before, so I kept dragging and dropping. It generally is well known that it's generally known what people do on and with their computers. The industry as a whole tries not to think about gross. The industry as a whole tries not to think about gross. Okay. But I was hired to do a job and I was going to do it. Oh shit, I thought, pausing. The preview image in the right column was clearly displaying the customer. He was wrapped in a rainbow boa and wearing what looked like a jockstrap. I couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was so blind he didn't recognize Hunter Biden at all. But then now he clearly recognized... Did anybody else here know what Hunter Biden looked like before this whole laptop scandal broke? I had no fucking idea. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. How embarrassing, I thought. Who on God's earth would feel comfortable with this lying around on their desktop? But I shook it off and continued down the list of files. It didn't take long before another one appeared, then another. Hunter, with his salt and pepper stubble, stared into the camera, attempting to look cool while taking a naked selfie. Gross. How many of these does he have, I wondered. It wasn't just him alone either. Although it looked like he was having a love affair with himself, there were also photos with women. I decided I'd had enough and I was no longer going to preview the data. I would just go by the file name and hope for the best. And I tried to work out how to keep a straight face when he returned for the recovery data. I continued copying files until I got to one titled income.pdf. I likely wouldn't even have noticed it if it hadn't been tagged with a purple dot. On a Mac, you can apply tags or color codes to files as an organizational aid. It seemed odd that someone who clearly had zero organizational skills would bother tagging this one file purple. It was begging to be clicked open, so I did. It was an email from January 16, 2017, saved as a PDF. At the top were the years 2013, 2014, and 2015. Next to each year was the amount of taxable income earned. $833,000 in 2013, $847,000 amended to $1.247 million in 2014, $2.5 million in 2015. I was blown away. All that money and this asshole couldn't spring for a backup drive. I read on. Amounts that I could never even have imagined earning were broken down by the year. And then I read, since you couldn't have lived on $550,000 a year, you borrowed some money from RSP in advance of payments. I was speechless. This guy couldn't live on more than 10 times what I earned every year. The whole document seemed shady. I saw that a lot of money had exchanged hands, and it didn't seem like it had been recorded lawfully. How the fuck would he know that? But what did I know? Plus, it was none of my business. It wasn't my job to judge, just to transfer and verify. Is this guy literally, he's saying that there were 300 gigabytes of data on this. Is he clicking and dragging one file at a time? What? Just to transfer and verify. So I kept transferring data until I hit a rather large file. The file was about half transferred when the screen went blank. Damn it, the battery had run out. I decided to call it a night and go home to rest my eyes. About 100 gigabytes of data were left to go, and I felt confident that I could knock it out the next day. Yeah, apparently he can't plug it in. I'm sure there was a reason why that I skipped. I'm not like reading the whole thing, but I'm almost done with this. Sorry, Jesus.
From someone else's hard drive, if they weren't doing, if there was nothing legally wrong, like child pornography was, does it feel wrong to give that information to somebody else? Have you ever done that before in a case that wasn't child pornography or some other legal situation?
I so want to respond to that, but I don't think I should.
Why didn't you save the security footage?
Because
Wait, he had security footage? How often is it backed up? Fuck, I think I heard this in the first one, but I don't remember. If it's like an IP camera or some bullshit, it probably is at least backed up like weekly or something, right? But I don't know how many backups he would have. I mean, it's a fucking computer repair store, so you'd hope like at least like a month, maybe? I don't know.
Did you save the security footage?
Because it's just the customer.
He said he kept 2 months worth.
Because what?
But it wasn't just, I mean, what he brought in, and you saw the data and the contents of it, it triggered you to realize that this was a big deal.
I wasn't triggered until later.
You knew immediately that there was crazy stuff. Why wouldn't he back up the camera? He could have just fucked up. God, this story is so fucking weird.
Till past the 2 months mark of the servers?
Yeah, I mean, it was middle of the summer.
So was this
when I started to get concerned, and because you see stuff in the papers and the news and online, and you're like, I recognize that name. I recognize that name.
And you're like, holy shit, I got this guy's laptop, and you just started scrolling through to see if anything's on there? Or?
No comment.
And was that this summer or last summer?
Last summer.
2019.
Are there any other copies?
Not that I know of.
So you only created that one copy of the hard drive?
There was a copy that I created at one point in time as a safety precaution, for fear that if something bad happened to me, then I gave the drive to somebody that would hopefully leverage it to get me out of whatever trouble or hole I've been placed in.
Is that the same person who you contacted?
So in reading this book, he's talking about Giuliani was who he sent that to, or I guess had a manila envelope ready to send it to him. I don't know if he actually mailed it out or not, though.
Before, who you were saying is a close friend of yours? That's the same person. So that person also has a copy.
Not anymore.
Has any other of the Biden family ever dropped off equipment here?
Not that I know of.
Is there any other equipment that you have that has aroused your suspicion about with regards to kind of somewhat political respect?
So you obviously have a favorable opinion of Rudy.
January 2020, the impeachment trial began. For 5 days, I, along with the nation, watched the president get accused of and attacked for crimes he hadn't committed. On January 22nd, the prosecutors made their opening arguments. The shit show lasted 3 days until it was the defense's turn. For the next 3 days, I kept my fingers crossed, waiting for a lawyer to hold up a silver 13-inch MacBook Pro and demand a mistrial, the way a condemned man might get a reprieve while sitting in the electric chair. I waited and waited, but nothing happened. The defense rested on January 28th, and there had been no mention of the laptop or its incriminating evidence. This wasn't fair. Hunter's name and some of his questionable activities had been brought up in the 3 days of questions, answers, and debates, but nothing of what I'd seen on the laptop had even been touched upon. I was convinced that the device was once again locked away in a dusty Wilmington storage closet, or worse, sitting at the bottom of the Delaware River.
Giuliani.
Why do you say that?
Because a lot of people don't, and if they were accused of working with Rudy Giuliani, they would say, no, I hate that guy.
I don't like.
Once again, I thought of Plan B, going straight to Congress. I knew I couldn't do it myself, and I was still hoping to keep my business and avoid retaliation from the FBI. Even though it had been a month since I'd spoken with the FBI, I was pretty sure they were still listening in on me. And if they were, I needed to find a way to communicate with my father so he could reach out to members of Congress for me. I had set up a VPN for my parents long before, so I could remotely control their devices and troubleshoot any issues they had. I texted my father with a little back and forth and got him connected to it. Once we had a secure and encrypted connection, I took control of his screen and initiated a FaceTime call. I then proceeded to fill him in on every red flag I'd encountered. Every thinly veiled threat issued, culminating with the laptop's lack of participation in the impeachment trial. I explained my plan, and he suggested approaching my uncle Ron, a retired Air Force colonel like my father.
Like hate.
I don't like that guy.
I'm not that type.
He doesn't tell the truth.
I'm not built that way. When you're afraid and you don't know anything about the depth of the waters that you're in, you kind of you want to find a lifeguard. Oh shit. Who's Rudy Giuliani was your lifeguard? Oh man. No comment. No.
I think you just need to confirm to us that you reached out to Brian Costello.
Oh no. Oh no, wait a second. Wasn't this, I'm so sorry, random meme break. Holstered M18 SIG P320 kills members of U.S. Global Strike Command. This was kind of like the meme with these SIGs, right? That they fired without. Oh no. Rip. Uh-oh. A security forces desk sergeant took off his Safari Land holster with the M18 pistol still inside by unlocking the QLS fork and placing it on a table. The pistol went off while still in the holster, hitting the sergeant in the chest and killing him. How unlucky do you have to be? Holy shit.
Drop test and 40 caliber.
There's a lot of meme videos about this.
Drop test and 40 caliber. It's got a prime case and then a dummy round on top with a full magazine underneath. So we're gonna drop it from about arm's length. Go ahead. Son of a bitch. So
immediate.
I guess it's really not drop safe, huh? That's not just a bunch of
one round. That was the very first time we'd ever done it, and it went bang.
Not good.
Freeze! Drop the gun! Okay, I'm dropping it.
Ah! Are these sights like so sturdy and reliable that you can just throw them on the ground? Maybe it doesn't matter for these.
My God, you shot me in the. My God.
Or Brian Costello, the lawyer for Rudy Giuliani, reached out to you. It needs to be one or the other.
Does it have to be?
Yes.
Why?
Wait. Brian Costello or.
Oh shit. Who's Rudy Giuliani was your lifeguard? Oh man.
No comment. Go.
John Paul, I think you just need to confirm to us that you reached out to Brian Costello, or Brian Costello, the lawyer for Rudy Giuliani, reached out to you. It needs to be one or the other.
Does it have to be?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's the truth, and you've been so honest, and I think...
But if I say no comment, it's like...
No.
I'm still not making...
No, that's an answer.
I mean, you just said you sought out a lifeguard.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I sought out a lifeguard with my friend that knows more about this stuff than I do, and I sought out help from a plethora of people. And you'd be surprised how nobody wants to talk to you.
And so when you were at the end of the line, you said, all right, I'm going to talk.
Is there no official testimony from this guy or just the interview? Well, so what I'm curious about is I want to know. So my understanding is, I don't know why you do this all the time, but when you issue an arrest warrant for somebody, the standard of evidence that has to be met is probable cause. Okay, so officer pulls you over, they have reasonable suspicion to conduct an investigation. Off of that, that means there's like an articulatable thing that gives them reason to temporarily detain you and perform an investigation. And then if they find something that hits the probable cause standard, they can arrest you. Now, I don't know why, but sometimes instead of probable cause coming from an officer detainment, what you'll have is you'll have something called an indictment. An indictment is also only up to the standard of probable cause. That's why people say you can indict a ham sandwich, which is technically true, although usually you won't pursue an investigation if you think that's all you have evidence for. But when you're seeking an indictment, I think generally or always, you go before something called a grand jury. A grand jury is when you bring a bunch of citizens in to a secret hearing where a prosecutor can present evidence to the grand jury, and the grand jury looks at it. And I don't think you need either. I think it's just a simple majority, right? It's either a simple majority or unanimous. Wait, how much of grand jury for an indictment needs to vote yes? No, okay, it's not. I think it's only half. Or a little over half. 12 of 23 must vote in favor of the indictment. A simple majority. So a grand jury is where you present evidence and you're trying to get the grand jury to agree, 50% of them to agree that you've hit the standard of probable cause to issue a warrant for somebody's arrest. So whenever we're asking for like a charging document, or I'm asking like, oh, where's the indictment, right? An indictment is something that comes from a federal grand jury who said, yeah, we agree, there's probable cause has been met here. So what I'm curious about, and maybe there are other types of grand juries that I'm just not aware of, is this here, the laptop that was requested from this guy and the backup drive, he was issued a subpoena to testify before a grand jury. Do we know anything about this grand jury? Like, who were they seeking an indictment of, or what investigation was this attached to? Where are my lawyer people or news people? Does anybody have any idea? I'm very curious what this was, because if you're testifying before a grand jury, my assumption would be it's because somebody is seeking a federal indictment against somebody. And I'm curious who this was for. If anybody has any information, let me know. Okay, sorry.
Rudy Giuliani's lawyer. I'm going to get it. No one else will help me. I'm going to get them to help me.
No comment.
Well, it sounds like you just said you sought out help from a...
Wait, page 33 of this. Jesus Christ. Page 33 or... Oh, this is a much higher resolution, but is this going to tell us? Page 63 in his book as well. Hold on, I said testify grand jury. This is not what we had discussed. I thought you were coming in to clone the laptop. I never wanted to discuss it. No. You're committed to appearing in the United States District Court. Calm down, read what's on the page. In lieu of personal appearance, see attachment A. At the top of the last page, and we'll list you guys scare the shit out of me next time. So why the change of plans? Don't get me wrong. Oh, so he says he did give them the laptop here. What was the date for this? Oh, this was December 9th, 2019. What? Wait, so what is, So this was the guy that picked the laptop up. What is who's this case? Oh, John Paul MacIsaac. Okay, the guy is plaintiff. Tried to sue all the media people. I'm just so curious what this I wish I knew what this grand jury was for. Maybe it's not announced. Okay, sorry, we gotta finish this.
Several people, and so there was an intermediary between you, someone, and Rudy Giuliani team.
No comment on that part, but I made, oh shit.
I mean, you're exactly right. A lifeguard.
I needed help. I thought the FBI was going to help me, and then I got the overwhelming sense that they weren't going to help me, and I needed to do something else.
Help you to do what?
Keep me safe.
So, after you had given this information to
Be
the
honest
FBI,
about what they were doing.
You're talking about the Bidens being honest about what
No,
they were?
the FBI.
So the FBI got this information, presumably didn't do anything with it, or still is conducting on.
According to Wikipedia, the grand jury just issued the subpoena. Oh, like maybe in order to get the subpoena, they get a grand jury, and then the grand jury signs off on it? Do you usually get a grand jury just for a subpoena? Maybe maybe. I don't know.
An investigation. You still felt unsafe months after that.
Oh, Kafka says no.
I don't understand why you felt unsafe.
One of the agents called me up like 3 weeks later, I want to say 3 weeks later, just to see if anybody has come in looking for it yet. Because if they do, give us a call, stall them for a day, and we'll be back in with it.
And did they indicate that that would be the Bidens or the Giuliani?
Biden. Anybody representing Hunter would come looking for it, let us know, and we'll get it back in your hands. Stall them for a day. Don't email us, only text.
But in this, the way that you're thinking about it, you would say you're kind of alleging that the FBI is protecting Biden.
No, I'm not alleging that
Protecting
at all.
Biden, but then you're also saying they're going to try to go after him because you need to stall him. You're like working in cahoots with them.
What? I missed that last part.
You're like working in cahoots with the FBI by saying stall them, answering the phones, things like that.
Well, they're asking me to, if somebody comes looking for this, that I need to kind of tell them about, it's in our recycling facility, and let me go take a look, and I'll dig it out, and I'll give you a call tomorrow. And then I was instructed to text one of the agents and then say, bring it back.
Text on any sort of messenger in particular?
Just regular text.
And so then why did you go, or you, or the intermediary that you have between you and Rudy Giuliani's team?
August 26, 2020. I spent a few days trying to track down a way to contact Rudy Giuliani directly, and to no avail. The contact request page on the website of Giuliani's Security and Safety, his company, would have to do. I took my time composing the message, wanting to give enough information to show the big picture and with enough details to make it impossible to ignore. And it had to fit in the website contact field. Here's what I wrote. For almost a year, I've been trying to get the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop to the proper authorities. I first reached out to the FBI, and they came and collected it, but I have reason to believe that they have destroyed it or buried it in a filing cabinet. After months of waiting for something to come of this, I can only assume that members of the FBI, who are against the president, have it and will never be seen again. Luckily, for my protection, I made several copies, and I've been trying to quietly bring it to people's attention. I am reaching out to you for assistance and making sure the people that need to know about this do. I have email proof that the quid pro quo started on May 12, 2014, with a request from Vadim Pozharsky to have Hunter and Devin use their influence at the White House to pressure the Ukraine government to stop investigating Burisma. This was 1 month after Hunter was appointed to the board. I have emails from Blue Star discussing White House conference calls and meetings about Ukrainian policy and discussing Vice President Biden's trip to Ukraine being sent to Vadim Pozharsky directly. I have proof that the Office of the Vice President was selling influence and support to foreign nationals in exchange for money. The selling started with the U.S.'s support of Ukraine, which helped them land the IMF loan in early 2014. Reward for that support was provided in the form of board posts for Hunter and Devin, an initial large sum for each of them in the range of $1.3 million, and a monthly check of $33K each. This allowed for direct access to the White House and included favors, from visas to putting pressure on a foreign government by a private citizen. I feel the closer we get to the election, the more this will be ignored. Please help me get this information to people who can use it and bring justice to people who deserve it. I hit submit and stared at the "Your message has been sent" alert that popped up. There was no going back now. The message was out there, and my name was on it.
If you're scared for your safety, why would you go to Rudy Giuliani, who's a...
Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry, just on this. Okay, if this was a Russian plant, this guy was not involved. I think this guy is just a crazy fucking Trump fanatic. I feel like this guy was just, this guy is insane. So I feel like if this was a plant, then it would have been whoever dropped the laptop off, which I guess is still possible. But this guy is wild as fuck. People are saying did he post this on his channel? December 15th, 2020.
My name is John Paul Mac Isaac. Initially, I was reluctant to tell the media about my family's involvement with reaching out to the FBI. My efforts to protect my family from the press ultimately were used by the press to discredit me and discredit my account of my interactions with the FBI. This is my opportunity to clear things up.
See, that's what we were talking about earlier. You did something. You made some action that tipped the FBI off. And I don't think we've gotten clarity on that. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe Hunter Biden told the FBI, which I doubt.
Well, I'm also confused because you told me that you did reach out to the FBI and that they didn't really do much with it. So was it that they came to you or that you went to them?
By the end of the summer, and feeling pressured by the events in the news, I turned to one of the smartest and most trusted...
What is this fucking video, bro?
...people I know.
My dad.
My father. During a return trip from a gunship reunion in Salt Lake City, I had ample time to explain to my father what I had seen and voice my concerns. We decided that the best course of action was to contact the FBI and persuade them to collect the abandoned equipment and provide some level of security should someone come looking for it. We decided, out of an abundance of caution, that my father would reach out to the FBI through their Albuquerque, New Mexico field office, and hopefully get a feeling of how receptive they would be to helping us. So on October 9th, 2019, my father walked into the FBI office in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and spoke to an agent. This is when my father, a retired colonel of 30 years in the United States Air Force, described to me the most humiliating experience of his entire life. My father spoke to an agent that refused to give his name.
Oh.
Then that agent...
This was in the book. Apparently his father walked into the FBI office and he, they gave him like a form to fill out and he wrote on the form, he was like, confidential, need to see an agent, and didn't like put anything else, and they gave it back to them and sat down. And he was like,
After hearing my father's concerns, promptly made a copy of the paperwork, told my father to lawyer up and get out of his office. Defeated, my father and I spent the next 3 weeks wondering what we were going to do. And then on November 1st, my father received a phone call. On November 1st, 2019, Agent Joshua from the FBI reached out to my father, requesting to contact me. My father collected his contact information and passed it on to me. A quick Google search revealed that Agent Joshua had been making a name for himself, busting child predators. I instantly trusted and respected Agent Joshua and instructed my father to pass along my contact information. Soon, Agent Joshua called and requested a time to meet and talk about my concerns. I agreed, and on November 21st, 2019, Agent Joshua arrived at my home with an additional agent, Agent Mike. When seated in my living room, Agent Joshua asked if I had seen any child pornography on the client's laptop. I responded that I had seen a lot of questionable material, but I wasn't paying that close of attention to see if there were...
Wait a second. Before before the laptop story and everything, was anybody talking about like the Burisma Hunter Biden stuff, or did that all come from the laptop? Because if nobody was, this guy literally spun this entire conspiracy theory out from going through hundreds of gigabytes of files. They must have been talking about it before, right? I feel like I heard about it before. It must have been something before about it.
Children involved. But it was a concern based on the personal and private nature of the material. When asked what I was concerned about, I told them it was the personal material as well as financial and political information that could be criminal or illegal and should be in the hands of the authorities. I was also concerned about individuals, both foreign and domestic, that might seek to do me harm based on what I knew and what I was in possession of.
Wasn't that what the Trump-Zelensky phone call was about? Oh, yeah, true, because he said he wanted him to announce an investigation into Zelensky. That's right, yeah. Yeah, right.
And I just wanted it out of my shop. They told me that they'd have to contact their legal team to see if this was something that they could take possession of, but they could not make any promises. Agent Mike texted me and requested a timeline of the events leading up to me reaching out to the FBI. I responded and awaited further instructions. About a week later, agents advised me that they wanted to come into the shop to make a forensic copy of the laptop, but unfortunately they would be unable to take possession or custody of the laptop at that time. A little disappointed and a little reluctant, I agreed to meet them at the shop December 9th, 2019. I first received a phone call in the morning at around 9:50 from Agent Mike, requesting that I text him the serial number of the hard drive that the client had abandoned. Both agents arrived at the shop at around 11 a.m. Agent Joshua immediately handed me a subpoena commanding me to appear before a grand jury. A note in the middle of the first page stated, "In lieu of personal appearance, please see Attachment A." Attachment A included two items: the MacBook Pro with serial number and the external hard drive with the serial number that was requested an hour earlier. I was ecstatic. I was getting everything that I wanted. I was getting protection from the FBI. I felt safe. I finally was getting this abandoned laptop and its questionable data out of my shop. And if there was evidence there, then it was finally in the hands of proper authorities. For the first time in months, I was at ease. And I thought that this whole ordeal might finally be over.
This... What else does he publish? The truth. It was him. The truth. Deaf ears. American blocked. Social media and the corrupt FBI. Bring that Mac back. MacBook Pro, 15-inch red. Oh my God, he's Louis Rossmann.
I'm an ocular catenic albino. My vision is a direct relationship to my albinism. I have an operational vision of about 6 to 8 inches. I can see good enough to move around in a couple feet, but after that, it's mostly blurry shapes. Through the use of visual aids and larger screens, I've been professionally repairing Macintosh computers for over a quarter of a century.
I think the issue for us is that the longer we don't understand these points, we're just going to keep showing up here and this is going to continue. And all we want to know is just the order of things, how they happen, so that we can get it right. And until then, you're going to continue to face these questions.
Aren't going to portray what your truth is. motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want to give us that information. I'm just, I will try to write this as straight as possible. This happened, this happened, this
All
happened.
of us, yeah.
All of us,
Yeah,
yeah.
I appreciate it.
On October 14th, 2020, reporters ambushed me in my Wilmington repair shop, demanding that I confirm that it was really the client that had dropped off the laptop for service.
Wait, let's finish this one real quick. Sorry.
Private citizen. Is it because of his connection to President Trump? Or why was he the beacon of hope for you?
No comment.
You obviously went for some reason. And I don't understand why you can allege wrongdoing of the FBI and not of Rudy Giuliani. You're like really standing by him.
Well, I'm trying to say no comment on Watergate. I mean, if that's the narrative that you want to push, that's fine.
Well, what protection can he provide you?
What?
Rudy Giuliani. What? You were scared, so you go to him, and he protects you how?
Well, I don't think I said that to that extent.
Okay. Well, you're scared somehow.
I've been a little afraid for over a year and a half.
So then
but how does he assuage that fear? How does he protect you?
I don't feel comfortable about talking about
And so you feel duped by him because he leaked it to the New York Post.
No, I don't feel anything about that.
You don't have any animus towards Brian Costello, the Rudy Giuliani lawyer who turned on the New York Post to this.
No, I have no opinion on the matter.
Okay.
I mean, I prefer this outcome as opposed to getting shot jogging in the morning, but, you know, it's...
Okay.
So the fear is that if this had not come out, you would be shot to keep it. Somebody in the Biden camp would shoot you so that it would be.
I don't think
keep
I don't
it
think
coming
they
out.
take matters into their own hands like that.
Okay, but I mean, what I'm saying is, why would it doesn't make sense, I guess is what I'm saying, because it was already in the FBI's hands. They would have had to have gone after all those FBI agents that knew about it, right? Like if they took you out of the picture, the hard drive is still there. It's going, like, you know, presumably there was a launch of some sort of FBI investigation. How would taking you out of the picture protect the Bidens from this information? That doesn't make sense to me.
What if they perceive me as a threat?
But the FBI had the information, so you can go
Well,
out.
I knew what was on there.
So did they.
And then they probably knew I had a copy because I was pretty vocal about not wanting to get murdered, so I'm going to have a copy.
To the FBI, you were vocal about that?
I'm pretty sure they figured it out.
How would they have figured it out?
Because they're the FBI and they're investigators.
But they can't.
Because they can't figure out a computer cord?
Yeah.
That raises my concern about did that computer go to where it was supposed to go.
So what happens, John Paul, when we go to the FBI? We've already gone to the FBI, and they say no. They say no comment. But what happens when we go with all these specifics? There's two agents from Baltimore or Wilmington, and they say we have no record of that. We will, and then it's FBI versus you.
That's fine.
Okay. And you keep bringing up this killing of Seth Rich, the conspiracy theory. That has been thoroughly debunked.
What's that?
The DNC murder in the driving in the morning.
I was just giving the example of how, you know,
well, those
Epstein didn't really hang himself. This guy gets shot. No, you know.
Do you think those things are true?
I think that not the government as an entire entity, but I think that there's a history in this country of people with political motives doing horrible things.
And so name some examples.
I don't want to be on the receiving end of that.
Not Trump, though.
You know, I could Google it, I guess, if you like. But
so you have no problem with Joe Biden's elected president?
well, as long as he doesn't have a vendetta.
Then you.
I mean, I don't care. I'm like this. I don't know. I'm getting exhausted.
Just one more thing. I mean, this story's going to.
Steve Jobs used to say that a lot.
Yeah, I know. I understand. So this story's going to come out eventually. At some point, there's going to be the FBI internal sources. Giuliani's going to. It's going to be clear who did who what. It's going to be clear that Giuliani came to you, or you came to Giuliani, or the FBI did this or didn't do this. Eventually, I mean, usually with these sorts of things, the facts come out. They take a while. So I guess this is my pitch to you to speed that process up. I don't feel comfortable about speeding anything up right now. I just trying to do the right thing that I felt was right. I was honest, and I tried to go through the proper channels, and I still think I did the right thing. I mean, you wanted this. Push back where I'm wrong. You wanted this information out there. You wanted people to know this. I didn't necessarily want the entire world to know this. I just wanted it out of my store. I wanted it to be. I wanted some level of safety and security because somebody else, supposedly a high enough branch of the food chain of government, to offer me some level of protection. But why wasn't that safety and security achieved after you gave it to the FBI? Why did you need to go to Giuliani? Or why did you need to give it to Giuliani after they came to you, whoever came to you first? I don't feel comfortable about explaining the details that transpired between December 9th and beginning of September.
What? How true is this? Former Giuliani associate raises questions about Hunter Biden's hard drive from hell. Salacious documents supposedly belonging to Hunter Biden were circulating in Ukraine in May of 2019. President Donald Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, was offered salacious photos and other documents belonging to Joe Biden's son Hunter in the spring of 2019, earlier than previously known. This claim was made by Lev Parnas, a Ukrainian-born businessman who was indicted last year on campaign finance charges. Did anything come from this? This is just a claim being made by him. Parnas, who collaborated with Giuliani on the former New York mayor's quest to find damaging information on the Bidens beginning in late 2018, now says that similar materials are being offered to Giuliani just weeks after Joe Biden launched his presidential run. The timeline does not match up, Destiny. This guy, Joe Mack, claims to have the... No, yeah, I'm aware the timeline doesn't match up. But the claim that this article would be making is that these materials were put on that laptop and put elsewhere to try to get them into the media without it just being published by WikiLeaks. Politico was unable to verify Parnas' claims, though he provided text message documents he said show that he helped set up. Okay, so they weren't able to verify this. I'm curious because somebody else linked this site. I don't know anything about this site. This distributed denial of secrets website. I don't know how credible or if this is like a super lefty or liberal or whatever site. Because the timeline that they have here is January 4th, 2018, the earliest last modified date of the Biden emails, March 20th, 2018, the original Macintosh HD drive was created. February 2019, Hunter Biden leaves a laptop in the office of his Boston therapist, which is later raided in an unrelated matter, resulting in the seizure of the laptop. On February 11th of 2019, the largest number of .emix files modified are last modified within a single day. I don't even know what an EMIX or EMLX file is. On March 17th, 2019, cutoff point of the data allegedly from the laptops, the latest date supposed to be present in the files. And then on April 12th is when the files are allegedly dropped off for repair. Those are email timestamp files. Fuck. I don't. Somebody, can I just tell you guys? One of you guys should just go spend like a week doing this.
Service. I was concerned that if I had told them I was 100% sure that the client was who he said he was, that they would ultimately see my cane or use my visual impairment to discredit me. As it would stand, and ultimately the same reporters, without citing my visual impairment, would go on to actually question my ability to identify the client.
Thank you for sharing about your medical condition, you not being able to see potentially whoever walked in here.
He seriously called it distributed denial of secrets instead of service. What the fuck? That's the name of the website, you fucking retard. DDoSsecrets.com. Distributed denial of secrets.
The client came into my shop April 12, 2019. I'd never seen the client before, nor have I paid enough attention to the client to recognize him. But when checking him in, he provided a first name, a last name, an email address, and a phone number. The client did seem surprised that I didn't recognize him during the email address and a phone number. The client did seem surprised that I didn't recognize him during the check-in process, but I made a further connection when I noticed that one of the 3 MacBook Pros had a sticker that represented the client's deceased brother's foundation. But after checking in the machine and performing the data recovery, I am 100% sure that the person in those videos, photos, and other data that I was hired to recover is the same person that came into my shop and dropped off that machine. The copy of the driver's license signature, the other documents and bank statement signatures all match the signature on the check-in document. With the realization of who he was and what I had seen on that laptop, concern for my safety grew. I can't imagine a family that would be comfortable with that kind of information being in the hands of someone they didn't know, especially if that family is running for president of the United States.
Jesus fucking Christ. Get me the fuck out of here. Why did we do this today? We didn't even finish this. Jesus. Jesus. Chest, cheek, whoopee, cushion, temper, checkers, humble, attitude, lip, soften, honeycomb, cutie, dampen, camo, mouth, stripes. Things on a face? Nope. Attitude, lip, mouth, temper. What? He's got a temper, he's got an attitude. He gave me some lip, he's got a mouth on him. Aren't these all? Chest, cheek, whoopee. What? Fuck. I have no idea. I'm fucked. Like patterns, like crisscross patterns, like chess, checkers, honeycomb is like kind of stripes. Oh my God. Okay, cushion, temper, dampen, and soften. Jesus Christ. Metaphorical pies. A humble pie, a cutie pie. Nope. Never mind. Checkers, chess, cheek. What was one off before? I don't even know. Attitude, lip, mouth, and temper? This was one off before? He's cheeky. Sassiness is cheek? Okay. I feel like I've only ever heard cheeky. Checkers, chest, and stripes. These all have to do something. Like camo? I did honeycomb, right? And... oh my god. Is Stripes some stupid fucking board game? Is this some... I don't know. Get me out of here. Fuck me. Don't know. Don't care. Patterns. Checkers, pattern, honeycomb, stripes. Can't... whatever. Oh, these were pies. What is chess pie? What is whoopie pie? You guys don't know what chess pie is, idiots? I'm never, ever, ever digging in on this shit. Fuck all that. Fuck that. This guy's Facebook is crazy too. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Oh, this guy is active on Twitter. This guy's posting on Twitter today. What? The Biden laptop story was always a Russian op. There was no laptop. There was a hard drive, and the laptop shop owner didn't get it from Hunter Biden. The guru hacked his iCloud and mailed it to Rudy, who passed it to the New York Post, and they spun it with the laptop repair story. Rudy met with Andriy Durkak, shortly blah, blah. Let it go, you lost. There he is. That's our legend. Our king. There he is. Did it hurt when Hunter called you an incel loser in Indiana? He was either high or talking about Marco Polo. I live in Wilmington, Delaware. Oh my God. Call Trump, or call XQC's crying. Listen, if XQC ever wants to chat, I'm always on Discord. My God. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Don't die.